various areas of life to intriguing conversation cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing the
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, FG increases allowances for civil servants. Military inaugurates court-martial for alleged coup plotters. Senate confirms Dharma as minister, tasks him on housing deficit. And oil rises above $106 per barrel as US, Iran deadlocked in Strait of Hormuz. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has approved an increase in peculiar allowances and other welfare benefits for civil servants. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Didi Wilson Jack, disclosed this during a press briefing in Abuja on Friday. Wilson Jack said the increment affects workers under the Consolidated Public Service Salary Structure and the Consolidated Research and Allied Institutions Salary Structure. They said the allowances, which have been structured to reflect across all grade levels, leading to better earnings for senior and junior officers, is targeted at ensuring a broad-based impact across all cadres of the civil service. She further disclosed that the federal government has approved a review of some key allowances for civil servants, including duty tour allowance, ESTA code, and book allowance. She also announced the approval of 100% DTA, which is for civil servants attending approved training programs, irrespective of whether travel is involved or not, saying that even those based in Abuja and attending training within the FCT will be entitled to it. Apart from salary-related adjustments, the federal government has also introduced an exit benefit scheme for retiring civil servants under the contributory pension scheme, which provides 100% of a retiree's full emoluments as an exit package, in addition to their pension with effect from January 1st, 2026. In a similar development, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has announced a 10,000 Naira monthly transportation support fund for civil servants in the state to cushion the impact of the rising costs of living. Makinde said this will run for an initial period of 3 months with effect from March 2026. According to him, the move is part of the Oyo government's response to prevailing economic pressures, particularly the rising cost of transportation. The governor said it will help lessen the financial burden on civil servants in the state and ensure uninterrupted service delivery across ministries, departments, and agencies. Makinde noted that transportation costs have gone up significantly and that the government must find a way to ease the burden. The Nigerian military has inaugurated a general court-martial to try 36 personnel accused of involvement in an alleged plot to overthrow the administration of President Bola Tinubu. The court-martial, constituted by the Defense Headquarters, was inaugurated on Friday behind closed doors at the Scorpion Mess, Asokoro, Abuja. Journalists, including accredited defense correspondents, who had received prior invitations, were denied access to the venue, while security personnel also barred the use of mobile phones to document the arrival of the 36 defendants, who were transported to the mess in a military vehicle. The military proceedings are unfolding alongside parallel criminal charges filed by the federal government at the Federal High Court in Abuja on April 22nd, where several other suspects were arraigned in connection with the same alleged coup plot. That group, which includes retired military officers, a police inspector, and civilians, pleaded not guilty to a 13-count charge bordering on treason, terrorism, and money laundering. The prosecution alleges that the group conspired in 2025 to overthrow the government and failed to report the plot to authorities, following which the court ordered their remand in the custody of the Department of State Services, with an accelerated hearing scheduled for April 27th. The military had earlier confirmed that the alleged coup attempt was uncovered following internal intelligence, leading to arrests. No fewer than 20 people, including fish farmers and wood loggers, have been killed and an unspecified number wounded in a fresh Boko Haram attack in Hambagda, a few kilometers away from Gwoza town in Borno State. The attack reportedly occurred when a landmine suspected to have been planted by Boko Haram terrorists exploded in the outskirts of Gwoza local government area in the state. The Civilian Joint Task Force revealed that the incident, which occurred around 11 a.m. on Thursday, killed some loggers who went in search of firewood to support their families. According to reports, about 18 bodies have so far been recovered around communities close to Gwoza town, with fears that the death toll could rise, as several people were still unaccounted for. Residents said the attackers appear to be moving through the area in a series of violent raids, raising fresh concerns over security in farming communities as the planting season approaches. The Nigerian Senate has condemned the recent resurgence of terrorist attacks across the country, particularly assaults targeting military formations, describing them as a threat to national security and stability. The Senate subsequently urged the federal government to strengthen military training on civilian protection and ensure strict adherence to rules of engagement and international humanitarian law. The resolution followed a motion sponsored by the Senate Whip, Tahir Monguno, who expressed deep concern over deadly attacks on military formations.
Borno State, Senator Mohamed Ali Ndume, representing Borno South, and Senator Kakasho Lawan, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, representing Borno Central. The motion reads thus: the Senate notes with deep concern the recent attacks on military formation leading to casualties among troops, including Brigadier General Husseini Brahimo, Colonel Mohamed Isaya, Captain A.M. Ismat, Lieutenant Kelvin Pestuns, and 13 other soldiers. Aware that these recurring attacks on Monguno, a strategic garrison town, and Benishek, a key town along Damaturu-Maiduguri Highway, demonstrate a deliberate attempt by insurgents to undermine military operations and disrupt humanitarian and commercial access routes.
Other senators expressed similar concern, calling for urgent and comprehensive measures to tackle the menace.
Ankpali Ediku was attacked in January 2025, and only in April 2026, Ankpali Ediku has been attacked again, leaving in the wake of it several deaths and property destroyed.
Mr. President, the Chief Whip has said it all, and the motion also confirms what we are going through in the Northeast. What is happening in the Northeast, particularly Borno, is being felt everywhere.
Responding, the Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Barau, said that President Bola Tinubu had been briefed on the situation and was taking steps to address the challenges.
The leadership here, that the President and Commander-in-Chief is doing very, very well, working very hard to deal with this matter, even though it's a matter that has global dimension. The issue of insurgency, the IC, Boko Haram, and the rest, these are insurgents that wreak havoc on people of several countries in West Africa.
The lawmakers later observed a minute of silence in honor of the fallen soldiers and affected civilians. The Senate has confirmed the nomination of Dr. Mutafa Rabi Dharma as a minister following his screening. The confirmation followed a motion moved by the Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, urging lawmakers to consider the request of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in line with Section 147, subsection 2 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended. The lawmakers, however, raised key concerns on housing delivery, financing, and broader governance issues, with Senator Tahir Mongunu drilling the nominee on plans to bridge the housing gap and curb rural-urban migration, while Senator Adams Oshomole focused on the use of pension funds to provide affordable housing and strengthen mortgage systems.
Pension scheme ought to be the foundation for robust, sustainable mortgage system for working people, where a poor man can borrow because he's expected to work between 35 and 40 years. He should be able to finish paying for the house by the time he retires. If he has nothing else, he will have a house to retire to.
What contribution will you give to ensure that we overcome these serious challenges, particularly in the Northwest?
My candid advice is harmonize all of these programs and then work with the contributory pension workers pension housing contributory program and make sure that these houses are disposed of.
Responding, Dr. Dharma pledged to promote affordable housing through innovative financing models and stronger institutional collaboration. He also assured lawmakers of efforts to reposition the housing sector, drawing from reforms implemented during his tenure at PTDF.
You see, one of the very important things that I will start to do when I get into the office is first to improve my skill and the skill of the people I work with, improve upon their leadership ability, and the third thing is correlation with other organizations and governments. So before I even go to FEC, for example, to state why are these people not housed, I will have to have correlation, I will have to have understanding with the people, and then I will know my points. If I make my suggestion and they are not listening to me, then definitely we may take it to the president, and the president will.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio congratulated the new minister and urged him to justify the confidence placed in him by delivering on his mandate and meeting the expectations of Nigerians. The House of Representatives has called on the federal government to develop a comprehensive framework for the repatriation, rehabilitation, and reintegration of trafficked Nigerian girls returning from Mali and other West African countries. This follows renewed concern over rising cases of human trafficking involving Nigerian girls and young women subjected to sexual exploitation and forced labor abroad. The motion was sponsored by Tolulope Akonde Sadipe, who stressed the urgency of coordinated government action to address the trend.
Recognize that effective repatriation and reintegration requires a multi-agency approach involving medical and psychosocial support, vocational empowerment, and sustainable reintegration programs to prevent re-trafficking. Hence, the need to assess the effectiveness of ongoing repatriation, rehabilitation, and reintegration programs for rescued victims. Concerned that despite Nigeria's international commitments under the Palermo Protocol, the Convention of the Rights of the Child, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, coordination gaps, inadequate funding, and bureaucratic delays continue to hinder the timely rescue and repatriation of trafficked Nigerian citizens.
Lawmakers also reaffirmed their commitment to gender inclusion as they push for accelerated consideration of the Special Seats for Women Bill, currently before the National Assembly. Jesse Onoakalusi, who led the motion, said the proposed legislation would help correct the persistent underrepresentation of women in governance.
The House concerned failure to take deliberate legislative action, as being happening here, to address gender imbalance in political undermine Nigeria's democratic credibility and weaken institutional legitimacy and limit socio-economic development outcomes. The House concerned that increased women representation in governance lead to improved outcome in healthcare, education, and social welfare and economic growth, therefore strengthening national cohesion and sustainable development.
The House further moved to provide legislative backing for the establishment of the Department of State Research and Development within the Department of State Services, as well as the creation of the National Institute of Public Health and Infectious Diseases. The bill was sponsored by the Speaker and supported by Francis Wave and Amobi Oga, who highlighted their importance to national security and public health advancement. The House Committee on Public Petitions also presented 12 reports, including a petition by Bash Ali seeking parliamentary intervention over the proposed Guinness World Boxing Championship fight in Africa, as well as allegations of sabotage and impunity within the National Sports Commission. A high court in Lokoja, Kogi State was awarded 1 billion naira in damages against Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan in a defamation suit filed by former Kogi Governor Yahaya Bello. The court held that based on the preponderance of evidence or balance of probabilities, judgment was entered in favor of the claimant. Justice A.S. Ibrahim, while delivering his judgment, held that upon the conclusion of the suit, the two issues formulated for determination were resolved in favor of the claimant. The counsel to the defendant, Johnson Usman, a senior advocate of Nigeria, had challenged the jurisdiction of the court, saying the suit was an abuse of court process, which was countered by Friday Eba, counsel to Bello, who noted that none of the cases before the FCT High Court was against the person of Alhaji Yahaya Bello. The Court of Appeal had earlier dismissed an appeal by Akpoti-Uduaghan for lacking in merit and affirmed that the Kogi State High Court had jurisdiction to entertain the case. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday issued an order of perpetual injunction restraining the Nigerian police force and the Federal Road Safety Corps from imposing or requesting fines from motorists over non-possession of third-party motor insurance. The court, in a judgment delivered by Justice Hawaii Ilwa, held that only a court of competent jurisdiction had the right to sanction erring motorists. The plaintiff, Deji Adeyanju, in the suit he filed through his legal team, led by Marvin Omorogbe, specifically prayed the court to determine whether by virtue of the provisions of Section 17 of the Motor Vehicles Third-Party Insurance Act 1950, the first respondent, IGP, and its officers have the powers to enforce third-party insurance. The trial judge, in her judgment, held that the police and FRSC, who are first and third respondents in the suit, although empowered to enforce the Third-Party Motor Vehicle Insurance Act, however, lack the powers to impose fines and penalties on any motorist in breach of the Act without a court order. Ex-Philippines leader to go on trial over dozens of murders committed when he was mayor and president. And Ukrainian married couple aged 75 killed in Russian attack on Odessa. Details from the international scene.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A special forces soldier involved in the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was arrested and charged for allegedly betting on that operation, netting him $400,000 in profits. According to an indictment unsealed on Thursday, Master Sergeant Gannon Ken Van Dyke opened an account in late December on Poly Market, one of the best-known prediction markets. He wagered about $32,000 that Maduro would be out by January. His bet was a long shot. But Van Dyke was involved in the planning and execution of Operation Absolute Resolve, prosecutors allege, and had access to classified information before he placed the bet. His winnings, though anonymous, caught the attention of law enforcement almost immediately. Van Dyke, an active duty soldier stationed at Fort Bragg, faces 5 criminal charges for stealing and misusing confidential government information, theft, and fraud. He will make his first court appearance in North Carolina. No attorney has been listed for him on the court docket. Judges at the International Criminal Court on Thursday confirmed charges of crimes against humanity against former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte for deadly anti-drug crackdowns he allegedly oversaw while in office. A 3-judge panel found unanimously that there were substantial grounds to believe that the ex-leader was responsible for dozens of murders, first as mayor of the southern Philippine city of Davao, and later when he was president. Duterte, who served as president from 2016 to 2022, was arrested in the Philippines last year and flown to The Hague, where the global court is located. He denies the charges against him. In their 50-page decision, judges found that the evidence shows that Duterte, 81, developed, disseminated, and implemented a policy to neutralize alleged criminals. Duterte's lead defense lawyer, Nick Kaufman, told the Associated Press that he was disappointed in the decision, saying it is based on the uncorroborated statements of vicious self-confessed murderers acting as cooperating witnesses. A Ukrainian married couple, both aged 75, were killed in a Russian attack on Odessa, Ukrainian officials said. Russia launched a series of drone attacks on and near Ukraine's southern port city. The assault destroyed residential buildings and hit a foreign merchant ship, according to Ukrainian authorities. Strikes overnight on Thursday injured at least 13 people. A separate attack killed the married couple and wounded another, reported Ukraine's state emergency service. Russia launched 2 ballistic missiles and 107 drones on Ukrainian territory overnight, according to Ukraine's Air Force. It said air defenses destroyed or jammed 96 of the drones, while 10 drones and the 2 ballistic missiles recorded hits. Russia said its air defenses shot down 10 Ukrainian drones overnight. Oil prices have jumped on heightened tensions between the United States and Iran in the Strait of Hormuz, following Washington and Tehran's tit-for-tat captures of commercial vessels. Brent crude, the international benchmark, topped $106 per barrel early on Friday morning, as Washington and Tehran stepped up their confrontation over the key maritime routes for transporting the world's energy. U.S. stocks fell overnight, with the benchmark S&P 500 index dipping 0.41% and the tech-heavy Nasdaq Composite dropping 0.89%. And that's it on the foreign news.
Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
The Nigeria women's national under-17 football team have intensified preparations for the upcoming FIFA under-17 Women's World Cup qualifying fixtures against the Guinea women's national under-17 football team, with camp now fully active in Abuja. The majority of invited players have arrived and settled at a hotel as the technical crew begins fine-tuning strategies ahead of the crucial second-round encounter. As part of their build-up, the Flamingos are scheduled to play 2 friendly matches this weekend at the Goal Project in Abuja. The fixtures are expected to provide valuable match fitness and tactical cohesion as the team sharpens its readiness for the qualifier. Nigeria's campaign is part of the broader qualification pathway to the 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, scheduled to take place in Morocco from October 17 to November 7, 2026. Czechia returns to the 2026 FIFA World Cup with memories from the days of Czechoslovakia, reaching 2 finals. Now after 2 decades away, the team is back on football's biggest stage and eager to write a new chapter. Czechia secured qualification for the 2026 FIFA World Cup in dramatic style with 2 successive penalty shootout victories over the Republic of Ireland and Denmark in the UEFA playoffs, sealing their long-awaited return to the global finals after a 20-year absence. Drawn in Group A alongside co-hosts Mexico, South Africa and South Korea, Czechia faces a balanced section where discipline, organization and experience could prove decisive. In golf, England's Mimi Rhodes put herself in contention at the Chevron Championship as Nelly Korda took control of the first women's major of the year. American Nelly Korda leads the Chevron Championship, the first women's major of the year, by 2 strokes after posting a sublime 7 under par 65 in the first round. The 2-time major winner, who claimed this title in 2024, looked back to her imperious best in a bogey-free round at Houston's Memorial Park Golf Course. In cricket, New Zealand all-rounder Zosie Bates will retire from international cricket after this year's Women's T20 World Cup, ending an illustrious 20-year career on the world stage. The 38-year-old will be part of the White Ferns 15-member squad for the T20 World Cup taking place from 12 June to 5 July in England, where they will also play 3 ODIs and T20Is against hosts next month. A right-handed opening batter, Bates is the all-time leading run scorer in women's T20 internationals with 4,717 runs, 4th on the ODI charts, while she has also claimed 145 wickets and a round number of catches. The all-rounder was named as Cricket Bible Wisdom's leading female player in the world in 2015 and has twice been the International Cricket Council's Women's ODI Cricketer of the Year in 2013 and 2016. Bates, who was player of the tournament at the 2013 World Cup in India, also represented New Zealand in basketball, including at the 2008 Beijing Olympics. That's Sports News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tensions rose as lawmakers debated the nomination of Michael Odey, a non-indigene, for Rivers State as chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RSEC. These appointments sparked strong opposition from several minority party members. Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro and 2 other senators voiced their disappointment over the appointment. They noted that the early appointment of the sole administrator, who is also a non-indigene of Rivers State, had already generated controversy.
And you know that there were some eyebrows raised when he was appointed administrator. Now he has gone to pick a cross-river person again to become chairman of the electoral commission.
Order, please. I do not see any logical reason why a Rivers man will not chair this electoral commission.
If the argument you are giving me now is that you want to get somebody out of Rivers so that the person that will be in charge of this will be unbiased in any way, that is a different thing. But the people should be carried along.
However, the Senate leader Okoyemi Bamidele and Chief Whip Senator Tahi Mongunu defended the nomination, insisting that the appointment did not violate any section of the Nigerian Constitution.
There is no any inhibition by way of the constitutional provision, which is the ground norm of the land. As a Nigerian, any Nigerian is free to take up appointment anywhere in Nigeria.
All the 6 other members, the 6 members are from Rivers. But the chairman we are bringing because we need all the neutrality that we can get.
Despite the disagreement, the report was adopted by voice notes confirming the appointment of the RSEC chairman and members.
1. Michael Ekpali Odi, PhD, Chairman. Tobira Lezasi Lenne, Member. Chidi Ebenezer Holiday, Member. As Chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you, Senator Nengi, for affirming that this is what took place in the Committee of the Whole.
Also at plenary, the Red Chamber unanimously condemned the recent brutal killing of over 200 civilians in Yelawata community in Guma local government area of Benue State, as well as the massacre of 12 people in Mangun local government area of Plateau State. It officially classified the attack carried on the June 18 and June 21 as acts of terrorism and part of broader systematic campaign of violence. The senators demanded immediate and comprehensive federal intervention to halt the bloodshed that continues to threaten peace and security across the country. Titus Zam from Benue State moved the motion under the matters of urgent national importance.
Tragic genocidal massacre at Yelawata was executed in a systematic manner never known before in the history of these attacks. Further notes, the accounts by survivors and rights organizations, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, described the attacks as well coordinated and executed with impunity.
Other senators echoed calls for decisive action and the need to modernize intelligence gathering and security operations through technology-driven approaches.
That the President and Commander-in-Chief is the one that will deal with the matter decisively. He went to the local Sinquo and saw for himself and ordered security agencies. Let's get them out. Let's get them out and deal with them. In less than 1 week, the IG of police had made his address. 26 people were arrested. After this morning, it has gotten to 53.
If the dimension of security policing and monitoring must change, it must fundamentally engaging, and we must deploy fundamental sophisticated equipment that technology devices into management and monitoring.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who led the chamber in a 1-minute silence to honor the victims, said the attack can be linked to state failure.
That with the instruction of Mr. President, the directives that the killers will be fished out
We will continue to work hard in collaboration with the President to make sure that Nigeria is safer than what it is today. The resurgence of insecurity in the country, I hope is not politically linked.
The Senate called for the development of more military personnel to Benue State, particularly to Yelewata and other known flashpoints to prevent further attacks and restore security.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Waste management in Enugu appears to be facing some challenges, as can be seen from several dumps overflowing with refuse. It is now a common sight to behold waste accumulating in various parts of the state capital. The situation is now worsened by a disturbing trend of scrap collectors who now cart away dumpsters situated in some strategic locations in Enugu, including Thinkers Corner, Abapa, Achara Layout, and New Haven. This has forced residents to engage in indiscriminate dumping at various sites in and around the metropolis, which constitute eyesores and environmental hazards for residents and road users. As case in point is the dumpster in front of Signature TV on Alaw Street, Thinkers Corner, which was carted away some months ago, forcing residents and passers-by to dump their refuse on the ground. Apart from environmental and health hazards posed by roadside dump sites through the spread of diseases, they also obstruct pedestrian and vehicular movements and degrade the aesthetics of the area. Sunday Ume, a driver, and George Okodele, a pastor, both expressed dissatisfaction with the refuse disposal authorities and the interval of evacuation.
The thing is no good because I passed here several times. And they see everywhere those beings, even though the whole world. And that's why they help tell us and make a call, help us. The thing no good. If you don't come go yourself, the thing they smell everywhere. The thing, even though Thinkers Corner, I think Thinkers Corner here, why? Yeah, the thing no good. So they tell government make it help us. Make it carry up, even kicking with any time. Come they pick this, the thing no good. I observed that people that are used to carry the refuse, they are not used to come in time. So I want government to look into it and make sure that they carry this thing in time. And that is my concern, sir. At least in every 3 days, I think you understand me. In 3 days, they should be coming and check all these places, even along the other side of it. That one will fill. They drop for us, just like this place. It's unfair. It's unfair.
A student of Godfrey Okoye University, Chisom Ndulwe, lamented that the dump sites are unsightly and that the stench, when it rains, is unbearable.
Oh God, it smells and stinks. And then due to how everywhere campsites, they get litter around because they take time for the come to markets. Around looking so carefully, and then the odor is very hazardous to women's health. My advice is that maybe weekly come and pack it. Weekly come and empty it. Even if it's not, they shouldn't wait till it's to the green. Like just come and pack it. So for the sake of clothing again, there are shops here. This wear shop is here too. People sell food around there, and definitely humans will have to buy this food to the kids.
The acting managing director of the Enugu State Waste Management Authority, Eswama, Richard Onaga, said that the authority is working out a suitable time schedule for refuse disposal in ENUGU. Onaga said that the authority is also looking for a suitable location to mount a 25 cubic meters waste bin at Thinkers Corner to check indiscriminate dumping of refuse in the area.
Currently, we are going for full-scale door-to-door waste collection. You do what is called trash pickup from your residence, from your premises. You don't need to go to the waste bin again. Reasons is that first, our aim is to eliminate scavenger activities, because if I'm picking from your home, scavenger will not come to your house to litter the waste bin and the trash on the street. So we are working on that. Before the 20th of this month, we have been looking for an area in Thinkers Corner where we can place our big waste bin. We are constructing what's called 25 cubic meter waste bin. We're trying to build a transfer station in Thinkers Corner. Also have that place where we can have our waste bin place, secured area, where we can have our trash cycles packed. We start what is called full-scale door-to-door. We started that fully in Trasekulu.
The issue of environmental sanitation no doubt requires effective waste management strategies, public education, and community involvement to promote a cleaner environment and healthier living conditions. Raymond Ken Mbata reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Abuja Summit, which will run for 2 days, aims to push for fundamental amendments in the 1999 Constitution to make it inclusive and equitable. Political leaders, patriots, intellectuals, and interests from across the country are taking part in the Abuja Summit.
What's going on this week is just like a climax. This thing has been going on from various zones. All the 6 zones have had cause to come together to evaluate, to make comments, to make suggestions. And what we're just trying to do, like I've said earlier on, is to collate all of this, distill them, and then turn them away from a cacophony of voices to a solid document.
This constitutional conference, we are seeking that powers to be devolved. Too much power at the center. Unitary system has not favored us. Will never favor us. We are a federation, and so the federating units must have enough power.
Where are the granite pyramids? We don't see them again. Where is the huge? We are number 1 in producing cocoa in the world. Why don't we produce again? Because everybody is today depending on the oil from Niger Delta. We come and sit down and share the oil. But our fathers didn't do that. Our fathers had granite pyramids, and they had all these other things to produce. We're a productive country. We're not only consuming.
The former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Victor Atta, faulted the 1999 Constitution as a document forced on the people. He said that the Constitution needed to be amended for inclusivity and to promote constructive collaboration among all sectors of Nigeria.
The legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution, the viability of our current political system, the path towards restoring true sovereignty to the Nigerian people. This agenda, therefore, is not only the right one, but it is in fact the only one that matters now. We endorse it in its entirety because the truth is this: the 1999 Constitution was not the people's constitution. It was a military decree imposed without the consent of the people. The military suspended the 1963 Constitution, which remains the last legal expression of our people's collective will and agreed terms of conditions for staying together. That Constitution, I'd like to emphasize, was suspended.
While officially declaring the event open, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, spoke on the significance of the summit.
Our present 1999 Constitution, as amended, is not such a constitution. It was not democratically formulated. It was instead imposed on the country through a decree by the military administration. And the governance system derived from it is not only non-inclusive, but also induces over-expenditure of the nation's resources on administration rather than on capital development. Hence, the need for a new constitution made by the peoples of our country.
Other delegates spoke to journalists on the expectations from the summit.
103 million Nigerians are living under multidimensional poverty. 18.5 million Nigerian children are out of school. More than 70% of these numbers that I just shown out are children with disabilities and people with disabilities. And there's a correlation between poverty and disabilities.
Whether it is the present constitution, as imperfect as it is, or a new constitution, if it stems out of platforms like this, it doesn't really matter if the operators of the constitution are not ready to live by the rule of law. So it is very, very important, value reorientation and, coming up with handlers who will see the constitution as not just an ordinary document, but the very document that creates our existence, creates all the organs and the institutions within the federation called Nigeria.
I believe women already are 50% of the population anyway. And to find that in the National Assembly and in many other positions, we find women in very, very almost skeletal positions. This needs to be done, and things need to be done to improve this. Also, in terms of children, education, I believe education also needs to be placed in a more pivotal position than it is now, especially for childhood education.
The objective of the National Summit is to create from the present constitution a new document that speaks to the aspirations of Nigerians across all regions and institute a governance structure that frees the potentials of the black man's most populous nation. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman reporting for Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Charles Fukuma of APGA called 422664.
The result, which was announced by INEC in the early hours of Sunday, saw Soludo winning by a landslide in the 21 local government areas of the state. The state returning officer and vice chancellor of the University of Benin, Omoregie Edoba, declared him the winner of the exercise with 422,664 votes after the collation of results from the local government areas of the state.
The 2025 Anambra State governorship election held on 8th day of November 2025. I also certified that the election was contested and that the winner emerged. The candidate with the highest number of votes cast and percentage have all been completed. I therefore declare that Soludo Charles Chukuma of the APGA having satisfied the requirement of the law and scored the highest number of votes in this election is hereby declared the winner and returned elected.
Soludo beat his closest rival, Nicholas Ukachukwu of the All Progressives Congress (APC), who polled 99,445 votes, while Paul Chukwuma of the Young Progressives Party (YPP) came third with 37,753 votes, followed by John Mwosu of the African Democratic Congress (ADC), who secured 8,208 votes. George Monghalu of the Labour Party (LP) and Jude Ezewafo of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), who scored 10,576 votes and 1,401 votes. Shortly after the results were announced, there was jubilation at the residence of the governor in Isofia community, Agwata local government area, and the government lodge in Amoabia. The result has given Soludo a fresh 4-year term of the lighthouse. The election was, however, marred by irregularities, especially allegations of massive vote buying, while the turnout in several local government areas was low. Several party leaders and voters alleged vote buying in polling units across the state, despite a series of warnings by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and the Law Enforcement Agency.
Do you have your result sheet? Why? So they are writing the results somewhere and we are voting here. No, that is not proper. Why are the result sheets not here? What is the polling unit here? What is the 013? People are voting and the result sheet is somewhere else and they are completing the result sheets there and computing the results. This is Ehiala. Amamo, Ward A. In Juniorate, the same thing is happening.
This is impunity. How can you, in front of the ballot boxes, in front of the very place, you are sharing money? And see, the policeman is there, all looking.
A political observer from a foreign observer group, Jim Okolo, expressed satisfaction with the outcome of the election, but called on INEC to punish electoral offenders to retain the confidence of voters.
Well, I would say for a fact that the electoral management body, which is INEC, and the political parties must be blamed for this, because they didn't carry out their statutory functions prior to elections, or the main election, which is voters' education, advocacy and awareness, educating them and trying to let them know how it's important for them to vote and elect leaders that will be in the helm of affairs for another 4 years.
Another election observer said the election was not credible as there were cases of vote buying witnessed at some polling units.
Turned out, but not as expected. The accredited voters were much, the registered voters were much, but those who came for the voting were, I think people are just complacent. I think people are tired. I think people just see this as a charade. And we need to do better. Both INEC, both us as citizens, the political parties, nobody should be able to manipulate the the outcome of election with money. Nobody should be able to manipulate the result of an election. So you are free to misbehave and to misrule on election day. You bring out all the money in government house and you just buy voters and everything. We are going to submit our reports to INEC and we are going to make our report public.
you can trust me that we are going to actually have a press conference where we will tell the public what we witnessed in Anambra.
There was a general voter apathy in the election, prompting calls for review of the off-cycle elections.
Most times these off-cycle elections is a major issue because I was asking some persons who have been participating in elections like that in this particular polling booth, and they said in every off-cycle elections we always have registered voter apathy. So I think that might be one contributory factor. INEC, for me, INEC has not done much in terms of creation of awareness because it's an off-cycle election. I expected that even the town crier organized by INEC should be around, going from villages to village, so people to come out and cast their votes.
An election observer, Professor Ima Ezeanwaji from the Society for Equity, Justice and Peace, SEJUP, blamed the poor voting sensitization by INEC and the state government as major factors.
Sensitization, I think INEC has been failing in this one. Political parties have been failing because it's supposed to be a joint responsibility between the political party and the INEC. We need people to be more sensitized than what we are seeing.
With the return of Chukwuma Soludo as the governor of Anambra State, the people are hopeful that the economic struggles, including youth unemployment and insecurity, will receive needed attention. In Anambra, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
It's beginning to look like the dawn of a new era in Enugu's transport system. The streets of Enugu have taken the spotlight since Thursday, August 15, 2025, when Governor Peter Mba inaugurated the 5 state-of-the-art bus terminals alongside the rollout of luxurious CNG buses. From Holy Ghost to Ababa, Nsoka, Gariki, and other suburban routes, the buses now crisscross the city, offering a fresh experience for commuters.
The machine will deduct amount program for the specific area the person is going, whether Holy Ghost, whether depending on where that bus is going for that particular job. That is how it works.
At Gariki Terminal, the terminal officer Antonia Anyoke, who couldn't hide her excitement, took Signature TV around the new facility. She explained the boarding process and showcased the station code numbers engraved on the buses, designed to enhance identity and tracking.
Yes. The terminal was commissioned on 14th. The new card was distributed on 15th, and a free ride was given to passengers. That was 15th. Then we are sensitizing people how to use the card. Because some people don't know how to use the card. We are giving, telling people, moving around, telling them how to use the card and showing them how to use the card.
Some passengers compared the CNG buses with the old transport network, praising features like comfort, affordability, and improved safety. To them, this feels like a breath of fresh air.
I normally take cab or keke, but now this luxurious bus will make it more easier and more affordable for us to go to our various destinations.
A lot of things. One, I think there's a door there, another door, and there are 2 doors, and it's spacious for somebody, and it's a lot of windows, and there's AC inside, so it's a lot easier for everybody, any passenger than buses and big buses with tricycles.
Hello, beautiful people of Nigeria. It's a beautiful new day on, of course, Signature Television. This is a new day where we look at some of the stories making the headlines on the national dailies and also have some guests to discuss some trending stories, matters that affect us as Nigerians. My name is Christopher Lely. Welcome to New Day. Stay with us. Coming up shortly is the newspaper headlines. All right, welcome back. We go straight to the newspaper reviews. Let's take a look at some of, the stories making the round on the national dailies, or what the papers are saying this Saturday morning. And we'll be kicking off with the Punch newspaper. That's our first story to look at for Saturday Punch. With major story that says kidnap terror, 30 Kwara kings flee palaces. Rider says gunmen target monarchs, demand up to 400 million naira ransom. Traditional ruler, wife, son killed in fresh Benue attack. Still on the Punch newspaper, how Adelabu resigned against Tinubu's wish. And 6 double first-class law graduates share triumphs. Delta community where residents drink from human waste polluted river. My sister died after doctor forgot scissors in her stomach. The sibling speaking there. Fubara of Fallon, or rather, Lagosians free to move during sanitation. Lagosians free to move during sanitation. 36 billion naira fraud. Ex-Sky Bank chairman enters EFCC net. Federal government to Nigerians, shut down your businesses in South Africa. Finally, Emir Sanusi knocks federal government borrowing. Presidency hits back. All right, that's it on the Saturday Punch. We take a look at Weekend Trust. Weekend Trust is the next paper we shall be looking at. The major story here says renewed hope, slogan, policy, or campaign. You can see an image here where there is a renewed hope on a supposed cake, which is the ambition. All right, away from there, we see unemployment, skills deficit, degree bias worsen crisis. Skills deficit, degree bias worsen crisis. 11 years after. How clean is Ogoni? Malaria Day, rising treatment cost, prevalence dipping, Nigerians burden. Malaria Day, rising treatment cost, prevalence dipping, Nigerians burden. Alleged coup, military begin trial of 36 officers. Again, Emir Sanusi questions federal government borrowing after subsidy removal. Right, you can find this on the Weekend Trust. And our next paper is The Guardian Weekend. On The Guardian Weekend, what happened to Tinubu's government of national competence? That's a question. Discordant tunes trailed federal government tariff cuts on food imports. Still on The Guardian newspaper, World Malaria Day. Malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication. Then the writer here says, kills 610,000 people in 2024. Losses $1.1 billion yearly to scourge. Chevron pushes for stronger action against malaria. Nigeria bears highest global burden with 30.3% of deaths. Experts seek improved funding, community involvement to achieve goals. Still on the Guardian newspaper, confusion as military bars journalists from covering trial of alleged coup plotters, pledges fairness. Third-party insurance. Court bars police, FRSC, from imposing fines on defaulting motorists. I have a responsibility to address Nigeria's housing shortfalls, says Minister. Rider says, you are fit for the job. Tinubu speaking there. Right away from the Guardian newspaper, we take a look at the Blueprint newspaper. The Blueprint Weekend has it as its major story here, Lassa fever. Experts offer advice as death toll hits 170. Relief as federal government raises allowances to boost civil servants' welfare. 38 health workers so far infected this year, NCDC speaking there. And pregnant women, children at higher risk. Maritamako, we've scaled up response through multi-partner approach. Local equity market sustains bullish run, gains 1.858 trillion naira. Ex-Super Eagles striker Eniramo collapses, dies in Kaduna. That's a sad one. Stakeholders urge stricter COVID-19 safety measures in schools, workplaces. Stakeholders urge stricter COVID-19 safety measures in schools, workplaces. Tinubu swears in drama as housing minister. Military pledges fair trial for 36 alleged coup suspects. Right away from the Blueprint newspaper, we take a look at the Nigerian Tribune. That's Saturday Tribune newspaper. I sold raw rice beans in wheelbarrow to mask my kidnapping business in Oyo. Wow. I sold raw rice beans in wheelbarrow to mask my kidnapping business in Oyo. Alright, you can find that on page 10 of the Saturday Tribune newspaper. My wife's lover slapped me, almost ran me over with his car. Man tells Ibadan court. Coup, 36 officers docked at military trial. Media barred from coverage. Phones disallowed. You can find that on page 4 of the Saturday Tribune. Gunmen killed traditional ruler, wife, son, 2 others in Benue. Very sad. Third-party insurance. Court bars police, FRSC, from imposing fines on motorists. Police repel bandit attacks, recover ammunition in Sokoto. Politicians have been unfair to Nigerians. Archbishop Akin Fewa speaking there. And finally, where is my father? He left home this morning to fend for us. He can't be dead. Daughter of tricycle driver crushed by petrol tanker in Ibadan cries out at scene of accident. That is on page 10 of the Saturday Tribune newspaper. Sad stories everywhere on the papers. And then we have the Saturday Independent. On the Saturday Independent newspaper, ministerial change. Nigerians should expect greater hardship from Tinubu government. As she's speaking there. Nigerians should expect greater hardship from Tinubu government. Ache boss speaking there. ADC disputes Wike's claim. Says Rivers governorship choice lies with voters. The grandeur of a milestone. How Independence Silver Jubilee sets pace for next 25 years of modern journalism. Reform fatigue. Policy inconsistency rules pose significant risks to Nigeria's economic growth. Reform fatigue. Policy significant risks to Nigerians' economic growth. NESG speaking there. NNPC denies claims of refinery scrap sales, warns public about fraudsters. Experts question impact of new credential policy on certificate forgery ahead of 2027 elections. Alright, that's it on the papers this morning. Stories here that are not too exciting to look at, but it is what it is, and we'll go straight to the review. Okay, to get the thoughts of our analysts, we have Maduka, the Oracle Rider, with us in the studio. Good morning and welcome to New Day.
Good morning, Chris.
How's it going this morning?
I'm doing well, we thank God. Despite all the sad stories going around and making around in Nigeria, we still thank God that the life of a Nigerian is once you wake up and you can breathe, you thank God, because nothing is assured. And, you know, everything is placed on the God's hand. That's why it is. So welcome to another day, a new day, our signature and a newspaper review. I am here again. We thank God for His mercy.
Yeah, 36 officers docked, you know, for trial, and media coverage has been barred, films disallowed, and the judges, the military, they've promised fairness. You know, when judgments like this, you know, trials are concerned in Nigeria, fairness is always questioned. What's your reaction to this?
This is the first time, although after democratic reforms, Nigeria been shielded away, directly or indirectly, from this kind of stories for a very long time. A lot of people born in Nigeria between the days of 1983 coming around, we went into steady run of democracy. There has not been an issue of coup. But we that grew up those days, you wake up in the morning and hear martial music of army over the radio, and you hear a voice telling you to stay calm, that all borders, both seaport and airports, are closed, that everybody should remain calm, that they've taken over, you know, all those kind of cool statements. Has been, by the way, most children who were born in the last 30 years did not witness this kind of. But I just want to refer that all those times we were hearing martial music and voices of coup plotters taking over the government of Nigeria, successfully or unsuccessfully, there has never been a time of what they call camera trial, you know, of shielding away the media and the public from hearing. Now the question is, what is the military afraid of? If they are sure to deliver justice. There's this saying in my place that when somebody throws a blow, and if the punch is so strong, they will ask him, open your hand, are you sure you're not holding stone? You know, now that the army want to do this, they should throw this punch, they should open their hands and say, we're not holding stone, no, they are transparent, we are accountable, we are just fair. With these headline stories of barring the media, no phones, nothing, and they want to do it, you know, secret trial. It marks of a lot of things, you know. They might still be right, they might still are sure of justice, but then it's their word against every other Nigerian who are interested in the story. I could have, since they have the military, to make sure that they open up the trial and they have control and take control of it. They still know what to do if they want to do. But since they've decided to go the way of barring the media, no problem. The media can't do otherwise. If Nigerians want secret trials of whatever happens in Nigeria, they want to put the media aside. It's all well and good. However we make our mouth, we lie on it. But we believe the media will always report what is happening. And if you are taking any action in Nigeria and you are sure of what you are doing and you can't justify it and it's just and fair, why are you burying the media? So that's what I would do. Let the army try the 36 coup plotters. Let's hope on their guarantee that they will give fair trial. But fair trial cannot be determined from one point of view of one person. They are judge and jury in their own case. So in this case, if they don't allow witnesses, which is the media that will tell the world how fair and plain and how transparent the trials are, you know, it leaves a comma in the whole process. That's all I can say.
Yeah, indeed, it leaves a comma. Questions that people will feel uncomfortable with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And to tell you the truth, Chris, for us to begin to hear issue of coup 2026, how many years of Nigerian independence? It shows we are not making that much democratic success. Because at this time, we should be consolidating on democracy and the dividends, and not for, and the coups and taking over government through that means. Should have been a thing of the past. For it to reoccur at this time, it means everything is not well, from my own point of view.
Yeah, yeah. And then, of course, still on the government, we have different stakeholders hitting on the federal government regarding the borrowing again. This time around, we have the mayor of Sanusi, we have even Atiku Abubakar also hit on the government too. A couple of stakeholders have been questioning. After the whole subsidy removal, you said there will be money that will be available to sustain the nation at some point. What is happening? You've been borrowing and borrowing, and the funny part of it is that these borrowings will not be paid mostly by this administration, because after this administration, the debt will be there for generations to come to clear off. What's your reaction to this?
My reaction is simple. When somebody like Emma Sanusi confirmed and qualified financial expert who had been at the helm at one time of being governor of Nigeria Central Bank for a long time, and with his stance and his stand on issues over time, whenever he speaks on issues like this, most people will not take it just lying like that. They will look at it, because a lot of people have been saying, but when important personalities like the Emir Sanusi put his word on why are we still borrowing, it raises a lot of mind, because now it draws the mind of every Nigerian to the fact that the subsidy was removed. And Nigerians say, hey, it's beautiful. Even Sanusi himself was very happy that he supported the removal of subsidy, because even while he was in government, he was crying that borrowing is not to our advantage. Now, or working on subsidy of actually getting some, he described them as mafias who are holding Nigeria to the jugular and making us to be on permanent servicing of debt that is not even accountable and not sustained, and nobody could explain why. They just tell you how much fuel has been imported and government will pay them. Now, when that was removed, we felt that we are on a move. So what have we consolidated after we removed subsidy, and there were money that were amassed from that removal of subsidy, which were being paid by the blood and sweat of every Nigerian. Because when the subsidy was removed, you remember what fuel began to cost in Nigeria at that time, up to now. With all this, Nigeria is making money, and the state governors from the FAC, that's the Federal Allocation Commission, the Fiscal Allocation Commission, whatever their name is, that commission, shows that the state governments receive a lot of money now. And now you are asking, if we are making more money, we should be using it for. But we still borrow. We borrow to pay salaries. We borrow to service our habits of our pensions, of living big. We borrow. There's no sacrifice from the point of view of the government, as it were. Because when you are taxing the poor masses to be paying for removal of subsidy, and the money is accruing from all round, you still go ahead. The debt profile of Nigeria within the last 3 years has surpassed anything you can think about since our independence. So the question, when people are asking, why are we still borrowing when you have removed subsidy, when there is a lot of things you have promised that is happening, it raises a lot of issues, because the working class are making demands, increase our welfare, and the government even now. Our President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, Jagaban himself, the President of Nigeria, said he's going to even increase the allowances of civil servants too. Is it with what we borrowed? Are we borrowing to increase the allowances and the salaries and all? How are we going to pay that debt? Who is going to pay? Like you said, the next 40 generations of yet unborn Nigerians are in debt already. Somebody did a calculation. He said, with our debt profile now, every single Nigerian child, every single person is owing about 700,000 naira. With 70,000 naira minimum wage, and most Nigerians who cannot afford even one single meal a day of the meal that you put in all ramifications, it shows is a very poor meal that people survive on, are owing for what they did not chop. So why is this, the question is, why is it so comfortable for the government to be taxing the public and the increasing tariff and cost of living, removing subsidy and all, and they still borrow? And you look around, you can't call the government now and say, show us evidences, you know, of what these borrowings have been used for to better our life. Because if you are borrowing for us as Nigerians, we should see, let it trickle and bear on our life. What, when anybody say it, like Atiku we say, hey, it's an opposition. But now, Sanusi, who is an independent person, one of the high-class traditional rulers, and one time a financial expert. A financial expert he is, not just one time, still remains. He's talking about it, and he gave a very detailed analysis of why he doesn't think the borrowing has been effective and have yielded us good results.
Yeah, it's really a sad one. Let's a couple of stories that it's really on the newspaper. I would like us to look at the South Africa. We'll get to the Kwara, but let's look at the South Africa where the federal government has asked South Africans to shut their businesses.
Nigerians in South Africa to shut down their businesses.
Yes, shut down the businesses.
I think, is this a diplomatic strategy? Is the federal government saying?
One of the videos I saw online, they were questioning a Nigerian selling clothes, more like okrika, something like that, questioning and more like a threatening tone. And the man was saying that he lives here, his children, the family is not far from his shop and all of that. Maybe because of the threats that they are facing right now, suggesting that they should shut down and see how things turn out. But I was expecting more.
Yeah, using paper to cure madness will not sort it. Because if Nigerians close their business, is Nigerian government prepared to pull every Nigerian in South Africa back home and rehabilitate them? Are we saying that all South Africans in Nigeria, if there are any, should also close their shops and go home? What is the meaning of that to our diplomatic relations with South Africa? Is that the best way to solve such diplomatic thing? If the life of Nigerians in South Africa are threatened, and you say, okay, stay off, close your businesses, who will feed them at that time? What is the fact that from closing their shop, that their security is guaranteed? Because this xenophobia thing that has been cropping up in South Africa has taken a new turn. And I want to say, if South Africa do not want Nigeria to have diplomatic relations, let them cut it, let them just severe it and let everybody go home. I know why I'm saying. Most Nigerians in South Africa are profiled. If you check the people in South Africa and their tribes in Nigeria, one particular tribe in Nigeria might be getting up to 70% of Nigerians in South Africa. So I know why I'm saying this. Because for government to be handling this way is kid gloves. They should have come out with more clear things that they are doing to solve this diplomatic mess. Because for the two big nations in Africa to be engaging in this, and even the government of South Africa, we have not seen from what is happening their moves to make sure their people stop harassing Nigerians and killing Nigerians. We have seen viral videos of how a lot of things that if you start saying is like you're promoting. But if they say, close down your shops, come back home, let them also know that what is in a rat's house is also in a lizard's house. That if you ask everybody to go home to their maternal home, uncle's home, you will not find anybody in Nigeria because everybody has a maternal home.
Talking about not find anybody in Nigeria, just a quick one before we wrap it because we're almost behind time. 30 Kwara kings flee from their palaces, where we have gunmen, target monarchs, demand up to 400 million naira, and also traditional ruler wife son killed in fresh Benue attack.
Every morning we pick up the Nigerian newspapers. You find bandits and terrorism in Nigeria it takes new turn every day. And such turn is not like it's coming, it's taking what you call mega dangerous turn. If he has gotten from taking ordinary Nigerians now, they're going for high profile traditional rulers and people, VIPs in the communities, and they demand as much as 400 million when one person is picked. And if the person is not, those ones who survived will be there, they will haggling over their life the way they buy cow in Nigeria. Now, when that is over and it's not working out, they begin to kill, and you see fresh killings, and they have moved on up. They moved up. And some people in these communities where their traditional rulers are being killed and they are fleeing, 36, 30 has already fleeing. That means they've given up. Because when the traditional ruler of a community runs away and go into exile or go to IDP camp, he has abandoned their community to the bandits and terror. So it means that 30 communities in Kwara is now in the hand of bandits and terror. That's what it means. Because once a traditional ruler leaves palace and then runs away for his dear life, he has submitted that community to the bandit. And we have National Assembly members who those communities are their constituencies. And they are comfortable in Abuja talking about 2027 election. I have said several times that bandit and terrorism in Nigeria is moving gradually. It's from, look at it now, from families, picking families. It moves from picking community leaders, and from community leaders they will move. Let's watch it. Any slave that sees where a fellow slave is being killed, let him know the same fate awaits him. So whether you are in Abuja, whether you are a National Assembly member, whether you are governor, commissioners, even local government chairmen and councillors, and all them, they think they are safe. With this, what is happening now, it shows that they can pick anybody they want at any time. So they are moving up. They are upping their game. And it's a very dangerous, we keep saying, there's nothing that will make anybody who has that, who is a sane and sincere and honest Nigeria and a good-spirited Nigeria that will support bandits and terror. And anything that is linked with it, because it is filled up with sorrow, tragedy, and the things that you can't imagine that's happening to human beings. And it's moving up to this. So it keeps showing us a picture of that nobody is safe from bandits and terrorism in Nigeria. So the government, whatever they're doing, they should do fast. Because now that everybody is telling us, I keep referring to what the Senate President, His Excellency Akpabio, the President of Federal Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria, said that it's after 2027 that these bandits and terror and killings and all will stop. Meaning that we have to deal with it. And the question is, how many of Nigerians with this rate will survive till 2027 to wait for whatever the government in power will do to stop it? It's sad. It's sad, it's sad, and it shows that those of us in Nigeria who have not jackpot and are still here are on our own. Like they say, OYO, we are on our own. And it's a very dangerous precedent.
At the mercy of God's hand, so you just be careful where you are and just look out for yourself and your neighbor, be your brother's keeper, because this is just one of the times that being a Nigerian is very, very challenging. But then again, this is how far we go into this edition of the newspaper.
That's how we go, Chris. So God bless all those who have joined us. God bless you for being with us on a new day. It's a new day. We find some new developments. Some of them are not too palatable. But let's use the one that's palatable to still hold faith in Nigeria. We believe that one day it will be over. Only those who remain alive from all this challenging our lives will celebrate when it's the time is done. But thank you for being here. God bless you. God bless you, Chris. God bless me too. God bless Signature TV. God bless you. You are there. We are here because you are there. Keep following Signature TV. Share, comment, and tell us what we are doing right. Tell the world what you are doing wrong. Tell us. God bless you. But remember that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. Thank you.
All right, then, this is how far we go on this very edition. Stay with us because we have more exciting package coming your way. Don't go nowhere.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Popular media personality Robbie Ekpo and his ex-wife Mayowa Lambi has currently embroiled in public and legal disputes following revelation about their past relationship and her recent remarriage in the United States. The controversy began after Ekpo's emotional appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast, where he reacted to reports that Lambe had married another man abroad without formally dissolving their marriage. He expressed shock over the development, maintaining that they were still legally married. Ekpo also recounted how he supported Lambe's relocation overseas and claimed he continued to assist her financially, including allegedly purchasing a flight ticket for her during a recent visit to Nigeria. He further alleged that throughout their 11-year marriage, Lambe secretly used contraceptives while he sought medical help over fertility concerns. Ekpo also claimed to have evidence that he was sending her money without knowing she was living with another man. He described the situation as painful, stating that he discovered her remarriage through videos and photos circulating on social media. The interview sparked widespread reactions online, with some Nigerians criticizing Lambe while others called for her side of the story. In response, Lambe, through her lawyer Chinedu Nwaneli, issued a cease and desist notice to Ekpo. She demanded that he take down all related posts, retract his statements, and issue a public apology within 48 hours. The notice also includes a demand for 100 million naira in damages for alleged defamation, warning of legal action if the conditions were not met. Lambe maintained that their marital relationship had been mutually terminated in May 2025. Challenging the notice, Ekpo, through his legal representatives at TAP Legal Services, described the 100 million naira demand as excessive, unfounded, and premature. He insisted that his statements were based on personal experiences and not made with malicious intent, adding that he was prepared to defend himself in court with evidence. Ekpo also revealed plans to petition the United States authorities over alleged marriage fraud, stating that he would submit all relevant evidence as part of his case. R&B singer David is facing serious criminal charges in the United States over the death of teenage girl whose decomposed body was discovered in his vehicle. Prosecutors allege that the 21-year-old artist born David Burke murdered 14-year-old Celeste Rivers Hernandez and dismembered her body, leaving the remains in bags inside his Tesla. Authorities claim the incident occurred in April last year, and her body was later found at a tow yard in September. While the preliminary hearing in Los Angeles, prosecutors revealed that a search of Burke's phone allegedly uncovered a significant amount of illegal explicit material involving minors. They did not clarify whether it was connected to the victim. Investigators believe this teenager had been in a relationship with Burke and allege he killed her to prevent exposure. An autopsy later confirmed she died from multiple injuries, with drugs and alcohol also found in her system. Burke has denied all charges, including murder, sexual abuse of a minor, and mutilation of human remains. He remains in custody as the case proceeds. American rapper Kanye West is set to perform in Prague this summer. According to event organizers, Zuzana Rambova, director of the Churchill Arena Racecourse confirmed that the concert will take place in July 25th, although further details about the show has not been disclosed. Czech media reports indicates that the event is being organized by ENUGU Production, a company reportedly owned by Slovak entrepreneur Hugo Varga. The announcement comes after a previously planned performance by the rapper in Bratislava, Slovakia, was cancelled last year. The cancellation followed controversy surrounding a song he released on May 8, 2025, coinciding with the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, which sparked public backlash. Thousands of people had signed a petition opposing his scheduled appearance at the Slovak festival, leading organizers to call off the event. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokunta, Signature TV News.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
So good to know you're still with us. So based on popular demand, there is, of course, one of the interviews we had, the marginalization of the Igbo people in Nigeria. That has been a major conversation in one of the times, and we've got a couple of people requesting to still have a watch of that very conversation. Please take a look.
The decision they took by handing over to Fulanis, who we are and are, as of today, 7 million in the whole world. While Hebrew population, we call it Igbo, was and is today 801 million. Call it Hebrew Empire, which started from Senegal to the present Gabon. Now, if you track that, you find out where the anger started. Then the pogrom was to stop us from ruling the world, what you call the Biafran Nigerian War, but it's called Third World War or pogrom. You have to find out what is causing the sickness before you can cure it. You have to find out what is propelling the problem we have in Nigeria. The thing propelling is backward integration of hatred that has been. The Yorubas or Agbada Iribidi, we are our brothers. We fought the war in Ghana. You know all that has been going on. We fought the war in Ghana for 300 years with Oro Kanamaya that commanded the Goldies to further. Before they came down, they came from the home called Agbada Iribidi. They are our brothers, but because of lies told by the colonial monsters, because when you call somebody master, there is no other position remaining except slave or servant. So the colonial monsters, who were actually terrorists of that epoch, brought about the hatred of the Hebrews, who are called the Igbos. But try to understand this, that history lied to us, so we have to produce our own story, my own story, and our own story. until our children, until the upcoming generation understand the reality, the truth of what happened, you may not know the actions being taken by our leaders. Thank you.
All right, Prof. We'll still get back to my question about if there was any sort of comment from presidency as regards the Igwe's appeal, but there was something that you said that actually caught my attention. You keep calling Igbos Hebrews. We know that there's a school of thought that actually insists that Igbos are from, the Jewish, the Hebrew nation. What exactly is our story? Because you mentioned their story. What exactly is the Igbo's, story? If you can just summarize it in a bit.
Now, the word Hebrew or Igbo as they wrote it, Ndigbo, the ancient. Now, if you want to track the Bible, Abraham left Egypt and went south. Where is south of Egypt? The south of Egypt, going down to the mountain until you come to Mountain Kilimanjaro, which we call today. They say, look east, west, north, and south. That is actually the promised land. No, so don't reverse this thing they're telling us today. Don't reverse it, because we know that there is nothing like Middle East. It is called Northern Africa, or that is, if you use the word Africa that we are giving to us, it's called Northern Africa. We didn't come out from Israelis. Rather, Israeli came here where Moses took them out of Egypt to that place. Moses, as we want to call him. Now, if you look at the Torah, check the last prophet at the Torah, you look at it. So C-H-E in the English language is called chemistry. C-H-I is called sheep. His name is Malachi, and if you want to Malachi, you go to Genesis, you call it Genesis. If you look at it very carefully, you understand that a lot of manipulation, the world we're living in lies and liars' constitution. Because of that, people do not know reality. The reality has to be told that we did not come out from Israel. Rather, Israel came out from us. Omenanai, our own Omenana, not present Omenana that have been Pentecostalized right now, not what they're doing now. Everybody is grabbing for money. And the same thing is going on in the churches. They're using fetish system. The woman and the man will use Insu, will use Oppo, will use that. The churchman will use Bible, they use cross, they use, all of them are fetish. Those are what they're doing right now. But we're talking of reality. The reality is that our people are actually the origin of the world. The world started at ENUGU. We know this. I have written 62 books. You can go and make references in Google and others and find out on Amazon and other book and FBS and all of that. You can go and find out the reality of how the world started. The world started at ENUGU. The first pyramid called Zingara was built at Uji Hill. It is still there. After that, we went to North. From North, went to Sudan. From Sudan, went to Egypt. Egypt is not having the highest pyramid or the first pyramid. It was built at at Uji Hill. Right now, the pyramid is still there, called Zongara. It's there. So we have these relics of reality of how human beings started. We know that the Yorubas are our brothers. They were all together as one. We never fought one another. The problem we have is listening to colonial monsters on stories about who we are. We're not supposed to be having problems. Let me tell you, if the Yorubas and Igbos do not unite, the black man will continue to suffer persecution from the colonial monsters called the albinos or the Caucasians forever. The Caucasians, have what they call Nadientan score or Nadientan skin, which is recessive, while we have Cro-Magnon that is not recessive. Our own is friendly to the sun, their own is not. So you know the origin of man, the very person that owns this earth, and how we started it. And all the discoveries you have in this world, even America, as you said, it's called Amerigo Munka. The man who discovered America is from Oka. His name is Amarizo. His country is in South America. Those no bomb reported Amerigo Munka. Chicago, the woman called it Chicago. San Diego, the woman called it San Diego. Ohio, the woman called Ohio. All these names were twisted, just as we have it in River State today. Rumor this. After 100 years, because Rumokoro instead of Rumokoro, the whole world is living in lies and liars' constitution. We know this. And the sooner the Yoruba man understands that without peace with Igbo, the black race will be destroyed. So they should stop believing all this lies history. History has been programmed to deceive us, to put us into confusion. And that's why the real history is banned from African schools. But then we are alive today. We are the one not going to blame our forefathers. We're going to be blaming ourselves if we don't leave the truth for the upcoming generation and the present generation. the truth of what is going on. The Yorubas should find a way to understand their culture and tradition. Their own symbol is sheep. Our own symbol is goat. The symbol of the Fulanis or the Hausas is cow. We should understand that the goat and the sheep can breed together, but they can never fight. But understand this policy of trouble being created by the foreign powers. And again, let me tell you something that will interest you, that is causing our leaders, the so-called Igbo leaders, to have problems. Oboho went and did his own, he was forgiven. The Fulanis who used ISWAP, Hasmen, and Boko Haram did their own, their names were given to them. Nnamdi Kanu spoke his own. You know, I went to see him in January 18th, 2026, and the women are trying to go and see him again before we now go and visit the Oni of Ife, because that seems to understand. The Oni of Ife understands what I'm saying. He's listening to me. Now, if Buhari is still alive and is listening to me, you understand the little boy that met you in 1985 and told you in 3 weeks Babangida was going to overthrow you. You offered me something, I rejected. Then Babangida came in, I met him in 1986, and Babangida offered me something in the government, I refused. Abiola also offered me, I refused. I told him he was going to be president, but he cannot be president, he will go to heaven. All these things are in our Nigerian newspapers. But do you know why I rejected those government things? Because when government gives you contract, they now come back to start blackmailing you. That process of blackmailing goes on up to today. That's why the woman is afraid of his project, is afraid of his contract, is afraid of that. That's why, as a little boy, I rejected government contract. Imagine the head of state offering me something, I said no. Assuming I've had it, I won't be able to speak boldly. But because I didn't have it, I yet have traveled different parts of the world. Yet I have my first, second degree and the others. Without those government contracts, our people are afraid of being exposed because of the way they enter the government through the window, or the foreign powers are holding them in blackmail. You know, when you use the word blackmail, we don't use mail here. What we use is gun, so call it white mail, because anything black seems to be painted evil. Therefore, the so-called leaders, both all over Africa, we don't have a country where we have nation prepared by 1884 for economic swapping. So the so-called leaders enter the government from backside. So these people know they will start blackmailing them. The government themselves also are blackmailing our traditional leaders because they have contract there. Assuming you don't have contract there, you don't have stakes there, you will not be threatened that if you talk anything, your contract will be removed or your job will be cancelled. You won't be able to progress. That's why they cannot speak out. My uncle, late uncle, Mbazlika mentioned, the boy is good, went to see Buhari, asking him for him to release Nnamdi Kanu to him, and he never had any government contract. That's why he spoke boldly. He's the junior brother of my mother. Therefore, I'm speaking like him. I don't have anything in my cupboard. Let's call it skeleton, whatever name you want to give it. What I know is that the Igbos and the Yorubas, called Agbada Irigi, not Yoruba, must unite to be able to have freedom from this coming threat, from this coming blackmailing. The blackmailing did not start just from us. It started from colonial monsters. That's why they are blackmailing you. If you didn't win election, they put you here. Anyway, I don't call it election. I call it selection. If you are not selected to be, if you are not selected by them, they won't be bribing you. They won't be. They will not be threatening you with exposure, threatening you with blackmail. But because they put you there, they blackmail you, they tell you what you do. You must do that, you must do that, you must do that. Look at what is going on. What is going on in our nations or Nigeria or whatever you call ourselves is what they want. What we should do is to return back to our ancestors who lived in empires. There were only 4 empires in the so-called Africa, which the name you are giving to us, which if you look at the Bible, we call it Gehon. In Genesis, this place was called Gehon. So the real thing is that whatever I'm telling you today is not written in any book, because the history books were written by them. The conquerors wrote what you are reading, and based on that, your mind is dependent on what you are told. So what we are told about the Yorubas is what the Igbos know. What the Igbos we are told about the Fulanis also is what they know, and because of that, they will act on that. The real problem we have here is to dismantle. We must dismantle these lies, the lies of history, and tell our own story, my own story, and our own story, the way it is. We must dig into facts to find out what is going on. The Igbos have been marginalized based on fact that the white man is afraid of them. That's all. That's the only reason. They have fought them. They fought them. Go and check history and check Ekumeku warrior who fought them for 31 years and killed so many British children. And that war ended in 1914. It was the same 1914 Nigeria was amalgamated, and because of that fear of development of taking over, which Michael Opera and the rest of them organized, because of that fear, they went and handed over the power to the Fulanis. And that is what is going on today. We're not enemies to Fulanis. We're not enemies to the Hausas. We're not enemies to any of them. We were living together in empires before called clans. Everybody is living his own clan. Here is a place that will live peacefully. Let me tell you, if you want to speak the truth to us, the Benin had streets. They had street lights. They have electricity at Impute. They had all these things. There were telephone. Telephone was not meant. It was called phone, not phone. Computer, not computer. All these things were here. So they came and destroy whatever they can destroy, and then after studying it, they brought it back to us. And now the only way to rule us is to make us forget the past, or to depend on what we're told about the past. How can you be living life on what you were told about you? Then they brought brainwashed education, whereby if you remember, if you don't remember, you don't pass the exam. If you remember, you pass the exam. Instead of skill acquisition education system, whereby people learn how to develop their skill and to create with their mind and their brain. What we are doing here is remembrance education. We should change all these things and change the name. Listen to me. Those who understand what I'm doing, what I'm saying, have taken steps towards that. At Burkina Faso, at Ghana, was called Gold Coast. Ivory Coast was so where they were stealing Ivory. Niger area is where they took 17 million people to slavery. Niger area, Niger, stupid, useless human being area called Nigeria. How can you, at this age, be saying Mongofa discovered Nigeria? My friend, can't you reason? Freedom and reason make you human being. If you don't have freedom, if you don't reason, you're not human, you're just mere animal. So how can you, at this age, be saying Mongofa discovered Nigeria? Was River Niger lost? Was River Niger not existing there before the so-called idiot Mongofa came to vandalize our nation? There was electricity at a place called Mbutu. The British Navy bombed the place. Go bomb Gusa, bomb Nembe, bomb many places alive, and bomb the children alive, took up all the technology they have there. Today now, it is them that have the technology. What is technology? What is it they have brought to us? Religion? No, they didn't bring religion to us. They didn't bring religion to us. The thing we are having, religion comes from culture and tradition of the people for interpretation of the nation. That is the meaning of religion. Thank you.
Oh, you have spoken extensively, but let's bring it back to the recent events that I spoke about earlier before. The traditional ruler who spoke about the detention of Nnamdi Kanu also pointed at double standards of traditional rulers, and I assume concerning Nnamdi Kanu. Now, do you think that there are some Igbo players or actors that are directly involved in keeping Nnamdi Kanu, where he is today? Because you have mentioned a lot about, the white people and the colonial players, but you've not mentioned anything about local players. So what are your thoughts on this?
You can't win a war without a saboteur. There are many of them, as I told in my analysis. And the reason is because they are being blackmailed due to the fact they are having projects with government. I told you I was offered by Buhari, I was offered by Babangida. Babangida, if you are listening to me, the young man that gave me portrait in 1986 is the one talking. Now, I was offered job. I rejected it because I know what government will do to me to silence my mouth. That's why I said there are local players. If there are not, this thing will not happen. You cannot win a war without an internal saboteur. You must have somebody insider. If the problem of Nnamdi Kanu, 70% of the problem of Nnamdi Kanu are my people. Let's say people like me too, but not people like me in my own standard of rejecting federal government contracts. You now understand the difference. Mm-hmm. So they are there, and they are being controlled by blackmailing. I said I don't like to use the word blackmail because we don't use mail here, we use gun. So let's call it white mail. They are being white mailed by the government because of the contract they have. Therefore, they will dance to the tone of lies. Nnamdi Kanu did not commit much crime as the Boko Haram, as the ISWAP, who have been integrated into the army. He did not commit much crime as Ugboho. So, but yet he's been integrated into the society. The reason I told you this is happening, one, you must have the reason. If you have, I told you, if you want to solve a problem, please look into what caused the problem, not the problem itself, not the symptoms. What caused the problem? One is because we are taking contract from the government. Two, we have been lied to. Three, the white man is still afraid of us. And as I told you, the present government is afraid of emanation of Igbos. Based on the fact that after the war, we started Roda, ENUGU, we are producing cars, and the world do not want producers. What they want, consumers. They don't need those who can produce. During the war, we produced Omuni, we produced all kinds. We were not importing. We were producing and exporting, and the world do not want competitors. And they don't understand this thing. For the sake of goodness, for the sake of rational thinking, if you have three different kinds of human beings, one is a producer, one is a consumer, one is a marketer. You cannot work together. The body is divided into different parts, the hand, the leg, but they all work together as one. They could have allowed us to continue with what we had during the war, or the Agori Accord, which could have made us one of the greatest nations in the world. By now, Nigeria.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
As the 2027 elections is gearing up, you hear political conversations almost everywhere. You walk to the streets, to the markets, people talk about politics. And of course, just as the atmosphere is right now, politics is what we are discussing most of the times, looking at how the times are right now. We had a conversation on a political matter, 2027 political build-ups in Nigeria, democracy on text, where we have our guest Nnamdi Abana doing justice to that conversation. Please take a watch. It's really great to have you with us this morning.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Now, as this election kicks off, come 2027, would you say the democracy system is gradually, getting better, learning its mistakes? Or is it like a repeated pattern that we've been seeing over the years?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. For me, I would say that our democratic journey is not getting better, because what we've been seeing since 2023 has been disappointing. Many have been asking, are we really practicing democracy? Others are asking, is the Western democratic process, is it working for us in Nigeria? I remember Chief Olusegun Obasanjo recommending an Afro democracy, for Nigeria. So it's quite unfortunate that our elections have been characterized by electoral irregularities, rigging, and so on. And contemporarily speaking, we can see what is happening in the country, where it seems as though the opposition political parties are being frustrated by the ruling party, in terms of convention, denial of the Eagle Square for conventions, the use of the court processes to stall, the progress of other political parties. We've seen how the Minister of FCT, how he's been a member of the PDP and at the same time an advocate for the APC, using that to destabilize the People's Democratic Party. So for me, I will say that democracy in Nigeria is fledgling.
Okay, that now brings me to the next question. How much faith do you think Nigerians, the average Nigerian, have for the electoral process, looking at the irregularities experienced in previous elections?
I think that
Are you there?
I didn't get the question.
Yes, I said, how much faith do you think Nigerians have on the electoral process, looking at the irregularities they've experienced in the previous elections?
Okay, when you talk about faith in the electoral system or the electoral process, many Nigerians are disillusioned. It's just a handful of Nigerians that still believe that, you know, they can effect a change through the electoral process. And this is the reason why when stripped out in mass, including the Nigerian youths, to see to it that the National Assembly, that they got it right. But unfortunately, that process was truncated. And that left many Nigerians in doubt. So for me, the forthcoming election, we may witness a lot of electoral apathy because many people are already of the sentiment that the president or the party in power is that they are going to rig the process. And again, the court, which is often referred to as the last hope of the common man, seems to have been compromised because when you eventually get to court to challenge the electoral victory of the ruling party, you end up losing out and wasting scarce resources. So many people have lost hope in the Nigerian democratic process, in the electoral system, and in our courts. So what we may see in the forthcoming election is we may see people standing there to ensure that the votes are counted and ensuring that the exact figures are transmitted. And I would like to say that with the current trajectory, we may experience a lot of electoral violence or political violence during the election because Nigerians, they've gotten to a frustration point and they wouldn't like their votes to be, truncated.
Okay, now you made mention of voter apathy. Let's look at it from this angle. This definitely is not going to favor the opposition parties. What is your suggestion, let's say advice for this opposition party? How can they, sensitize or get to the hearts of people to make sure that they still remain, how would I put it, victorious even after the election?
Well, we can take a cue from what the ADC is doing. We can take a cue from what the ADC is doing. We can see how the ruling party is trying to frustrate them with the machinery of government, threats from the FCT minister and so on. But they're still trudged on. Their convention shouldn't have held if they had followed the dictates of the FCT minister. But they still found a way of having their convention in a private establishment. That is what it should be. No political party should let the government frustrate them to the point where they can't have political gatherings, political conventions, and so on. They have to keep pushing hard. They have to keep pushing hard. Even when the courts are used against them, they still have to find a way of identifying a lacuna for them to be able to make a headway. If they don't adopt that approach, then most political parties will be dead on arrival. So I love what the ADC is doing by pushing and making effort to see to it that their party makes progress.
But another question on the lips of many Nigerians now is that these political parties, especially the opposition parties, are they really offering re-ideological choices, or is it just another familiar faces, under different banners, or shall I say umbrellas?
When we're talking about ideology, most political parties in Nigeria, they like ideology. Political platforms exist in Nigeria as an instrument for ascending to political power. From PDP to APC to ADC, none of the political parties in Nigeria are ideologically driven. When they get to power, it still boils down to the same system. So, for that question, all political parties are the same in terms of ideology. Forget about party manifestos. Most of them don't follow what is enshrined in their party manifesto. Yeah.
But with the threat from the current administration, can we say the opposition parties are really, positioning themselves as real opponents, or shall I say alternative, or they're just, doing initial grab to remain relevant?
Yes, I think that the opposition parties are doing what they're supposed to do, because they've been identifying the loopholes in the present APC regime or APC administration, and they've been calling them out and offering alternative solutions. That is the work of the opposition. Then you also look at the political figures, the political heavyweights in these opposition political parties, people like Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and so on. Most times they respond to, or they react and respond to the policies of government, the inaction of government. When it comes to security of lives and property, I'm aware that it will be vocal over the ineptitude of government in tackling the issues of security, especially when it has to do with the with acts of terrorism like what we saw in Jos, in Plateau states, and a few other states where the president dissided politically in quotes and then departed almost immediately. Amongst that, apart from that, then the economy and the general well-being of Nigerians, then some political arrests. We've seen how El Rufai is being persecuted and prosecuted by the government. So most opposition figures, they've been vocal about some of these actions of government. So I think that they are doing what they are supposed to do.
Now, you mentioned Peter Obi. I didn't really want to bring him in, at least not this soon. But since you mentioned, let's just go into it. Do you think he still has the chance? Do you see Nigerians still see him as the hope come 2027? Now, this is why I'm asking this question. Now, you know what you earlier mentioned, the voter apathy, especially the youths, with what happened 2023 general elections. You saw how the youth came out in their numbers and they were discouraged. And with the way things are happening now, it looks like many people will be withdrawn, or that's why we talked about the voter apathy. And he seemed to have more of online supporters. The youths that would have stood out for him will likely withdraw because of the way the situation of politics is now. Do you see people still coming out for him to vote for him 2027? Or they just don't believe in the system because they feel corruption will take place and he still may not win, so people may not bother? Or what's your take?
I think it's even if there is a voter apathy, I still am of the opinion that the majority of the people are coming out to vote for, that they are coming out to vote for P2B. Because if you check the sentiments of the Nigerian youths, both offline and online, most of them still believe in the person of P2B. Then you look at the so-called City Boys movement, which was formed earlier on. Then an alternative was also formed, the Village Boys movement. If you look at the activities of both bodies, you will see that most people are not for the City Boys movement. The Village Boys movement represents the grassroots, and most of them are for P2B. And P2B rightly said that apart from a few places, a few states, that the City Boys movement has not really made any inroad. Then you come to the Southeast. Some people are from the Southeast that signed up with the City Boys movement, or that are championing the City Boys movement. They've become persona non grata in the Southeast, which shows that the majority of the youths, not just in the Southeast, but beyond the Southeast, are not in support of what they are doing. In fact, some of them, the respect and reputation that they commanded previously has plummeted because of their involvement with the City Boys movement. So that is to tell you that lots of people are still in support of P2B. And then don't forget that there is the obedient movement. Recently, Abike Dabiri was attacking the obedient movement. It tells you that from the viciousness of the attack, the group is still very much alive, very much active, and very much influential for them to be talking about the group at this particular point in time.
Okay, so talking about the City Boys movement and the Village Boys movement, so to speak, let's look at the angle of Peter Obi, leaving the Labour Party for the ADC. How much sensitization have these movements, be it the obedient movement or the Village Boys, whatever, how much sensitization have they done to the grassroots? Because till now, some people still feel Peter Obi is in Labour Party because that was what they know him for.
That's erroneous.
Okay.
That's erroneous.
Okay.
Many people are aware that Peter Obi is already in the ANC. And let me tell you.
I'm talking about, I'm sorry you come to this. I'm talking about the grassroots, the villagers, those that are not so online, like most people are online.
They know.
Okay.
They are, I will tell you.
Okay, go
Just
on.
calm down.
I can hear you, go on.
Calm down at the village level, because I'm in touch with the grassroots too.
Okay.
At the grassroots, immediately Peter Obi moved, even up to the ward level. Remember, he was at his ward to pick up his membership card, and he addressed the people.
Okay.
So immediately he moved to ADC. The news went round through the structures in place that he had already moved to the ADC, and most of the Labour Party structures that they had at the grassroots metamorphosed into ADC. Some of them resigned and joined the ADC immediately. So the grassroots structures are still intact.
Okay.
They are still intact. They are the people pushing, Peter Obi's agenda. And currently, with the situation of things, what the sentiments are is this: that irrespective of the political party Peter Obi joins, that that the person that they are looking at is Peter Obi, not even necessarily the political party. So anywhere Peter Obi goes to, that is where the people will go to. And any political platform he chooses to ride on, that political party becomes prominent just by association with Peter Obi. So this is the reality on ground.
Okay, so in as much as the conversation is not about Peter Obi, but I'm just pushed a bit for us to just have these parts of the conversation. The fears that many people are having now about ADC and Peter Obi as well is the actions that the party is experiencing right now. That's for the ADC. And also, mind you, a couple of states in Nigeria, are being governed by the APC. Different defections you hear every now and then, people leaving one party to join the APC. And you know what it means when the governor of a state is in a particular party, it's almost always impossible for that party not to win in that state. Now, how can these fears, or shall I say concerns, be addressed so it doesn't affect the vision of Peter Obi come 2027?
It's not always true because if we follow the trajectory of the 2023 election, a Labour Party, even though they didn't have all the requisite structures in place in all the states, they were able to win substantially. Even Lagos State that has structures, Labour Party was able to make way, even in the FCT. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? See, we've gotten to a level where people don't necessarily look at the governors, and people are focused on the candidates and what the candidate is ready to bring on the table. What they are looking at is competence. Because we've tried political parties previously and they failed us. So the the movement from one political party to another is really of no consequence. We saw in Anambra State during the era of Governor Chinwoke Mbadinuju of blessed memory, he did not govern the state well, and PDP gave him a red card. He moved to AD back then. After moving to AD with his structures, he lost woefully. And PDP, another political party, took over the state. So the power of incumbency doesn't always work. It all depends on the competence of the person in power,
Okay.
So that's what I want to stress on.
Okay, that's well noted. Good. Okay, let's agree, or let's assume that all other political parties, opponents, they're doing due diligence to make sure that they are not found wanting and everything works out well for them come 2027 elections. Can we say that the electoral umpire are independent? Can we really trust them? These are questions Nigerians are asking. Looking at the pressure from political, from the political hands, the high stake. Do you think the electoral umpire is independent to handle the election come 2027? Are they strong enough to withstand political pressure?
For me, I know you are trying to pull out words from my mouth. You already know my response, but I will still go ahead and say it. The electoral umpire has been involved in how do I put it? I'm looking for the right adjective to qualify the kind of controversy he has found himself into. He's been accused of being involved with the APC, even with his former tweets and so on. So he's been aligned from day one with the APC. We saw the controversy, the tweets, the phone numbers, how he was exposed, and so on and so forth. The digital footprints, even though INEC have been trying to deny it and so on. For me, there is no way INEC will conduct a free, fair, and credible election. The honorable thing for the INEC chairman to do at this point is for him to tender his resignation letter, because Nigerians have lost confidence in his leadership. I mean, the controversy is over. The evidence out there is overwhelming. There is no amount of denial that will convince Nigerians that he has not compromised. So that's my take on INEC. if they should be allowed to contest, to organize this forthcoming election, definitely the ruling party will have a landslide victory.
Okay, so let's
that's what I think.
All right, thank you. Let's take a look at the security agencies. You know how this thing. There's a saying that. Okay, let me not go there. Do you see them being neutral? Because if they're getting their funds, their payments from their boss, so to speak, the government, which is not supposed to be so, right? You said? Can you hear me?
Just a moment, please.
Okay. All right, in case you just joined us,
Hello.
This is a new day where we take a look at stories of making the round on the national dailies. All right, we still have our guest with us, Namdi. Thank you for being with us still. I was asking the security agencies, they are supposed to be neutral. Of course, that's how it should be. Do you also see them being neutral because of speculations that, they may want to work in line, with the power that be? Can they be trusted to do what is needed?
For me, we can't really put all our trust in them. And that's the reason why we have party agents. Party agents are the ones vested with the responsibility of ensuring that they report all that happened during the election in every polling station. We've seen situations where the law enforcement agents acted as accessories to political parties, especially the ruling political party. Remember, it has been said that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. So in a situation where the federal government pays the law enforcement agents, they will always dance according to the tune of the federal government. Else they will face the consequences after the election. Yes. So for me, political parties need to ensure that their party agents are strong and that their presence is registered in most polling stations. Remember what happened during the era of President Goodluck Jonathan? How Orubebe, the famous Orubebe, raised an alarm, So these are the kind of people that we need to monitor the votes in various political parties to ensure that the process is not compromised.
Okay, still looking at 2027, how would you say, the realities of the economic situation, the likes of inflation of food items, the fuel prices, and a couple of things Nigerians are facing now, insecurity, power, outages we experience here and there. How can do you see these realities influence the decision of the voters come 2027?
Let me tell you the truth.
Okay.
APC should never return to power. Never.
Why?
Because they did not deliver on any of their promises. Anyway, some of the promises that President ENUGU made, which seems to suggest that Nigerians are going to suffer, I think he made do of those promises. Imagine, what is the exchange rate today? Look at the reason where the subsidy was removed. Even if subsidy is going to be removed, it should have been a gradual process. And there ought to have been several considerations. A president should be able to evaluate things for himself and take a decision. You don't always resort to the Bretton Woods institution like World Bank and IMF before you take a decision. Now, of course, they'll tell you that you are doing well, but your citizens are wallowing in poverty and in penury. The cost of food has been expensive in the past 3 years. Now that the election is around the corner I don't know the political magic they did for the price of rice to come down. People now have the impression, oh, things are coming down. But it's all a political ploy. Once they contest the election and win and return to power, inflation will hit the sky again.
Are you saying,
You know?
are you saying that some of the food items that have come down now, they are politically motivated for the elections?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Emphatically, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But you don't have any proof of that. We want to believe that you know how the market happens here and there. But that's your opinion, though.
Let me give you an instance.
Okay.
Last week, last week or this week, it was announced that the tariff on imported vehicles has been reduced drastically. I think from 70 something percent to 40 something percent, which means that the price of Tokumbo vehicles will drop significantly. That's the power of government policy. The question is, why didn't they allow it to continue the way it was before they came into power? Immediately they came in, they raised the price of everything, and that's why we're experiencing inflation. Toyota Corolla that was at 1.8 million before now sells for 8 million. It's the power of policy. The moment he came in and changed most of these policies, the inflation went up. You remember he talked about his friend that had an exotic vehicle, that he saw him ride an exotic vehicle at the advent of his administration, but after the removal of subsidy, he noticed that the guy now uses one fuel economy vehicle. And when he tried to inquire why, the guy told him it's all about the economy. So Tinubu used that to drive home the point that many Nigerians are cutting their clothes according to the site, which is absolute nonsense. It's policy. They know what they are doing. They are manipulating the market forces. That's what they are doing. The price of petrol can still come down if the government decides to introduce some level of subsidy to make things, better for Nigerians.
All right. Now let's look at the, social. Are you there? Can you hear me? Nandi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The cost of transportation is high.
Okay.
The cost of transportation is high because of the removal of subsidy, cost of engine oil, and several other things. I don't want to go into that, but it's glaring for everybody to see.
All right. Let's check this other one out. Our social, social societies, the media as well, social media, are they strong enough to hold these people in power accountable? Looking at the fact that they seem to do things and go away with it. Most times, it seems almost no one is held accountable. These platforms, these entities, talking about these entities, are they strong enough to hold these people accountable?
Please, can you repeat the question? I didn't get the beginning part. The call was coming in.
Okay, I mean civil societies, social media, and of course the media firms, the media, are they strong enough to hold people in power accountable? Looking at the way these people do things and go away with it without being really, being held accountable. Are they strong enough to hold these people accountable?
The members of the civil society group, I think they are disillusioned. Lots of them, they've lost steam, and nobody's willing or ready to fight the government or to be combative about the general situation of things. Because I remember during Jonathan's time at Ojota, I was in Lagos as at then. I saw what happened there. Different civil society groups, including musicians, everybody came out to, on a procession to Ojota. They spent over about a week plus there, raising awareness. International media was there, local media was there. They were condemning the government about its intention to remove subsidy and so on. It became an international affair, and that forced the administration as at then to stay action on the policies it wanted to implement, and several other interventions that the civil society groups have made. But this time around, now most civil society groups are laid back. We're just hearing few voices, maybe people like Femi Falana coming out to speak against the government, and just a handful of others. But when it comes to galvanizing serious support to fight for the interest of the masses, we've not seen that really happening. And I think that most of them are tired. Remember back then, even Pastor Adeboye, Wole Soyinka, Pastor Tunde Bakare, several of them came out to speak again. Even Kuti, Femi Kuti, they all came out to fight the subsidy. Amongst other societal issues, we had Bully TV that was online to attack the policies of government. People were more vocal. But this time around, people are tired. It seems the hunger in the land has affected everybody, and nobody has the energy to put off a fight like before. And then we've seen a rise. It's quite unfortunate when protests are organized against the government. They go and rent. They look for a crowd that they will rent to stage an anti-people protest, and it's really terrible. So things has moved from bad to worse in our country.
All right, so thank Right, and then we also have this very conversation amidst increased failure of power sector. NLT calls for no bailout to electricity companies, and this conversation is what you'd like to take a look.
Yes, correspondent. You see, the concept of power problem in Nigeria is hydra-headed. When I say hydra-headed, it is as a result of numerous factors.
Okay.
Factors that we can say they are intrinsic, and factors that we can say are extrinsic to the power sector. Now, of course, we know that the GENCOs, the generating companies, have demanded a 6 trillion naira bailout from taxpayers' money, from government. And this, they claim that this bailout is as a result of accumulated, what they call legacy debts. Legacy debts that have accumulated over the past years. And in fact, they claim that they are being owed 65% of what they generate every month. And that is, they are paid 35%, which is about 80 billion naira. And so government of Nigeria owed them 200 billion every month. And if you calculate 200 million by the number of months that are being owed, that is what has amounted to the over 6 trillion naira that they are demanding as bailout. And I keep asking myself, does it mean that these companies have never made gains? Since privatization in 2013, That is over 13 years or about thereabout. Does it mean these companies have never made profits from generation of power in Nigeria? Our Congress is asking, what have they been doing with the profits they have made? Nigerians have not significantly seen an improvement in the power sector. In fact, in the last 3 years, since 2023, the national grid has collapsed 19 times, 12 times in 2024. And in 2026, where we find ourselves, generation has come so low that at some point we battled between 0 and 24 megawatts. Right now, it's about 2,900 megawatts, far below the maximum production that we've had in recent time, which is about 4,000 thereabouts. These GENCOs keep packing up, power generation companies, no support. And you find out that the problem is truly hydra-headed. If you come down to the ordinary people, the distribution companies are not better off. The distribution companies keep fluctuating tariffs. Tariffs keep increasing from this. In fact, there was a time that it jumped to about 300%, or the 300% increase. And this thing ordinarily rests on the everyday people of Nigeria. And we ask ourselves, does it mean we can never get it right as a country? Now, it is obvious that the global energy crisis, that of course, that is as a result of the dispute between America, Israel, and then Iran, has exposed the vulnerability of our energy sector. It has exposed the incapacitated nature of our energy sector. It has exposed that we do not have shock absorber. And if this crisis continues, Nigeria is going to be on the precipice of terrible things. Because people will lose faith in the system. People will lose faith in our country. And that is why the government of today should make a conscious effort to cushion the effect of this global energy crisis. What do I mean? Countries in Europe have started doing something. In fact, Brazil released about 300 million euros to cushion the effect of this global energy crisis. Countries like Italy, Belgium, Finland, yes, you may say that these countries have very good economies. But Nigeria is a country that is dominated by people living in extreme poverty.
Okay, Prof,
Our
Professor.
middle class, yes.
Yeah, what I asked, or what I'm trying to understand it. I mean, you've set up a number of things, quite a number of things. Now, the issue of, which is the first question I asked earlier, for a layman, for someone who may not understand the logics of things, is it safe to say that the reason why the power sector is epileptic in Nigeria is because 13 years ago, the situation or the community when it comes to power deliverance was handed to private sectors? Or is it that even with the private sectors, the organization that are in charge of power generation and distribution in Nigeria have had a way to limit the rations people get when it comes to power? Because what I'm asking is, if a private sector comes to say, oh, this is not the agreement we had a particular agreement for you to be giving us a certain percentage from whatever is generated, and they are coming years later to demand a certain amount, it's just safe to say that either they are being greedy or some persons we are cheating them out of their earnings and their gains. So who is to blame when it comes to lack of power in Nigeria?
You see, maybe you didn't get me right. When I started, I said that this can be described as intrinsic within the power sector and extrinsic outside the power sector. The intrinsic problems are caused by the key players within the power sector. The owners of the generating companies, the owners of the transmission companies, and even the owners of the distribution because they work hand in hand in Nigeria. And so it is therefore, if there is no conscious effort, there is no intentional effort to be effective and efficient in the distribution of power, in the generation of power, in the transmission of power. It is intrinsic within the power sector. That is one. Two, the extrinsic part is that governments who ordinarily should live to their own end of any bond, any agreement, has failed. Now, if you listen to the chief executive officer of Association of Generation Companies recently, I've forgotten the name, one Joy Ogaji on the 19th of February, she said that the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria met with them in July and assured them that 4 trillion naira will be released to take care of the accumulated debt over the years up to the end of 2024. But as we speak to you today, that amount has not gotten to the Gencos. What does that mean? It means that extrinsic factors outside the key power players have also contributed massively to the epileptic power supply. And that simply means that those with the Gencos are not completely efficient, they are not effective, the transmission companies are not effective, the distribution companies are effective. There is no level of efficiency within the power sector. And that is why the Nigerian Labour Congress has proposed that there should be a merger between the Petroleum Ministry and the Power Ministry. And if there's a merger, there will be a fuller understanding of the complementarity of the products of the petroleum industry and the generation of power. This merger should be called the Ministry of Energy or the Energy Ministry. Now, today, between January and March, we know that Nigeria has very low water levels. These low water levels cannot effectively power our hydro turbines. That is one. What are the alternatives? There are no alternatives. The alternatives are not there. Why? Because the gas industry is not effective in generating power in Nigeria. How many gas turbines are functional in Nigeria? Of course, you know that the current global energy crisis has further impeded the performance of the gas industries. Why? Because a great percentage of gas being imported into Nigeria does not come. And so even the ones we generate, we are more interested in exporting them than in using them to solve our power problems. And so you find out that, there is a great percentage of extrinsic factors and a great percentage of intrinsic. Intrinsic factors are caused by key players within the power industry who are capitalists, who believe in making more money, who believe in ensuring that their capitalist cartel remains functional and, of course, afloat financially and economically. And then the extrinsic factors who are interested in the extrinsic contribution to the power sector. And that is why it appears the power sector in Nigeria has remained in coma very long time. In fact, it has gotten so worse that Nigerians are beginning to confess that they have never had this so bad. Why is it that bad? Because of the skyrocketed price of the premium motor spirit, the PMS. People who ordinarily can afford POS, little volumes of PMS to power their generators, to survive and to stay afloat as ordinary Nigerians can no longer afford the PMS. And so the impact is more on the ordinary people. And this is a wake-up call for our politicians. This is a wake-up call for our leaders. This is a wake-up call for those who are in the ruling class. That, in fact, this hardship should be an avenue for them to show the love they claim to have for ordinary Nigerians. This hardship should be an opportunity for them to transmit the love they have for Nigerians. it's unfortunate that a lot of countries are doing things that will cushion the effect of this power or this energy crisis. Nigeria has not done anything. Nigeria has not even thought about it. Nigeria has not even brought it up to be at the center of national discourse. Why? It appears there's a disconnect between the ordinary people, the ordinary Nigerians, and the ruling class. And I hope that as they do their politics, nobody stops them from doing their politics. Let them be reawakened of the fact that they should, matter of urgency anyway, bring in policies, initiate policies that will cushion the effect of this global energy crisis. And that the other factor is the issue of bailout. The Nigerian Labour Congress resists this issue of bailout. You cannot tell me that from 2013 to 2025, you accumulated 6.5 trillion or thereabouts. Meanwhile, between as at 2020, it wasn't even up to 1 billion. So how did it allocate so much? And so we feel that there should be a conscious effort made by government to audit those the legacy debts that they claim we owe them by the entirety of Nigerians. Because this 6.5 trillion naira will come from the taxpayers' money. And the taxpayers themselves are not finding it funny in their survival mode in Nigeria. So we reject it and we call for a comprehensive audit of this legacy debt that they are claiming. That should be a bailout for them. And then it has also exposed, the global crisis have also exposed us that indeed, that Dangote refinery may not have had the capacity to sustain Nigeria. That is the truth. If Dangote refinery had the capacity to sustain Nigeria, in less than 3-4 days, when the Iran-America dispute started, this would have still been buying, fuel at the normal 790, 800, per liter cost. But it didn't take up to 3 days or 4 days, and the prices skyrocketed. That means we do not have a shock absorber. And it's also a wake-up call for Nigeria as a government, as a people, to ensure that our refineries start to function. Now, they claim that the already existing refineries that Warri, Port Harcourt, Eleme, and Kaduna have gone beyond the repair because they have tried so many times to repair those refineries, and only God knows what came out of it. Let us encourage modular refineries. Let us encourage modular refineries. There are a lot of young men, entrepreneurs, who are willing to invest in this refinery business. And the more the merrier. If this is approved in Nigeria, I believe that it will decentralize and demonopolize this issue of where PMS coming from one source. And the most important thing also is ensuring proper standardization of quality of these modular refineries. It will help Nigeria as a country. It will help Nigeria in PMS, it will help Nigeria in AGO, it will help Nigeria in DPK, it will also help Nigeria in even gas generation. There will always be a way to manage this. And we see this as an opportunity that the fragility of our economy, or the fragility of our energy sector is obvious. It has become obvious. And let our country, let our leaders significantly make an impact. There should be an intentional, a conscious effort to make these sectors work. One, like NLC, we have always proposed, let there be synergy between the petroleum and the power sector. And that synergy will be maximally achieved if they are merged and an energy ministry formed. Two, let there be a comprehensive audit of the GENCO's claims of legacy debts. And this audit will open our eyes as a nation to see whether indeed that the distribution or the generation of 280 billion naira worth of power is indeed, what they are giving us and what Nigerians are receiving. Because I try to match 280 billion, naira worth of what we have. It's actually embarrassing. If you pay
Professor,
225 naira per kilowatt.
Because of time, I have a couple of more things to clarify on. Now you've said a lot of things, of course, about how the NLC is pushing for the no bailout. How to minimize or find a way to re-strategize, which is what we need at a time as this. Now, speaking about the Iran-US-Israel war and how this affects us and our economy, as the NLC is fighting for the power, what are they doing when it comes to this hike in price in fuel? How are they urging the government to intervene to find solutions? Because it's not just to leave. If the NLC is actively fighting for the interest of the common Nigerian, and of course we can see what they're doing with the energy sector, what are they doing when it comes to this price hike that keeps fluctuating every single day? And secondly, this request or this call for no bailout, does it have anything to do with the increase in salary that the NLC demanded for?
Thank you very much. You see, they are all interconnected. First of all, you need to understand that a sensible and sensitive government does not wait for trade unions to make noise before they listen and understand the plight of the citizens that they are, ruling, so to speak. A sensitive government does not need a protest to understand that they should introduce policies that will cushion the effect of these skyrocketing prices. Of course, prices in not just power, not just PMS, not just energy. It has multiplied into every aspect of Nigerian people, Nigerian economy. And so if you say that we must go on strike or we should go on protest, our government is not sensitive, because they should have done the needful when this matter started. Then secondly, it is not unconnected to our cry. Of course, the Joint National Negotiating Council has, proposed a minimum wage increase of 154,000 naira or thereabout. And this is not rocket science. It's not an impossibility. It only takes a willing government to call them to the negotiating table and arrive at something that will favor Nigerians and will not disfavor the ruling class. That is the way it should go. Because the truth is that there's a difference between ability and willingness. Nigeria as a nation has the ability to treat workers well. Nigeria as a nation has the ability to even pay a minimum wage of over 250,000 naira to Nigerian workers. But the truth is that how willing are they? What are their priorities? NLC, of course, has initiated process of talking with agents of government on how to introduce policies that will mitigate this trend of skyrocketing prices of everything, not just energy requirements of households. Skyrocketing price. Now, in some countries that have responsive and sensitive government, sorry to use that word, but that's the truth. They have already done that. They didn't wait for trade unions to react. I said earlier that Brazil pumped over 300 million euros into the economy to cushion the effect of low-income earners. Finland, Belgium, UK. Some people have cut tax. Some people have removed VAT. Some countries have removed VAT. Some have cut other taxes. Some have even increased their contribution.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, I'm really excited you're still here with us, and this launches us to another segment of the program this morning, the retrospect, where we take a look at what has happened this week, okay, from our different conversations in the morning, signature morning. And right here we have IMF predict tougher times for Nigeria as our economy policy slides toward collapse. That is not something you want to miss. You get to learn some of the, the conversations, what this is talking about, and also INEC and Nigeria's electoral integrity. Let's take a watch.
Yeah, well, usually their predictions are based on data. They're usually based on studies that they have done, based on statistics, and based on surveys. And so, I would say about 8 or 9 out of 10 times they're actually correct in terms of predicting where we're headed, our current situation, and in most cases giving some type of recommendations or prescriptions on the things we have to do to ensure that we break out of that or we improve on our situation.
All right, so now in this case, what would you say concerning the concern about Nigeria's economy declining or possibly getting worse? What would you say are the specific indicators that show that okay, Nigeria's economy is getting worse by the day?
Well, Nigeria's economy in reality is not getting worse by the day, going by the figures that we have. We have positive GDP, and our GDP has actually been growing. As much as there's been some adjustment even within the IMF and the federal government that instead of growing at 4.3% as was predicted, we might drop at 4.1% this year and maybe ramp up to 4.3% in 2027. And so when we look at figures like that, statistically, we'll say, yes, there is improvement. That doesn't necessarily mean that the standard of living for the average Nigerian is better today than it was yesterday. Prices are still high. The costs of goods and services, petroleum, transportation, etc., is still quite high. And that affects us on a daily basis. Mostly as a result of the shocks that we experience externally, including the Middle East crisis, the war in Iran that is still ongoing. And so part of what IMF is concerned about, and I don't think they said that our economy is in decline or that our economy is collapsing. What I understand they were trying to say is that we are still going to experience, like maybe short to medium term economic downturn in terms of the conditions that we face based on these factors, and most especially the external shocks. There are also internal reasons why they are concerned, which includes the fact that yes, we undertook reforms like taking off a fuel subsidy and the foreign exchange regime and trying to sanitize it, etc., which in its own way at the time in 2023 increased prices. We went from 200 naira a liter of fuel to about 600-700 naira a liter of fuel. And then the US invaded Iran, and we went from that 700-800 naira per liter of fuel to about 1,003, 1,004 naira today. So there's been quite a big change. And the IMF's concern is that if these things are not contained, which of course the external ones we have no control over, then Nigerians are still going to suffer some more, and that will jeopardize whatever predictions or projections that have been announced for the economy. And so, yes, those have been their concerns. The internal parts that we have more control over, things like insecurity. The fact that we still have not caged that monkey called insecurity means that movement, travel, moving goods from the farms to the market, etc., are still going to affect the economy. And so, those are some of the things, but I don't think they specifically said that we're heading to an economic collapse, because, that's not the case, and I don't even think we're even anywhere close to that.
All right, well, some people would say that Nigeria is not, operating a proper economy from, the setup and the people who are, there in charge of the economic situation in the country. I mean, our last guest said outrightly that we do not even have an economy as it stands. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I'm not holding brief for whether the federal or any of the state governments, but the fact is that, yes, we do have an economy. It might not be the perfect. As a matter of fact, there's no perfect economy. Economies transit. Economic actors, policymakers come into the space. They try to improve on what they inherited, what already exists. And sometimes mistakes are made, wrong policies are prescribed. There are cases where good policies are prescribed, being implemented, but like I mentioned before, external shocks can affect the full implementation of that, which will now affect the way the citizens or the beneficiaries of those policies, negatively. So it affects them negatively. We've had situations, even before this Middle East crisis, there was and still is to some extent the Ukraine crisis, which also affected us, or is still affecting us, because we have, not only supply chain disruptions from the Middle East on the oil side, but we also have, that coming in from wheat and cotton. A loaf of bread at the time went from 500 naira to 1,000.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You look at the integrity of INEC. Does INEC actually match up with the expectations of our people? Are they doing that which has to go with their name? Independent National Electoral Commission. Are they independent? Are they actually standing out to be an independent organ that people have put their trust on? Have they delivered to match the people's feeling? So those things will now begin to open your eyes to now understand that the integrity of the electoral umpire, maybe to me, is not yet realistic, unless if you begin from today. Because when you look at a father in the house, for example, Bible looked at a man who cannot feed his family as an infidel. So you're going to get married to a woman is not just getting to the market and get a cloth. And if you don't like it again, you take it back to the marketer. No. There must be some elements of preparations, convictions, maturity. So if you talk about integrity within the Nigerian electoral system, you now look at the conductors. What they are bringing out, is it in measure with what we're supposed to see on the ground? Now, the last guest, I heard him talk about the billions of naira for electoral tribunal. He was discussing about the economics. So if we have free and fair election in Nigeria, then where are you talking about tribunals? Because when you do something that is realistic, and people believe that you have presented a good integrity to that thing, and what you have done is okay, everybody will go home relaxing. So what brought about the tribunal is because the integrity of the electoral body was questioned. And people has to come with some issues and say, no, you didn't do it well this way, you didn't do it well the other way. So integrity must have to do with somebody standing out. Let there be a match between your actions and your word. And as such, if Nigeria go that direction, then we'll get it better. But I've continued to say this, I'm afraid. I'm troubled. Because the much we talk about all these things, the much the players are doing the other way side of it. If what we are talking about, they have been taking into consideration of those things, some of them can now pause to say, okay, looking at the popular opinion, what do we do? Today we see cross-carpeting from one point to another point. We see some other parties even going into believing, closing up. Maybe so. Are there integrity in those things? You now see INEC even taking side in some political parties. Are there integrity on those things? You know, if somebody is in a position and you want to stand on that position to contest that position again, I don't think there's any integrity on it at all. Because at that point, what he has to do is to influence those who are in charge of those electoral systems and get himself back to the seat. So all these things are questions of integrity when it concerns the INEC. That's my own opinion anyway.
All right, so since you've mentioned about INEC, let's talk about INEC for a bit. What is your opinion about INEC as an electoral body, and how independent would you say that INEC is looking at how they have performed so far over the years?
INEC is just a name. But I think I've said it somewhere in a media like this that I am proposing for an electoral committee that has to do with, we have 6 jurisdictions in Nigeria. Then let us have 6-man committee to be the INEC chairpersons. So that at that point, it will not just be a monopolized system. So when 6 persons are part of INEC electoral committee, there may be a kind of 2 versus 4, or 3 versus 3, or 5 versus 1. So those contentions will make it to be more sweeter. And by then we begin to enjoy the sweetness of what they are there for. But if we don't go that way, and we continue to see it as maybe something that the president will sleep, wake up and announce their name and send it to the National Assembly. The National Assemblies are there on the pocket of the president, so they may not even do anything. What they will do is just to stand up and say, take a bow and go. And when he takes the bow and goes, then he's there dancing to the tune of the presidency, and that's the end of the matter. So if we talk about the independence of it, let it be at that point whereby each political zone will now bring somebody. I know, for example, I have used what happened in Abia State as an example in so many places. That woman, that professor, Oti, has created a good name to my own mind. You see, integrity has to do with consciousness. What is your conscience telling you about? And if you look at it from that angle, if we are sincerely thinking about it after now here, we have another place to go, then you need to look at your conscience. What are you doing? Where are you going? What are you going to be remembered of? Some of these things will guide us better. Not necessarily let me take opportunity and then get it whether they like it or not now. But let me have the opportunity of doing what I will be doing, so that when I will be no more there, I can still be remembered for good things. Those people will read their histories or their books, they have made their names. If they don't do what is right, we don't have been going after their books or their documents. So these are the 8 issues. So we need to look at the moral aspect of integrity as regards
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, and on Tuesday we discussed National Broadcasting Commission regulating or gagging the broadcast media in Nigeria. Please take a watch.
Very key to journalism. So those are some of the issues that, of course, the presenter can play the devil's advocate. And why do you have to play the devil's advocate? You do this in case you just have one guest in the studio and he has a particular line of argument or thought. You can play the devil's advocate. By that way, you professionally bring in the views of those who are opposed to that particular guest that you have in the studio. These are some of the tactics, these are some of the strategies you can use as an anchor, as a professional, to have a program that is well balanced. Now, if you look at the code that the NBC is drawing attention to, Section 3, subsection 3, 1B, it also says that the presenter should present all sides of a particular issue. So there is need for balancing. These are age-long tenets or standards of the broadcasting industry. We did not invent them. We make them in the industry. You understand that? So these are the issues. I believe that as we look at these issues, we have to look at them dispassionately. Now, there is a question of gagging the press or the media. I did my first degree, what was it called now? Not term paper, project, on a topic, I'm trying to remember that, the press under repressive government. And I took a lot of work from the works done by a veteran journalist, Richard Akiola, who has written extensively about freedom of the press, about military dictatorship, and all that. Now we are no more under military dictatorship, we are under the civilian government since 1999, and it is the credit of all stakeholders in this particular republic that we've been able to sustain this republic this long, since 1999. Now, to sustain it further, there are things that we need to do. There are things that the journalist must uphold. There are standards that the broadcaster must uphold to ensure that our profession does not become an avenue to truncate this hard-won democracy that we are now enjoying. I will not want to play to the gallery to say, oh, anybody, if the NBC is issuing releases, particularly in relation to the 2027 elections, that they are trying to gag the press, they are trying to undermine the media. I will not want to play to the gallery, but we need to place these things in the right perspective. Where the NBC is flouting, going beyond board, we should be also able to tell them. And that's why I told you a while ago that I have a background in activism, in unionism, so we know the rules, we know how these things play out, but we should, as a matter of fact, not play into the hands of the enemies of Nigeria.
All right,
so that is key.
So now you've spoken about the presenters and the ethics of what they should do, but there are also some opinions that are saying that the timing is significant and could be politically motivated. So I would like to get your opinion on that, as to what you think about such opinions concerning this directive being politically motivated, particularly the timing of it coming just before the election or preparations towards the election.
I want to differ with you or with those views. The reason is this. You and I know that I've covered politics for over 20 years. I became chairman of the PDP press corps before I began to left active coverage and I managed a station under the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. So I'm well abreast of most of these issues. Now, if you look at the timing, what is the timing? We are approaching a critical election, general election in the country, 2027. So this is the period where political activities are heightened, emotions, propaganda, lies, hate speech, name it. Those things become very, very prevalent because these things are actually, in most cases, tools in the hands of politicians. Don't forget that politicians, they can do anything just to win power. Politicians are not friends of the nation. Politicians are not patriots. Patriots will think of the next generation. Politicians think of the next election. Particularly in Nigeria, in Africa, politicians can do anything just to win power. So they are even ready to make the nation burn just to win power. So when you talk of timing, I will disagree with you that this timing is wrong. This time, in fact, this is the right.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And on Wednesday, we had a conversation with Wabweze Njoku where we looked at Supreme Court ADC verdict update. That was something you shouldn't miss, but you take a look at it. And also we had the National Broadcasting Commission regulating or gagging the broadcast media in Nigeria. Please take a watch.
At the scene. Good morning, Wabweze Njoku. Can you hear me?
Hello, Uche. Uche, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. So, first of all, bring us up to speed on what is happening, right now at the Supreme Court involving the ADC.
Well, the environment in the Supreme Court is as elevated as it is always. The only thing that will tell you that a serious matter is coming up today is the class of vehicles and personalities that have filled the parking lots and have spilled into the lawns. All manner of dresses, all manner of lawyers with their boxes, all manner of spectators and interest groups have started streaming into the Supreme Court, but everything is orderly. But let me remind us very quickly how we arrived at this point today. At the last sitting of His Lordship's 5 justices of the Supreme Court, the case did not continue because the counsel to David Mark, who is asking the court to overturn the decision of the appeal court to strike out his appeal, his counsel had not filed a written brief. But His Lordship said that they bent backwards because he's a friend of the court and gave him 24 hours to do so, while the respondents were given 3 days to also file their response. And by the way, what is the issue in contention? Now, Nafiu Bala Gombe, the former vice chairman, national vice chairman of African Democratic Party, had gone to the Federal High Court before Justice Witte, saying that he did not resign when other executives of ADC resigned. And therefore, as provided by the constitution of ADC, he should have automatically moved in as the acting national chairman. as I said at the last sitting, he went ahead and declared himself acting national chairman and went to court to say his lordship's, the Federal High Court then should confirm that is declaration. But Justice Witte said, I will not do that since you came on an ex parte motion. In other words, hear me in the absence of the respondents. Justice Witte said, no, I will not do that. What I will do is let everything remain the way it is before you approach the court, while the respondents who are INEC, new officials of ADC, are put on notice. Now, David Mark was not satisfied with that ruling, and so he went to appeal court, and appeal court said that there have been no ruling, so why are you approaching us? And they threw away his case. And David Mark now approached the Supreme Court. Let me also tell us that today's sitting is very, very significant in the sense that whatever is the outcome of today's sitting, today's hearing, will determine whether indeed the ADC will take part in the 2027 election or not. And I'll explain why I'm saying so. The Independent National Electoral Commission has already issued its timetable. So any party activity that goes outside of that timetable, the question will arise, will INEC bend backwards to accommodate, or will INEC kick out that party having performed that function outside of the timetable? So, the ADC and David Mark are racing against time. Now, that is why some lawyers are of the opinion that his lordship may also be in a hurry today. Maybe to hear the case, maybe also to deliver judgment. But I haven't seen a judicial precedent into that effect before. But maybe because of the nature of the case and the lack of time, his lordship may bend backwards to accommodate even hearing and giving judgment today. That is one. The second point is whatever is the outcome of today's sitting, if his lordship should give judgment, will determine what also happens to the other cases, one of which comes up tomorrow and the second which comes up on the 27th. So, we are in the Supreme Court. A number of journalists, very old journalists, very old judiciary correspondents, because of the nature of this case, are all in court. The media houses are here. I must apologize to our viewers that because of poor network from this location, we cannot give them live pictures. But we have noticed that there is no parking space to show you how many people are interested in today's sitting. Shortly, we'll go into the courtroom to listen to what his lordship will do or what they will say. But whatever they do or whatever they will say will affect the political process and determine also what happens to the two cases at the lower courts.
Right. Now, you've given quite a very extensive explanation. You mentioned that, the atmosphere there is calm and a lot of people are already arriving at the venue. But who are the key figures already on the ground? Any of the key figures that you have identified that are already there?
Frankly speaking,
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Code to also ensure fairness, decency, and national interest in broadcasting. Now, of course, these are just a background of NBC, and the key point, of course, we know is the regulation itself is not the problem. Every country regulates broadcasting. Now, NBC as a legislative regulator, of course, prevents hate speech and all the incitement, of course, important in a diverse country like Nigeria. It also ensures professional standard and ethical broadcasting, protect national security and public order and all of that. And of course, the sanction, misinformation, and unverified reporting. Now, during elections, NBC enforces rules on political advertising and coverage balance. Let's go this far. Without a regulator, the airwaves could become a tool for chaos rather than communication. So, in this particular thing that they have done, I don't think they have done something that is not, really, bad as per what they do. The argument is as a tool for gagging media also. But this is where the conversation lies. Now, heavy fines on media houses and all of that. At different times, a lot of media houses have been fined, for alleged breaches and all of that, and all of that. But of course, people are arguing now that, it's a perceived selective enforcement and all of those kind of things and things like that and all of that. But for me, all I will say is that when regulation begins to dictate editorial judgment, it risks becoming, censorship and all of that. So, to what they have done. If you look at social media, the advent of social media, which of course is conventional media and all of that, a lot of fake news will just spring up. Somebody just stay in his bedroom and just bring out a story, to run somebody down. And of course, the moment it goes out there, it becomes viral. And it will take a whole lot of time to be able to debunk all of those kind of things. So NBC should still continue to guide us, TV, radio, print media, and all of that, to ensure that we have what is good, because this coming election, the atmosphere is very tense. It's charged, especially because of the way the government of the day is handling the opposition. So people are agitated, people are ready to talk, people are ready to bring out a lot of stories out there. So I think that's what exactly NBC is trying to do. But in doing it, they also should be careful so that they don't bring a lot of tension to the already tense situation in the country. So I don't know if I made any point concerning what you just asked.
Right, yeah, but the commission, it cites a rise in breaches and crisis of professionalism, particularly when it comes to the presenters and the anchors having personal opinions and failing to ensure balance. So I just want to know, in your opinion, how widespread would you say that this particular problem is when it comes to the Nigerian broadcasting today?
Well, if you ask me, presenters, giving our personal opinion and all of that, definitely, as a journalist, as a media practitioner, you don't have to be biased. Yes, we have the right to support whoever we want to support, but I think in this context now, what Emily is trying to say is that journalists should not take side. Even if you have the right to vote for whoever you want to vote for, if you don't take side, why on duty, why on air? You could do that, outside your professional job. You understand? Like, for instance, if you're anchoring a program, just like what you are doing, anchoring a program now, and I'm giving you my own, what I feel about this particular issue. You have your own thought toward the same issue. So, because you are anchoring, you should not be able to take. That's my own thinking. That you should not be able to say, okay, I support this, I support that, I don't support that, I don't support this, I don't. It's not like NBC is trying to they're trying to prevent a situation where, because, okay, for instance, if you have two people now, for instance, the two major parties in the country now, let's talk about, say, APC or ADC and whatever, and maybe one person is, you're having two guests, one for the opposition and one for the government. So what do you think should be your job as a moderator or as a presenter of that program? Let me ask you this question. What do you think should be your job?
Go on, Timidare, go on. I'm following your line of thought.
That's what I'm thinking, that we should be careful, we should do our job, but we should also speak. But in speaking, do not take side. That's what I think.
Right, but there are also issues around bullying and intimidation of guests. And, one would wonder, as the elections come closer, there are setting... during interviews and what have you. So at what point should one draw the line, between professionalism, asking the questions that need to be asked in, the way it should be, and, or legitimate interrogation or challenging of guests? One would wonder, would that also be termed as, this case of bullying or intimidation of guests when you are trying to get out information to the public?
Every on-air personality, every presenter, every media practitioner should know that you need to be fair and thoughtful. I repeat that word. You position yourself as fair and thoughtful. Now, with a strong regulator, well, of course, it must be independent, it must be transparent, it must also be used as a political tool. For me, as a media practitioner, I can get facts from you without bullying you. I can get facts from you without intimidating you. I can get facts from you without sounding biased. Of course, we are trade, and everybody that is not trade cannot do all of this thing without intimidating. If you want to be popular as an on-air personality, if you want to make, have followers, people who think that, okay, you are doing very well, you don't need to be.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
So just currently right now on the news, we have the story of South Africa, having this back and forth with Nigerians and what have you. And a couple, with other things that Nigerians may be facing outside their hometown. And that kind of stirred that thoughts, roles of people in diaspora in achieving peace and security at home. That was one of the conversations that we had on Thursday. And we also looked into the National Broadcasting Commission regulating or gagging the broadcast media in Nigeria. Please take a watch.
Tell you, the contributions of the diaspora, have been very, very instrumental to solving some of the security challenges that we have in Nigeria, particularly in the villages, in the rural areas where we have less government impact. I could tell you that, the diaspora, we in diaspora are very committed to safety in our homeland. We enjoy coming home. We want to come home to a peaceful place where we can come home. At this time, actually, there are people who, for the past 4 or 5 years, have not come home. And these people have mansions, have comfortable homes, have relatives they want to see. In fact, at a certain point, some travel stop in Lagos, at the most ENUGU, in the 6 cities, and then go back to their various places. And so we contribute a lot financially, ideas, meetings, and for some reason we have a kind of outside perspective and from the safety point of view too, to be able to ensure that we have security in our homeland. It is very, very important for us. It is something that we really, really, strive to ensure that we achieve.
Okay, so can you share with us some of the ways in which Nigerians in diaspora have or are contributing to help solve the security situation in the country?
Yeah, one is financial contribution. That is major financial contribution. Some of the unions, some of the people in the diaspora, some of the villages, have organized themselves, into a group, and they donate money. In fact, some have even made it part of their monthly contributions that they will be providing financial support towards security. So that is major, because as you know, in Nigeria, somehow the government fails in almost every aspect. And if you let the government do it for you, then your homeland will be gone, will be desolate, will be a wasteland. Therefore, those of us in the diaspora contribute financially. That is one. Then secondly, we help in organizing meetings. We help in organizing meetings with those on the ground, the local people, to discuss how best to tackle this insecurity. At times, you don't blame those at home may not be quite able, quite in a position to organize these meetings. And so we help them to organize, form part of the coalition, influence policies here and there to be able to ensure that, those on the ground do the work. So we contribute in very many ways too. Some of us individually, support the security efforts because, as I said earlier, it is very, very important for us. If not, we have no homeland to come to. Our children will have no homeland to come to. And this is not something we take very lightly.
Now, speaking on this financial contribution, how does Nigeria in the diaspora ensure that their financial contributions are used for what it is intended for and not unintentionally used to even fuel instability or, in all these separatist movements and what have you?
Yeah, that is one major concern of those who contribute this money. But, when you look at the results, that is one way we tell them, because at times, security is intelligence, all right? Security is not something you start exposing to people in order not to endanger the lives of those at home too. And so the result becomes the evidence. So when you see the results, you're able to demonstrate that you have used the money wisely. So rightly say that is a really major concern, that the money they are funding does not go to help insecurity, the money that they donate. However, if, number one, those in charge will have integrity, that is one. And then secondly, those you work with at home will have integrity. Some of us have this luck that, we have those at home who have integrity, that are using this money well. But the result, when you see the evidence that you are able to come home the next Christmas, the next festival, then you're sure that your money is used wisely. At times, they tell us to give them those at home, to give them some raw evidence in terms of where this money goes to, where all those things happens. But at times with security, these are things you cannot do very effectively as they want it. But as I said earlier, the results, the evidence that at least you are able to go home, you are able to stay in your homestead, you are able to visit, forms that part of evidence. But say it again, that has been a major concern to those of us in the diaspora.
Now, I understand from what you're saying that those in the diaspora want to have a peaceful home. But would you also say that there are people in the diaspora who are also a bit more vocal and, should I say, more out there when it comes to further fueling the insecurity in Nigeria? And I'm also looking at the Southeast and the separatist agitations that have been going on, for a while now. So would you say that some people in the diaspora also feel and cause more problems with this security issue?
Yeah, that is quite true. That is true. There are those who, not really knowing the extent of those who are of the operatives on the ground, what they are doing, what is their real intention, whether they are there for agitation or they are there for criminality, fund those kind of movements. But I think that, with adequate education, with knowing what happens on the ground, they are able to now rethink, their funding. But there are people who supported that, and they supported that. You do not blame them out of real concern, out of real concern for the way governance operates in Nigeria, out of real concern for what is happening with corruption, with endemic, ethnic issues, and so that.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Badge, they actually badge, the guests that they have on their programs. We've seen situations, and not to excuse the presenter, but we also have those situations where these guests try to evade the question or try to evade the conversation that is being had. So it goes both ways. I think they are trying to regulate. My personal view on it, however, the only problem I would say I have slightly comes to the part where they say that journalists cannot or should not express their opinion. What the quote says is that journalists cannot express their opinion as a fact, as an established fact, and that is responsible journalism. You shouldn't give your opinion as an established fact, all right? But saying that journalists cannot establish their opinion or should not give their opinion at all, I think it is in a way, like we try to coin it, I think it is in a way maybe trying to guard the journalists.
All right, now you've mentioned quite a number of things, so I'm going to take them one by one. Now, earlier you mentioned about the presenters and the issue going both ways. where the presenter sometimes, barges onto the guest, and the guest sometimes doesn't answer the question. So I want to know, where does one draw that fine line between doing proper interrogation of guests or challenging of guests and bullying, as it was put, in this regulation, bullying or intimidating guests? Where does one draw the line? Where do you, say this is an interview, an interrogation, or a challenge, and where do you say that it has crossed the line to bullying or intimidation?
All right. I think that at the end of the day, the onus falls back on journalists. It falls back on us as journalists. The way, the mannerism that we carry out our interviews, that we ask the questions, I think they are very important. We need to do more of, fact-based questions. I'll give you a very good example. Oftentimes, before I ask any guest a question, I read out the facts, I read out the data according to this organization, according to this, I give out the statistics, and then I ask the question. That is not to say that, guests sometimes will still not try to evade, the question that you're asking. These things happen. Many times they actually happen when, you have the guest trying to evade the question that has been asked. But when you deal with facts, look, at the end of the day, you're on TV, you're on radio, when you deal with facts, people listening, the idea about these programs that we do is to inform the public. Our responsibility as journalists is to the public. It is not to the guests that you have. It is, in fact, not to the founder of the organization that has employed you. It is to members of the public to inform them accurately. So I think if a question is asked based on facts, based on statistics that has been gotten, from verified sources, and your guest is trying to evade, you bring them back to the table, and then you can respectfully say, I can see if they are trying to, or if they keep trying to evade it, you can respectfully, I see you're trying to evade the question. It doesn't have, the tone also matters. I think the tone is very, very important, because again, I have seen situations where journalists use language like, I put it to you, you are this, I put it to you are that. Those tones, they are already in a way or the other bullying, because at the end of the day, you are the platform, you are in charge of the platform. You can either sometimes signal to the director to switch off the person's mic, or the producer to do that. So you own the platform at that moment. So I think at the end of the day, the mannerism, is really, really important. Where do we draw the line? Like you said, I think drawing the line is really just staying responsible, staying respectful in how you ask your questions. There are certain subtle, aggressive ways you could ask questions. By those aggressive ways, it does not still mean you will be disrespectful. It does not mean you call. I've seen these things. We've seen these things when certain journalists call, the guests they have, what they call the guest names. It is rather unfortunate. Our duty as journalists is to be neutral, but in being neutral is also being to speak the truth. Being neutral does not mean you should avoid the truth. Being neutral does not mean you should, compromise on the truth. Being neutral just means you do not take side. But if you are going to take side as a journalist, it should be the side of the truth. All right. So how do you draw that line? I think the line should be: do not be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. Do not be disrespectful. Ask the questions that matter. You can rehash, and you can let the guests know, this is where I got my data, this is where I got my data. I mean, we see these things happen. Honestly, it is rather unfortunate where you see a lot of people actually try to avoid questions. And as I wrap up this question, I think it is also important for organizations, government-owned institutions, to maybe have PR teams, to maybe have PR trainings for people who hold offices, for government-owned offices. We see people who hold certain offices in government who cannot answer questions that are posed to them, simple questions. You give them, guest briefs to actually come out and, like, before the program. But when they come on the program, they seem clueless many times. You have guests from certain organizations come and talk about what your organization is doing, and they seem clueless many times. And I think it's also very disappointing, and of course very very disappointing. And of course, it also makes it very underwhelming for presenters or for journalists when you are putting so much work to present, to prepare for a particular program, and then you end up having, a very underwhelming guest. So drawing the line is simply staying respectful or asking the questions that matter and asking them over and over. And when you see that this guest is trying to avoid, you can put it out there that, listen, this guest is trying to avoid the question. We do it sometimes when we create documentaries. Reach out to certain organizations. We want to get your comments on this. And when they say we are not coming up, when they ignore, you say it in your documentary. Several attempts to get comments from this organization, from this office, has been, has yielded no results. We did not hear back from them. And then you move on with your work. I think this is part of editorial responsibility, by the way, because, people in charge of these programs ought to caution some of these journalists. So just wrap it up again. Where do we draw the fine line? It is staying respectful.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And on Friday, we had a conversation with Oluwadare where we discussed National Broadcasting Commission in the eyes of the public and broadcast media practitioner. This is also one of the things that we talked about, waste management in ENUGU, problems and prospects. Please take a watch.
Like the MBC, because there have been a lot of postulations and ideas that the MBC is not independent, and so there are a lot of external influences on, the directives that they give and the sanctions that they give out. So I want you to talk on how the public see the MBC, and, do you think that MBC has that trust, has that image in the eyes of the public, and also in the eyes of media professionals as well?
The truth is that the public perception of the Nigerian populace is that MBC is trying to play to the dictates of the incumbent government, which shouldn't be so. The MBC should be free, should be neutral in terms of objectivity, in terms of public perception. Now, it's like it seems the trust is not there, because if the public perception is that, okay, MBC is trying to play along, try to dance to the tune of the incumbent government. But the truth is that if MBC is able to play alongside in an objective manner, in a way that seems neutral, then the public will embrace any rules by the MBC. And then the MBC needs to adhere to the tenets of the Constitution of Nigeria, because there's what we call freedom of expression and freedom of speech. Now, truly, the MBC is trying to checkmate. MBC is trying to checkmate, trying to guide the media in terms of not inflaming the nation. That is, in one way, a good perspective. But the truth is that the MBC should be factual, should be realistic, that, okay, these rules, okay, in terms of broadcast journalists, not betting their opinions. Now, journalists will vet their opinions. Their opinions, like I said now, should be factual and not biased and evidentiary. Now, like generally, if MBC is trying to guard, try to hammer much on the traditional media, how about the digital media? How about the social media? There should be a fair play. There shouldn't be too much fine. There shouldn't be too much financial burden on the traditional media in this age of digital media. We should incorporate both and as we all know, the traditional media now are into the digital media. the traditional media now, any traditional media, the broadcast media that is not on the social media is archaic, is outdated. So what I have in mind is that there should be a fair play in terms of financial burden on the traditional media. And if there needs to be, there should also be a regulation of the digital media in order for the public, because like I always say, that for any nation to experience progression, the people of such a nation needs adequate information. The information is the currency of a nation. For any nation to experience progression, there needs to be an accurate custodian of information dissemination. Thank you very much.
So that there is a communication gap between the media or the NBC and the public, and how would you suggest that the NBC can properly communicate these directives, or these regulatory measures to the public and also to broadcasters in a way that would still be accepted and would not have as much backlash as it has always had in the past?
Thank you very much for that question. Now, for any narrative of a nation to have a proper perception, the conceptions of the citizens of such a nation needs to be properly monitored and guided by the regulatory body, in which in Nigeria we have the NBC. Now, the question is, over the years, is NBC contributing to the role in terms of media narratives, in terms of the accumulation of information of the people of Nigeria? What I meant is that, for example, the movies we watch, is NBC involved in the movies we watch? For example, if the way Americans showcase Americans in their movie, that is what we make Africans.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Go across the river and then go to the dumpster station and put it, because we put people on that spot. From time to time, we have enforcers who are moving around. We encourage security men. If you see anybody doing all that, arrest the person, because that is illegal dumping. If you dump illegally, you'll be prosecuted. You'll be arrested and prosecuted.
So that brings me to ask you, what would you say are the challenges that SWAMA is currently facing when it comes to execution of their duties?
The first challenge is what we're trying to solve right now as we speak. Get the buy-in from the people. Let the people understand that this thing is primarily for their own health. That's the first stage. So they can buy into it. Don't treat your waste in the house as if it's nothing. It's something. Human activities generate waste naturally, even in the household, let alone in the factory or other commercial areas. And since it's so, and it's a daily affair, so it is so, you must have a structured way of dealing with that waste. And that's what we're talking about. So if you go to places like market, we are still battling with we have meetings very often with the market unions. Let's have these things right inside your market. Even you come to the market, when you sweep, bag your waste. Put it to the collection center in that market. A summer truck will come and lift it from there. So people will not be running away, shying away from going to the market and then rushing to the malls. Everybody now choose to go where you want to go to. I don't expect a small boy to bring a gallon of water to wash your legs because you enter the market, as used to happen somewhere in Lagos. So things like that. So the people are now getting into it. Many people they actually phone in when we have conference like this to say, yeah, they appreciate what's going on. So if you go to the markets now are made to understand that it's also part of their responsibility. The union has to use they usually have market task force within the market. So use the task force. to ensure that everybody complies with this issue. And then when you do, problem is not taken away. If you don't, we do it for you. We arrest people and then prosecute them. And then many of them are in the prison as we speak, correctional center as we speak. And then you pay fine or you go to jail or both. The magistrate are there. You know, we always have our environmental sanitation court. So the magistrate is sharp. They will now handle your case and either go to prison or you pay fine or both. It depends on the seriousness of this. So you can imagine the government investing so much on the issue of waste management.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It's been an amazing time to do this with you. Thank you so much for being part of the program. Wow, we look forward to doing this with you again tomorrow from 8 to 11 p.m. It's 11 a.m., right? My name is Christopher Lely. Have yourself a pleasant weekend.
Hello there. Thanks for joining us on another of our special interviews. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilu from Abuja, Nigeria, welcoming you to this session with someone who has become that voice, you know, who keeps taking us back to what it should be. That voice that talks truth to power. That voice that gives hope to the ordinary Nigerian. And that voice that is always remembering and reminding us that God still loves us, and with hope in Him, all things will be possible. My pleasure to welcome someone we popularly know as Father Kuka, that is also Bishop Matthew Kuka. He's the founder of the Kuka Center and the convener of the National Peace Committee, among so many other caps that he is wearing. Bishop Kuka, my pleasure to welcome you to this special interview.
Pleasure to have you, Vin, and congratulations on your new television station. And I know God will do great things through you.
Thank you, Your Lordship. You know, a lot of people, when this program started, will be wondering whether Bishop Kuka has a twin brother, because you're dressed so differently today. Is there something particular that made you dress the way you have dressed today? You know, when you walked in, I was looking and waiting for your castle.
Well, let me tell you a nice anecdote which will answer your question. It's about this young 5-year-old boy who befriended his parish priest. He was always hanging around Father after Mass. So one day he says to his parish priest, come to our house. Mommy will cook for you. Unfortunately, he hadn't, cleared the matter with his mother. So he gets home and tells the mother that Father is coming. And the mother said, coming for what? He said, Father is coming to eat in our house. He said, how? He said, I invited him. So the woman runs into the kitchen and starts cooking. And then, but he has always seen Father in his cassock in the church. Then on this particular evening, Father now dresses up, wears a kaftan, and then arrives at the house. Immediately he knocks at the door. The little boy ran and opened the door. Then he sees father in a kaftan. He doesn't welcome father. He runs back to his mother and says, "Mommy, come and see. Father has become a man." So I'm wearing this to let you know that I've become. Well, today is Saturday, and I think at least it's a good way to create a distraction.
It's like the masquerade, and suddenly
becomes a human being.
Bishop Cook, really a pleasure as always to have you in a conversation. And I've been very
intrigued by what may have informed your decision to convene the National Peace Committee. And it's been a couple of
years now since that committee has been in place, and the array of very important and consequential Nigerians that you brought into that committee has also helped the work of that committee. I mean, do you feel fulfilled? Do you feel like the mission, the objective, the vision you had when you came up with that body, that substantially you are fulfilled about it?
Oh no, I mean, none of us can be fulfilled until we breathe our last breath. People may be bored now listening to me say this, but this country, beginning with the Catholic Church, has been extraordinarily good to me. And that is why I am where I am. And because of the amount of resources that the church has invested in me, and the space that my country has given me, and the experience and the exposure that I've had, I can only be eternally grateful to God. But guess what? It's an aggregate of all of these things that has imbued in me a sense of optimism that I have. One, about what the church can do. Two, about what this country can do and what it can be. So to answer your question by a long road is to say I have served in about, I think, 4 key presidential initiatives through President Obasanjo, President Yaradua, President Jonathan, all the way through to President Buhari. In the Catholic Church, I have served, even before I became a bishop, through 3 or 4 different popes. Pope John Paul II, Pope Ben, who appointed me as a member of the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue as a consultant. I was still Secretary General then.
Of the Nigerian Bishops' Conference?
No. At the level of the Vatican.
At the Vatican.
And I had the rare honor of serving over a 10-year period. And then Pope Benedict appointed me a bishop. And he also reappointed me to serve as a member of the Committee on Integral Human Development, which I was revalidated by Pope Francis. So I've had more than a fair share of the graciousness of both the church and the Nigerian state. And I think it's a combination of all of these things that have shaped my thinking about what the Catholic Church can do, what the state can do. So the National Peace Committee I wouldn't want to say it was an auspicious decision. I remembered Senator Ben Obi, who was President Jonathan's
political advisor?
Political advisor, but he also chaired an office called an Office for Intergovernmental Relations, which was a very strategic position. It was he who organized the conference here. I don't remember the date, but I think it was 1st or 2nd, early January. And I was invited to that conference. Unfortunately, I came to Abuja, but I already had a Kuka Center event, so I couldn't be at the event. And then at about 7 or 8 p.m., I get a call from Chief Emeka Anyoku, man I had the greatest respect and reverence for. So he calls me and he says, "Look, Bishop, where are you?" I thought he was going to scold me because he chaired that event and he knew I was coming. So he said, we didn't see you at the conference. And I said, I'm so sorry, sir. I really couldn't. I was not able to make it. So he says to me, where are you? I was actually physically here at the Coca Center. So I said, I'm in Abuja. He said, okay. Do you know Kofi Annan? I said, of course, I know Kofi Annan. I know of Kofi Annan, but I've never met him. And he said, okay, he's here. He would like to meet you. I said, me? He said, yes. Kofi Annan? He said, yes. He said, he's actually getting ready to catch a flight, but he's ready to wait for you. So I got into the car. I couldn't believe it. I rushed to the Hilton, and there they were. We shook hands, we embraced with Kofi Annan, and he said to me, he said, look, I've heard a lot about you. I've read about you. There needs to be a national peace committee in Nigeria. But this was against the backdrop of what had happened in Kenya in 2014 at their elections, which over 1,000 people had died. It was unprecedented. Politics hadn't gone so wrong in Kenya. And he says, look, we don't want what happened in Kenya to happen in Nigeria. And if you remember, there had been a projection way back in 2013, excuse me, by Nigerians saying that the Americans had predicted that Nigeria would collapse in 2015. Unfortunately, 99% of the Nigerians who talked about, who believed and who absorbed this prophecy hadn't read the text. Luckily for me, I was here to speak at the birthday of my friend of blessed memory, Ojoma Duekwe. And after immediately I finished the lecture, I get a call from the National Security Advisor, General Gusau, who says, look, where are you? I said, I'm in Abuja. He said, I just heard that you delivered a very incisive lecture. I said, oh, okay. He said, can you come to my office? I said, I don't know your office. He said, okay. Anyway, so I get to his office and he says to me, look, here, read and give me your comments. So I looked at it. It was the
so-called prediction.
From the so-called prediction. I read it and I think I sent him about a page or 2.5 pages of my comments. So, I don't know. So, I'm sorry I'm going on too long. No, it's fine to place this in context. So I knew what that document contained. And it was a document where I had a sense of, I think I knew actually those who wrote the document, largely because of my familiarity with some members of the intellectual elite in Washington who were always talking and thinking about Nigeria. So it's not the fault of Washington that it will make projection about what countries of interest are like Nigeria. So, but Nigerians took this. So Kofi Annan then said to me, look, there's this anxiety about Nigeria and the fact that it may not survive the 2015 election. So can you please help us? He said, because I've asked around, you see, your name keeps coming up as a man that we should talk to. And I think he said something like, somebody whom everybody will answer your call. So can you please help us set up a national peace committee? And that's how it all started. So we shook hands and that was it. And then I sat down and started thinking. We got to where we got to.
Was the United Nations supposed to fund it?
No. Funding issues didn't arise. Not United. Beautiful question. But it also tells you that money doesn't do much. It's ideas. Money can chase ideas. So the interesting thing is that we did literally everything we needed to do without spending money. The only thing I can say is I spent money making telephone calls. But beyond that, nothing. So I was able to call all of these people, beginning with General Abdul Salam, the Sultan, Cardinal Naikan, Obitu Kiwe, Mrs. Ukeje. I mean, I was deliberate in my choice and assemblance because I paid attention to both gender and also regional spread. So we had a pretty decent team of Nigerian credibility and so on. So, when we had the first meeting, I was pretty clear in my mind about who should lead it. And I felt that Abdul Salam had the right pedigree. He was the one who facilitated our process and so on. And so we literally took off from there.
So when you look back after these years, that was actually the crux of my question. Do you think that substantially you have achieved those things you set out to achieve?
We've gone even beyond the goalposts we set for ourselves.
Oh, really?
Yes, because first, when we had our first meeting, the question, the recommendation, this came out of a recommendation that was made during that conference, in which Senator Benobi had brought Emeka Anyaoku to chair and then Kofi Annan. So the issue was, after we've gotten all these people, what next? So we all sat down together. The first meeting, and when I spoke to General Abdul Salam, he was a little bit polite. He said, no, let's have an election about who will be chairman. I said, no, sir, no, there's no election. You will be the chairman. So when we got started, the short communique of that meeting said that there was need to set up a national peace committee for the 2015 election. So it was issue specific. The peace election specific was for the elections, for the 2015 election. So 2015 elections, our mission was to make sure that violence did not break out. Two, we were to also try and ensure that the process was concluded peacefully. And that was why we thought about engaging INEC, the security agencies, and the political actors. Now, the dynamics, the whole process of what happened 24 hours before the election is a story for another day.
You might summarize it for me?
It's difficult for me to summarize it because we had this incredible challenge. On the day we wanted to have a meeting with all the political actors, especially because at that point, General Buhari was not ready to talk to President Jonathan. And we had gone to the villa and we had met with President Jonathan. President General Buhari did not attend that meeting because it happened to be on Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's birthday. And since he was the driving force behind APC, General Buhari couldn't be here. He went to Lagos. So I pleaded, I said, even if you come back from Lagos, can we still talk? So when we left President Jonathan, we more or less concluded that, well, there's nothing we could do because we needed a meeting of the two of them to agree on. And then, because this meeting because President Buhari was not, General Buhari was not around, I then got a text from, I think it was Dr. Oyegun, who was chairman of the APC. I kept in touch with him. And I said, look, so I had a triangle of communication. I was keeping in touch with General Abdul Salam, keeping in touch with Oyegun, monitoring their return from Lagos. 8 o'clock p.m., 9 o'clock p.m., 10 o'clock p.m. We couldn't conclude anything. And then finally, General Abdul Salam sends me a text and says, listen, if I don't hear from you by this hour, don't call me again. Which is very unlike him, but of course I understood his emotion because he had invested so much. So by 11, thereabout, nothing. And one great thing with General Abdul Salam is that, he's a man of extraordinary humility. You have something to do with General Abdul Salam, he just never tires of making sure that he's constantly in touch with everybody. So we literally bade goodbye. And we didn't know what we were going to do because we had already decided that there will be need to sign the two people to meet because the mood was quite tense. So I went to bed, but I don't know how many times I woke up that night. And then at about 5:30 a.m., yes, I decided to first of all do what I ought to do. That is to go to the chapel, celebrate mass, and then come back. So I came back, turned on my phone, and saw that Abdul Salam had sent me a text to say that, I'm trying to remember now, that he had heard from Buhari's people and that we should meet at Sheraton. Buhari was ready. Now, we hadn't made a reservation at the Sheraton, but the guests of some of our members were staying there. And President Jonathan's people had told me that the elections were going to be on Saturday. And this was Thursday, I think. And we needed to close this because President General Buhari was going to leave for Daura the next day. So I now try to reach General Buhari. Finally, I got with him. And he said, I got your message. I will be there at 8 o'clock in the morning. Was it 9 o'clock? I think maybe 8 or 9. So I'm all excited. Then President Jonathan's people had told us that President Jonathan is going to leave for, I think it was Delta at 11 o'clock. Was it 10? I think 10 o'clock. So, meanwhile, we have not drafted the text
to be signed.
So I have about 30 or 40 minutes within which to draft a document. We couldn't get President Jonathan to come and sign a document he hadn't read. We couldn't get President General Buhari to sign a document they hadn't read. So in between, we managed to pass the document for General Buhari to look at. My challenge now was to get President Jonathan. So I called Dr. Ruben Abati. This was now, luckily for me, when we went to see President Jonathan, there's a young man, one of the security aides, who came to me. And he said to me, oh, Bishop, I like you. I've been doing the things you're doing. So we chatted. And then he said, people say I look like you. So we just
exchange numbers.
Then we exchanged numbers. So I now called him because I tried to reach everybody I could. We're not talking about something to serve another. I said, can you help me trace the president? He said, Bishop, it's too early. I said, just go around and check his budget. Then at about 7:30 or thereabout, the bishop, he said the president is having breakfast. I said, can you please take the telephone to him and say it's from me? So President Jonathan answered the phone and I said, sir, we have heard from President Buhari's people, and can you please help us adjust the program to Delta? Because I know you are.
Was he supposed to be at the Sheraton?
Yes, because I'm now trying to get him to slow down on Delta. Because I said, look, Delta president you're the president. You can arrive Delta anytime, even if you wanted to arrive at, but we need to do this. Because if we didn't do it, if he went to Delta, Buhari would have gone to Daura. So President Jonathan now agreed that, okay, he will adjust his program. So I now called Dr. Ruben Abati. I said, where are you? He said, I'm in the villa. I said, listen, I'm going to send something to you. Do you have your iPad or whatever with you? He said, yes, I have my iPad. So I'm going to send something to you now. It's a text of it. Please, the president is having breakfast. Can you go and read out the text of this while he's having his breakfast? And Ruben agreed. And Ruben took the risk, read, and then came back to me to say the president is happy with it. Now it's already going to 8 o'clock. So I make a quick dash. I'm already at the Sheraton. And then at about 10 minutes to 8, we're all very nervous. So I stepped out to see what is happening. Who did I see? At the stroke of 8, there was President Buhari coming out of. So he saw me. He said, Bishop, how are you? I said, sir, I'm not happy. He said, what do you mean you're not happy? I said, I have problem. This is the problem with military people. He said, what, do you have problem with soldiers? I said, sir, why do you keep so strictly to time? Because I said, I was just praying that you will be late. Then he said, but you asked me to come at 8. I said, yes, I asked you to come at 8, sir. But I wish you didn't come at 8. So, we laugh. So, meanwhile, General Abdul Salam is really seated. And I'm walking, now where the hell am I going to put General Buhari pending? So we hadn't booked for it. So I now went to I saw the cleaner. I said, listen, can you open the holding room? We had no reservation. But because they knew it was Bishop Kuka, whatever I asked for, so they went and cleaned up the place. So that we took President Buhari there. Long story short, at about 9 o'clock or so, the Jonathan appears. The rest is history. That was the signing of the first peace accord. But the good thing is that when we finished, The next challenge was we were for the 2015 election. 2015 elections came and went seamlessly, hopefully, and everything went. President Jonathan took that spectacular decision, so we didn't have any crisis of. So when we finished, General Abdul Salam says to me, okay, now our job is done. I said, sir, yes, it's done, but we cannot all go home. He said, so what do you mean? He said, I think we should all convene and have a little bit of debriefing. So he said, at least we should let you thank everybody. So then I made a suggestion to him. I said, look, sir, I think that maybe this thing, from the things I'm hearing from people and the things I'm reading in the media, I think Nigerians really appreciated the work we did. But since, as the saying goes, the eye cannot see itself except through the mirror, why don't we ask different segments of the Nigerian society their feeling about what we did and so on? They said, that's fine. So I then got my phone, I called Shegun Adeni, so we set up a meeting with the media to just ask, how did we do? And then what lessons can we learn? I called a meeting of the members of the APC and the PDP. I called, fixed up an appointment for us to see the Senate President, Bukola Saraki that time, and then Dogara, who was the Speaker. Then we set up an appointment to see the President Buhari, President Jonathan, and then President Buhari. And we had those meetings. Guess what? Everybody from the media right through to, they said, this is a fantastic, you guys cannot go anywhere. This peace committee must remain. The last person we met was the president himself. Buhari says, forget about you. No, the peace committee must remain. Then he points to, I don't know, was it Babachiri? He points to his secretary to government. He said, find them an office immediately. That was how much accolade, so to say. So when we then went back to the Hilton, to the Sheraton to say goodbye to everybody, one of the things I said to the chairman, I said, please, you heard what the president is saying about us getting an office. Let's not take an office from government, but it will kill this process. And he says, what do you mean? I said, you know better than myself, but from my own little experience, if government gives us an office, two things will happen. We'll be on our way to the mortuary because the president's handlers will want to now say they want their own people in the peace committee. I know why I brought everybody to this committee. It cannot be diluted by politics. But if we take office from government, you can be sure that will happen. Two, if we take an office from government, we must maintain a critical distance. So we cannot take an office from government because we are not looking for money. Everybody who has met here, the only thing that the peace committee always tried to do was to just take defense and so on. So luckily for us, so we now had a conversation. We don't have an address. So what are we going to do? Most of the work was being done by the Kuka Center. So I think it was either Cardinal Onaikan or Archbishop or the Sultan who said, look, so why don't we just, since you initiated, why don't we just have a space at the Kuka Center? And that's how we became incubators of the National Peace Committee. And as I said, we are now over how many years now? 2015 to 2025, 10 years? We've gone through
and still kicking.
And still kicking.
So what's the lesson to learn from when people come together, talk about their differences, and even start to remediate a situation that could happen?
Look, when I was growing up as a kid, there was something in I came out of a very small village, but there was something that always happened, which was that if you wanted to get married, you didn't just go find a girl. Even if you did, the process was such that there was always a third person. So the girl will leave her father's house on the eve of the wedding or so, or even a week before the wedding, and she will stay in the house of an uncle or whoever who becomes
who is like a go-between.
Before she deliver to you. And when the marriage finally takes place and she has a problem, she can't jump the queue and go straight to her family. She'll go through this person who will negotiate, and hopefully the journey to her parents will not arise. So you can finish everything and she comes back. Now, for me, it was a striking methodology for managing conflict. Because two combatants cannot resolve their problem. If they were able to resolve their problem, they will not be fighting in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So I see the peace committee as also a vindication of the need for an alternative to politics. You know, politics is too acrimonious, is too combative, is too, there's so much conflict and clash of greedy people with personal interests and so on. So the peace committee has tried to serve as a mediator. I don't think it has, because it doesn't have a statutory role to play, so to say. But it is to some great extent like the grandmother, just constantly appealing. That's the only voice we have. But I think the good news is that this voice has become so respected. And here we now begin to deal with the financials. And this is where the European Union comes in as perhaps our most strategic partner. Beginning with the conversation I had with the Swiss ambassador. In fact, the Swiss ambassador was here last night. We started with the Swiss embassy, but they also had vast experience in negotiating. I mean, I know that at the level of the National Security Advisor's Office, they know what the Swiss are doing, but they're doing exceptionally good work. So they started by inviting me to their embassy. We had a conversation. That was even before this whole thing started. It turned out that they themselves had actually been contemplating the possibility of having a national peace committee, in which actually my name surfaced after we finished the conversation. That was before Emeka and Yoko
came into it.
So when this happened, they simply just said, look, we've been working on this, and now that it is here, let's go. So they started, and then the European Union has been our principal supporter and funder. So they're paying our rents, they're paying our bills, and our bills are quite minimal, largely because it's just about paying for tickets and things of that nature. But they have also been a source of great encouragement to us. But they've also freed the peace committee, you know, from the exigencies of politics and the perceptions that people always have. Because, as you know, we don't manage transitions successfully. This group would have come and said, no, you work with these people, therefore we want a new team to work with. But their support has also made it possible for the peace committee to remain sufficiently neutral, as an arbiter.
And another interesting thing is that the peace committee didn't just stay at the federal level. It has gone to the subnational, to the states.
But this is an unintended consequence. Nigerians, with my little experience, especially at Oputa panel, Nigerians are always looking for a dustbin. So whenever anything comes up, they believe that this is the lamb that will take away all our sins. So we now have so much pressure of people. We are supposed little quarrel in Isukwato local government. The One Peace Committee to little quarrel in Darazo local government. They have
maybe you need to establish the peace committee in local government.
No. But it's good because. But what I'm saying is that people always believe that one platform can resolve all their conflicts. The peace committee, and these are problems we are also dealing with. Are we just going to be dealing with issues concerning presidential elections? What about gubernatorial elections? We can't do all the electoral processes, but we have now become active in off-cycle elections because people have a bit of free energy. So we'll be in Anambra, for example, for November. We were in Edo, we'll be in Ondo, and all those places where the elections are off-cycle. So they've given us an opportunity also to be on the ground. Secondly, because of the great demand, so to say, for arbitration and what people see the peace committee is doing, I take those calls from different parts of my come settle quarrel as a positive thing. So that at least people know that you are there and they think there is something that you can do. The second point is that we have now made a bit of progress because the Kuka Center really very. One thing I'm very proud of these young people. First of all, I've never interviewed anybody for a job at the Kuka Center. But it's as if the director, Father Barkindo, as if they've read my mind, and I think they know where we are going. So two critical things have happened here. Average age of the staff here is about 29, 30. So it's a young establishment. And then what is even more consoling to me is that 60% or maybe 70% of the workforce here is women. So on that level, I feel a sense of vindication that we are also providing platform for young people, and their energy, their competence, their capacity. They are also learning the exigencies of politics.
And that could be a basis for sustainability.
Well, absolutely. So, for example, we have a very fantastic project which the European Union is also funding of our engaging with the politics, with the political elite. So we are involved, for example, with APC, PDP, Labour Party, even the ADC that has just come up, as the staff have gone to have a meeting with them. So we're trying to help political parties refine, the skills, and then improve the level of legitimacy, because there is a crisis of how people perceive political parties to be and what they should be doing. So so for me, right now, the Peace Committee is working in 6 states in Nigeria. Yes, and I think we're in Anambra, we're in Sokoto, we're in Zamfara, we're in Katsina, and other places where we're trying to step down some of the values and the skills that people require. I remember, I think we've done some work in Lagos State, for example. And the very good thing about Lagos State was that actually, I hear they asked the Kuka Center to do a program for the local government chairman and so on. So we're doing 2 things, not necessarily just the staff of the National Peace Committee, but the Peace Committee is also using the architecture and the staff of the Kuka Center, because this is what our interest is, to help to shape, to help to redefine and refine public policy. So in a way, the process is mutually beneficial. Beneficial to both sides.
Sometimes I wonder how you cope. Today you're in Ghana, another day you're in another. Most of the places I've met you are airports within and outside Nigeria. You're always on the move. But it looks like you don't let a lot of things just pass. You're like one person that if you don't really address an issue or you don't talk about a problem, you don't feel like you've done your job. You've been one of those that I could say they brought out that 3 or 4 letter word, speaking truth to power.
I don't like that expression because if you speak, it has become popular. People say to me, "Oh, you're an activist, you speak truth to power."
But you do.
I don't know about that, because power is not stationary. I'm trying to encourage people to take responsibility.
Okay.
And popular as that concept is of speaking truth to power, it's a sense in which it's like you're barking at the moon. No matter how sweet your voice is, the moon doesn't. So for me,
are you saying that people in power don't listen?
I'm getting there. Skills that because if you see the great work that people did in civil society, Clement Onwanko, Lisa Bakoba, the whole lot, Femi Falana, Abdul Oro, where are they today? The mistake that we made in 1999, I'm a priest, so I've never left my sanctuary. I did the things I needed to do, but I also know where my boundaries are. I'm not a political actor. I tell people I'm political, but I'm not a politician. And that arises from my consciousness of having read history, having read politics, having read political science, having read theology. So with all sense of modesty, I can say I understand the issues. And it's what drives my passion. So when you say I don't let things pass, I'm also not unaware of the fact that it is possible to be a guilty bystander. That's our problem. So you can
sitting on the fence.
And that's why you remember the famous saying that John Kennedy appropriated, that some people say things as they are, and they ask why. I see things as they are. I dream things as they ought to be, and I ask why not. So it's my ambition has always been to see how because without education, I would not be a fraction of where I am today. I do appreciate, and honestly, it is so difficult for me to communicate this to people. the amount of demand that people make. I can tell, I mean, in a month, I don't receive less than 5 or so invitations to speak here, to write a forward, to write a book, to deliver a lecture, and so on and so forth. But I also think that God has compensated me by giving me what I call a small body, but also a fairly healthy body. So, and my commitment and obligation to God is that, let it be on record that the gifts you gave to me, whether it's health or whether it's a bit of education and other people around me, that gift, and the final day I can stand before you and say, I did my best. So if you see a sense of urgency in what I'm doing, it's because if you are a Catholic priest, I'm sorry, I've made this point. If you're a Catholic priest, you have an idea, and we can't pretend about it. 7 years of intense training about what God's ultimate plans for humanity and the human beings He's created are. We know that the church has conceptualized this. It's in its theology about drawing from what Jesus said. The reason why Jesus came to the world is not to perform miracles. I've come so that you may have life and have it to the full.
Abundant.
So it doesn't matter where you are and what your station. Of course, like the Americans said in 1776, that the ultimate reason why they are setting up a model of governance is that people can pursue happiness, liberty, and freedom. I see how people are constrained, how people's potentials are circumscribed. So when we sit down here, we talk about 25 million Almajiris across northern Nigeria. I'm not a spectator. On the 30th of last month, I brought President Obasanjo to Sokoto. The Sultan was there. We commissioned a hall with 250 laptops, an ICT center. It's my own little contribution to the people of Sokoto. And so if you can say it's my own, instead of just talking about figures and data. Okay, the Bureau of Statistics has just indicated that Sokoto State has 90% multidimensional poverty. That means 9 out of 10 people who are living in the state. Whether it's true or not, that's what the data is saying. I cannot be a spectator by saying, what am I going to do? People say to me, but even this money, you could have taken it to your village. There's nothing in my village, almost literally nothing. But I could have made that investment in my village, or made it in Kaduna State, or made it elsewhere. But right now, as a bishop of the Catholic Church, if I die today, I will not be buried in my village. I will not be buried in Kaduna, which is my diocese. I'll be buried in Sokoto. So I made Sokoto my home. It's the only way I can compensate the people. Let me put it that way. So, and I see, because I can see the grinding poverty, but I can also see the instrumentalization of religion, which is leading to all the violence we are facing in Nigeria. So for me as a Catholic priest, I say, I have yes, religious affiliation, yes, ethnic affiliation, yes. But it's not in our DNA to do anything wrong rather than seeing the face of God in all His children. And I often say to people provocatively, we are not a church because we are Catholic. Okay, sorry, we are not a church because we are Catholic. We are Catholics because we are a church. Okay, that is because the word Catholic simply means universal. So, and if we claim to be a church or a religion and we're only feeding off ourselves or looking after ourselves, which is the problem with religion today. That's why religion has lost its potency. Because religion has now become just glorified tribalism. So if you're only looking after yourself, then you are not living according to the principles of Christ. So for me, it's a combination of all these factors that make me look restless. But I think ultimately, I can only say I thank God. Because sometimes I go to speak. If I were speaking for money, 10 million naira would not make me leave Sokoto. 20 million naira would not be enough. It would not make me leave. And if I were to place some kind of worth on the things I do.
The things you do.
But most people will tell you, I've never told anybody, I'm going to speak, how much are you going to pay me? So people give me money. They are generous to me. But the moral ground I stand on is that nobody, whether you're president, governor, will not say that Bishop Cook have ever walked up to you and said, "Okay, I want to change my car, or I want to change my shoe." So my restlessness is the only way I can reward God for what He has done, because on the final day, He's going to ask me the questions And these questions are not going to be what I see all of the 10 commandments. It will just be as Matthew, I says in Matthew, 25, 35, 31, verses 31 to the end. I was hungry, he gave me to eat. I was thirsty, he gave me to drink. I was sick and in prison, he visited me. Am I doing all of this? Maybe not, but I'm not insensitive to those. And I think whether politics or economic, private sector, public sector, what is killing us is a lack of the human sensitivity about the worth of an individual. That what you want, no matter your station, whether you are president, whether you are governor, what you want for your child is what your driver wants for his child. So if we don't create an environment in which people can flourish based on their capacity and their competence, not everybody wants to drive a Rolls Royce, not everybody who wants to live in a 10-story, in a 10 bedroom house. But there is something to be said about dignity, integrity, and how people raise their families and so on. And this is why the Catholic Church continues to offer a model that it talks about. It's all encoded in the teachings of the Catholic Church, which is that we try to explain to people whether they are in politics or whatever. Europe is now talking about a post-Christian society, but you can see a correlation between that and the abandonment of the principles of Christianity that that Europe used when, after 1945, after the end of the Second World War, the Christian Democrats, as political parties right across Europe, framed their teachings, framed their politics and their manifestos on largely the principles of the social teachings of the church. Mm-hmm. So you can see a correlation between the moral breakdown of society in Europe and even for us here, because what you're witnessing even in northern Nigeria is a breakdown of the moral authority of religion. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that, that's what I was saying yesterday in my lecture. Maybe the Sultan didn't quite understand what I was saying when he said to me, we're talking about jihad. I'm not talking about jihad as seeking people to improve yourself. Yeah, that's not where we are at. We're talking about people who are entering, who are slaughtering other Muslims and saying Allahu Akbar. We're talking about people, incidents in which in Sokoto and elsewhere, where the same, because they're saying Allahu Akbar. I'm a Christian and I'm proud of the fact that no Christian has ever raised a stick against anybody and said, in the name of Jesus, I'm breaking your head. Now, women are being raped in the mosque. People are being slaughtered in the mosque. And so when I warn against Islamism and the contamination of religion, it is that all of us need to face, see what Egypt is happening. See what is happening in Egypt now. I'm told that most of my friends, significant number of the northern elite, that's what I hear, are buying houses. People are no longer buying houses in Dubai, they're buying houses in Egypt. Because Egypt is building 6 different cities simultaneously. But that's because they cut off the head of that Islamic group that wanted to use Islam as a basis
to destroy Egypt.
That is what Algeria did in 1993. So when we have this ambivalent relationship with people, do you agree with Boko Haram? We don't know. And I said it during Buhari's administration. The only thing, because if Buhari went out of his way to make sure that all the security chiefs in Nigeria were all Muslims. You are president, you are a Muslim. The Senate president is a Muslim. The speaker is a Muslim. And then the deputy speaker is a Muslim. We didn't lose a war by being Christian. And this is a situation where the same Muslims will be the first. They started shouting about Wike being a minister because this is our home. How dare you bring in a Christian as minister of the FCT? So and I've always said to my friends in the north, let me tell you, I'm convinced that you might actually be better off. Northern Nigeria will be better off under a president who is not necessarily a Muslim and from northern Nigeria. Because look at the records from Tafawa Balewa till date. Look at the records. Who has governed Nigeria anymore? And what do we have to show for it? But you see, because of the kind of emotions people have, that's why the Tinubu and Shetima ticket has now become a serious embarrassment. Because those fanatical extremists who were celebrating that now we have 2 Muslims. They took off from Buhari's nonsense. Okay, now we have decided that my friend, I don't know whether to call him my friend, but our former governor, El Rufai, boasted that he took away the deputy gubernatorial position from Southern Kaduna and gave it to a Muslim, I mean from Christians, and gave it to a Muslim. Okay? We have never had an appointment of a Christian from Southern Kaduna since the time of Jonathan. Now, when Tinubu comes and he's a Muslim and he appoints General Christopher Musa and makes him a chief of defense, I know the resistance. It's just out of the stubbornness of President Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. We have a university now in Southern Kaduna. I can tell you I'm not a bystander in the processes leading to the affirmation of that university becoming a federal university. The vice president, Kashim Shettima, was our main warrior. Am I going to sit here and be talking about, because I have seen that my future is not imperiled
because Muslims
by
are
the fact that Muslims are in power. Did not improve because Muslims were in power. I don't want to take your time, but I can tell you it's a very simple story. One day somebody called me from Mina. We exchanged pleasantries. He said to me, please, Bishop, hold the line. There's an old man who wants to talk to you. I said, who is he? He said, no, just hold the line. He handed the phone over to me. I won't tell you the full story, but the guy, I think it's a Muslim. He definitely is a Muslim. He said to me, is it Bishop Kuka? I said, yes. He spoke to me in house. Is it Bishop Kuka? I said, yes. Bishop Kuka, yes. Real Bishop Kuka? I said, yes. Then I've been looking.
I didn't know there was a fake.
I didn't know what to say. Because many people call me and they are wondering, are they really talking to me?
Yes.
So this old man says to me, he said, today I will sleep peacefully. Because there's nobody in this country that I hated as much as you. That I used to literally every time you're on radio, television, listen to you. I loved you, but that love descended to hatred. And I've been looking around. It's almost one day asking, is there anybody who knows you and who can find your number? They told me about this man. That's why I begged him to call you on my behalf. He said the first thing is after God, the only other person that I adored was Buhari. So when I heard you challenging Buhari, I said, who the hell are you to challenge what I consider to be God on earth? And then not only once, not only twice, not only did you say, who? So every time I saw you on television, I tell them to switch off on television. I don't want to. He said, now Buhari has finished and gone. I want to ask you a question. What did you see that the rest of us couldn't see?
While Buhari was president.
I said, I didn't see anything, sir. He said, can you forgive me? I said, issue of forgiveness does not arise because you didn't tell me, and you never said anything. But this is the first time I'm speaking to you. But if you want forgiveness, yes, I forgive you. He said, I'll sleep in peace. Thank you. Now, the point I'm making is that, so when you talk about speaking truth to power, we also have to develop other channels. So I don't just speak truth to power. I have to develop the other diplomatic channels that can enable me, okay, because I have as much obligation to President Tinubu as I have to the people of Nigeria, to President Buhari, as I will tell them. But I also know that merely speaking would not bring water to any community. Okay? Merely speaking and saying we have no road will not bring water because television is a moving whatever. If you missed it, you missed it. So you as a leader have to also have the other channels by which you can communicate other things.
Bishop, I was coming to this. There you are, saying it the way it is, not minding whose axe is God. That's I don't see people talking about assassinating Bishop Kuka because of what he says. I don't see people or leaders say, that's my enemy. How do you walk around it? That you say all this to Buhari, and then Buhari still invites you to sit down and talk. You say this about Tinubu, you say this about this person. How do you do it? Because the younger generation, that was what you were trying to explain to me, that besides saying it the way it is, there must be other channels to make sure that what you're saying is not just word of mouth, that some kind of, positivity has to come from it. How do you balance it? How do you describe that art?
There are certain things that God does that if you try to use the human lenses to explain, you lose the text. And I've tried not to, because people ask me, how did you, and I can't answer that question. Because luckily for me, I learned very early in life, especially as a priest, never to try and suck up to those in authority so I can exchange favor. I used to, when people said to me, I was just a young priest in my early 6 months ordained, when I was elected by the priests in Kaduna, who were literally all white men, to chair what is called the consultants meeting, which is the advisory meeting in which the bishop sits. But in our own case, became the chairman. I wasn't up to a year as a priest. And then I overheard some white person saying, Father Kuka, whatever he tells. From that moment, I literally distanced myself from my bishop.
You were saying that whatever you told the bishop,
whatever I told the bishop would be. And as a result, I never sat in my bishop's sitting room just one-on-one. I went when there was an issue. Then in my life, I just decided that I will leave the steering in God's hands. So there are certain decisions that were taken about me that I would have had a contrary opinion. And I remember when I finished from the Kennedy School, my bishop visited Washington. So I went to see, we spent the night in the parish together. And I told him all the plans I had. By then, the idea of the Kuka Center was in my head, but wasn't very clear. So I told him, I said, look, I've loved the United Nations, but there is something missing in the United Nations. There is no moral content to some of the work they are doing. In any case, this is Africa, where everything people talk about, they can't finish without mentioning God. And my experience in Okuta panel suggested to me that the United Nations needs to take cognizance of the role religion can play. So I called up my friend, Professor Gambari, and we spoke about it, and Gambari was more than happy to. So I now told my bishop that, look, I would like to spend 1 year when I finish from the Kennedy School. My bishop said, no problem. So we concluded this. When I finished from the Kennedy School, I called my archbishop. I said, look, I've graduated, I'm ready, I want to take a holiday, and I would like to rest before I start. My archbishop said, no, come back home. I'm like, what about our conversation? He said, no, I've changed my mind, come back home. So I then called up Professor Gambari. And I said, look, Archbishop.
Okay, you had wanted to spend a year at the United Nations?
Yes, we hadn't concluded the arrangements yet, but because I wanted to understand how the United Nations, especially in the area of their peacekeeping. So I called up Professor Gambari to say, look, my Archbishop has changed his mind. Gambari shouted, the problems of Nigeria will still be there when you go back. This is an opportunity, we cannot miss it. You have to work out. Give me the bishop's number. And I knew my Archbishop very well, that if I gave Professor Gambari his number and he called him, the Archbishop would say, stay. I knew that. So I cooked up a story. This is the first time I'm saying it publicly. I told Professor Gambari, and I hope he's not listening, I told Professor Gambari, sir, I've had a discussion with my bishop. My bishop said that I should come for 1 year and then I can come back because there is something he wants me to do. So Professor Gambari said, you are sure? I said, yes, he'll be back in 1 year. So we ended. I carried my bags, came back to Nigeria.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tensions rose as lawmakers debated the nomination of Michael O'Day, a non-indigent, for Rivers State as chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, 30 traditional rulers in Kwara State flee their palaces over fear of kidnap. Emir Sanusi faults continued borrowing despite petrol subsidy removal. WHO approves first malaria treatment for infants. An AI regulation debate intensifies in the United States. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
About 30 traditional rulers across the southern area of Kwara State are reported to have fled their palaces following a sustained wave of kidnappings, killings, and violent attacks. Affected monarchs from Omugo, Afin, Oreke Okeibo, Alabe, Ologamo, and Ibuabon, among other communities, are seeking refuge in urban centers including Ilorin, Osogbo, Ofa, and Lagos. Their displacement, triggered by repeated attacks by armed groups, has created a leadership vacuum in their communities, as only a few of them come occasionally for meetings or special occasions and leave immediately. The situation escalated after an attack on a marble mining site near Oreke Okeibo on June 4, 2025, where two police officers, Assistant Superintendent Haruna Watsai and Inspector Tuku Oga, were killed, marking the beginning of mass displacement. While the traditional rulers are on the run, farmlands have also been abandoned, schools shut down, and markets rendered inactive as other residents move where they believe to be safer locations. The latest gunman attack occurred in a Lainka community in the Ifelodun Council area, where armed men stormed the palace of a monarch, Oba Salmana Weda, in the early hours of Saturday and abducted him alongside his wife and another resident. No fewer than 20 people, including fish farmers and wood loggers, have been killed and an unspecified number wounded in a fresh Boko Haram attack on Hambaga, a few kilometers away from Woza town in Borno State. The attack reportedly occurred when a landmine suspected to have been planted by Boko Haram terrorists exploded at the outskirts of Woza local government area in the state. The Civilian Joint Task Force JTF revealed that the incident occurred around 11 a.m. on Thursday and killed some loggers who went in search of firewood to support their families. According to a report, about 18 bodies have so far been recovered around communities close to Goza town, with fears that the death toll could rise, as several people were still unaccounted for. Residents said the attackers appeared to be moving through the area in a series of violent raids, raising fresh concerns over security in farming communities as the planting season approaches. The Nigerian military has inaugurated a general court-martial to try 36 personnel accused of involvement in an alleged plot to overthrow the administration of President Bola Tinubu. The court-martial, constituted by the defense headquarters, was inaugurated on Friday behind closed doors at the Scorpion Mess at Sokoro, Abuja. Journalists, including accredited defense correspondents who had received prior invitations, were denied access to the venue, while security personnel also barred the use of mobile phones to document the arrival of the 36 defendants who were transported to the mess in a military vehicle. The military proceedings are unfolding alongside parallel criminal charges filed by the federal government at the Federal High Court in Abuja on April 22, where several other suspects were arraigned in connection with the same alleged court plots. That group, which includes retired military officers, a police inspector, and civilians, pleaded not guilty to a 13-count charge bordering on treason, terrorism, and money laundering. The prosecution alleges that a group conspired in 2025 to overthrow the government and failed to report the plot to authorities, following which the court ordered their remand and custody of the Department of State Services, with an accelerated hearing scheduled for April 27. The military had earlier confirmed that the alleged coup attempt was uncovered following internal intelligence leading to the arrests. The Nigerian Senate has condemned the recent resurgence of terrorist attacks across the country, particularly assaults targeting military formations, describing them as a threat to national security and stability. The Senate subsequently urged the federal government to strengthen military training on civilian protection and ensure strict adherence to rules of engagement and international humanitarian law. The resolution followed a motion sponsored by the Senate Whip, Taye Mongono, who expressed deep concern over deadly attacks on military formations.
Borno State, Senator Mohamed Ali Ndume, representing Borno South, and Senator Kakasho Lawan, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, representing Borno Central. The motion reads thus: the Senate notes with deep concern the recent attacks on military formation leading to casualties among troops, including Brigadier General Husseini Brahimo, Colonel Mohamed Isaya, Captain A.M. Ismat, Lieutenant Kelvin Pestuns, and 13 other soldiers. Aware that these recurring attacks on Monguno, a strategic garrison town, and Benishek, a key town along Damaturu-Maiduguri Highway, demonstrate a deliberate attempt by insurgents to undermine military operations and disrupt humanitarian and commercial access routes.
Other senators expressed similar concern for urgent and comprehensive measures to tackle the menace.
Akwali Ediku was attacked in January 2025, and only in April 2026, Akwali Ediku has been attacked again, leaving in the wake of it several deaths and property destroyed.
Mr. President, the Chief Whip has said it all, and the motion also confirms what we are going through in the Northeast. What is happening in the Northeast, particularly Borno, is being felt everywhere.
Responding, the Deputy Senate President Jibrin Barau said that the President Bola Tinubu had briefed on had been briefed on the situation and was taking steps to address the challenges.
The leadership here, that the President and Commander-in-Chief is doing very, very well, working very hard to deal with this matter, even though it's a matter that has global dimension. The issue of insurgency, the IC, Boko Haram, and the rest, these are insurgents that wreak havoc on people of several countries in West Africa.
The lawmakers later observed a minute of silence in honor of the fallen soldiers and affected civilians. The senators confirmed the nomination of Mustafa Rabi Dama as minister following a screening. The confirmation followed a motion moved by the Senate leader, Bayemi Bamidele, urging lawmakers to consider the request of President Bola Tinubu in line with Section 147 of the 1999 Constitution. The lawmakers, however, raised key concerns on housing delivery, financing, and broader governance issues, with Senator Tayo Mungono drilling the nominee on plans to bridge the housing gap and curb rural-urban migration. While Senator Adams Oshomole focused on the use of pension funds to provide affordable housing and strengthen mortgage systems.
Pension scheme ought to be the foundation for robust, sustainable mortgage system for working people, where a poor man can borrow because he's expected to work between 35 and 40 years. He should be able to finish paying for the house by the time he retires. If he has nothing else, he will have a house to retire to. What contribution will you give to ensure that we overcome these serious challenges, particularly in the Northwest?
My candid advice is harmonize all of these programs and then work with the contributory pension workers pension housing contributory program and make sure that this is how these are disposed of.
President Dama pledged to promote affordable housing through innovative financing models and stronger institutional collaboration. He also assured lawmakers of efforts to reposition the housing sector, drawing from reforms implemented during his tenure at PTDF.
You see, one of the very important things that I will start to do when I get into the office is first to improve my skill and the skill of the people I work with, upon their leadership ability, and the third thing is correlation with other organizations and governments. So before I even go to FEC, for example, to state why are these people not housed, I will have to have correlation, I will have to have understanding with the people, and then I will know my points. If I make my suggestion and they are not listening to me, then definitely we may take it to the president, and the president will.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio congratulated the new minister and urged him to justify the confidence placed in him by delivering on his mandate and meeting the expectations of Nigerians. The House of Representatives has called on the federal government to develop a comprehensive framework for the repatriation, rehabilitation, and reintegration of trafficked Nigerian girls returning from Mali and other West African countries. This follows renewed concern over rising cases of human trafficking involving Nigerian girls and young women subjected to sexual exploitation and forced labor abroad. The motion was sponsored by Tolulokbe Akande Shadipe, who stressed the urgency of coordinated government action to address the trend.
Recognize that effective repatriation and reintegration requires a multi-agency approach involving medical and psychosocial support, vocational empowerment, and sustainable reintegration programs to prevent re-trafficking. Hence, the need to assess the effectiveness of ongoing repatriation, rehabilitation, and reintegration programs for rescued victims. Concerned that despite Nigeria's international commitments under the Palermo Protocol, the Convention of the Rights of the Child, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, coordination gaps, inadequate funding, and bureaucratic delays continue to hinder the timely rescue and repatriation of trafficked Nigerian citizens.
It has also reaffirmed their commitment to gender inclusion as it pushed for accelerated consideration of a special seats for women bill currently before the National Assembly. Jesse Akalusi, who led the motion, said the proposed legislation would help correct the persistent underrepresentation of women in governance.
The House concerned that failure to take deliberate legislative action, as being happening here, will add to address gender imbalance in political representation, undermine Nigeria's democratic credibility, and weaken institutional legitimacy, and limit socio-economic development outcomes. The House concerned that increased women representation in governance lead to improved outcome in healthcare, education, and social welfare and economic growth, therefore strengthening national cohesion and sustainable development.
They also further moved to provide legislative backing for the establishment of a Department of State Research and Development within the Department of State Services, as well as the creation of a National Institute of Public Health and Infectious Diseases. The bill was sponsored by the Speaker and supported by Francis Wewe and Amobi Oga, who highlighted the importance to national security and public health advancement. The House Committee on Public Petitions also presented 12 reports, including a petition by Bash Ali seeking parliamentary intervention over the proposed Guinness World Boxing Championship fight in Africa, as well as allegations of sabotage and impunity within the National Sports Commission. The federal government has approved an increase in peculiar allowances and other welfare benefits for civil servants. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Didi Walton-Jack, disclosed this during a press briefing in Abuja on Friday. Walton-Jack said the increment affects workers under the Consolidated Public Service Salary Structure and the Consolidated Research and Allied Institution Salary Structure. He said the allowances, which have been structured to reflect across all grade levels, leading to better earnings for senior and junior officers, is targeted at ensuring a broad-based impact across all cadres of the civil service. She further disclosed that the federal government has approved a review of some key allowances for civil servants, including duty tour allowance, Esther Code, and book allowance. She also announced approval of 100% DTA, which is for civil servants attending approved training programs, irrespective of whether travel is involved or not, saying that even those based in Abuja and attending training within the FCT will be entitled to it. Apart from salary-related adjustments, the federal government has also introduced an exit benefit scheme for retiring civil servants under the contributory pension scheme, which provides 100% of a retiree's full emoluments as an exit package, in addition to their pension, with effect from January 1, 2026. The Emir of Kano and former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Muhammadu Sanusi II, has questioned the federal government's continued reliance on borrowing despite the removal of a petrol subsidy. Speaking on a media chat at the weekend, Sanusi stated that while the removal of fuel subsidy and the liberalization of exchange rate were necessary, the timing and lack of fiscal discipline are threatening to erase the potential benefits. He noted the current shift towards domestic production, noting that the country has moved from a heavy importer of petroleum products to an exporter, which he said is very good for the economy. According to the monarch, Nigeria's practice of supporting foreign refineries while its domestic refining capacity remained dormant was a systemic failure that needed to be addressed. He have faulted the removal of subsidy and the liberalization of exchange rates in an environment of very loose monetary conditions, which he said was counterproductive and challenged the federal government's continued borrowing despite eliminating subsidy payments. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday issued an order of perpetual injunction restraining the Nigeria Police Force and the Federal Road Safety Corps from imposing or requesting fines from motorists over non-possession of third-party motor insurance. The court, in a judgment delivered by Justice Awa Yowa, held that only a court of competent jurisdiction has the right to sanction erring motorists. The plaintiff, Deji Adeyanju, in a suit he filed through his legal team, led by Marvin Omorobe, specifically prayed the court to determine whether by virtue of the provisions of Section 17 of the Motor Vehicles Act 1950, the first respondent and its officers have the powers to enforce third-party insurance. The trial judge in a judgment held that the police and FRSC were first and third respondents in the suit, although empowered to enforce the Third-Party Motor Vehicle Insurance Act, however lack the powers to impose fines and penalties on any motorist in breach of the Act without a court order. The World Health Organization has announced that it had given pre-qualification approval to malaria treatment for newborns and infants for the first time. WHO said in a statement that pre-qualification designation for artemether-lumefantrine, the first antimalarial formulation designed specifically for the youngest victims of a mosquito-borne disease, indicates that the medicine meets international standards of quality, safety, and efficacy. WHO Chief Tedros Ghebreyesus stated that up to now, infants have been treated with formulations intended for older children, carrying a greater risk of dosage errors, side effects, and toxicity, but that the story is changing with the new vaccines, diagnostic tests, next-generation mosquito nets, and effective medicines. According to the WHO, there were an estimated 282 million malaria cases and 610,000 deaths in 80 countries in 2024, with Africa accounting for 95% of cases and deaths, with children under 5 accounting for 3/4 of those deaths. The WHO said its pre-qualification would enable public sector procurement and help close a long-standing treatment gap for around 30 million babies born each year in malaria-endemic areas of Africa. Escalating tensions in the Middle East raise global concern, and nationwide protests continue in France over economic reforms. Details and more from the international scene.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tensions in the Middle East have intensified following a fresh wave of exchanges between Israeli forces and armed groups in Gaza. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, has warned that risk of a broader regional conflict is growing by the day. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated that Israel will continue to defend itself against all threats, while Palestinian officials have called for international protection for civilians. Humanitarian agencies report worsening conditions with thousands displaced and limited access to essential supplies. Global leaders are urging immediate ceasefire talks to prevent further escalation. In the United States, lawmakers are intensifying efforts to regulate artificial intelligence and protect user data amid growing global concern over emerging technologies. During a Senate hearing, CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, stated AI has enormous potential, but it must be developed with safety and responsibility at its core. Meanwhile, Senator Josh Hawley emphasized that guardrails must be put in place before these technologies outpace regulation. Major tech firms, including Microsoft and Google, are expected to face stricter oversight as new policies are drafted. The outcome could shape the future of AI development worldwide. France is witnessing continued nationwide protests as citizens push back against government economic reforms and rising living costs. Thousands have taken to the streets in Paris and other major cities, with demonstrators demanding wage increases and improved social protections. French President Emmanuel Macron defended the reforms, saying they must take bold steps to secure France's economic future. However, Labour leader Sophie Bennett responded workers cannot continue to shoulder the burden of these policies. Authorities have maintained a strong security presence as protests are expected to continue into the weekend. South Korea has successfully launched a new satellite, marking another milestone in its growing space program. The launch took place at the Naro Space Center, with officials confirming that the satellite is now in stable orbit. President Yoon Suk-yeol described the achievement as a proud moment for the nation and the leap toward technological independence. The satellite is expected to enhance weather monitoring, communications, and national security. Plans are also underway for future lunar exploration missions. Brazil has announced strengthened measures to combat deforestation in the Amazon rainforest as global pressure mounts over climate change. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva stated protecting the Amazon is essential, not just for Brazil, but for the entire world. The government plans to increase enforcement operations, deploy advanced satellite surveillance, and impose stricter penalties on illegal logging. Environmental organization Greenpeace welcomed the move, but noted that consistent enforcement will determine its success. Experts warned that preserving the Amazon remains critical in the global fight against climate change.
Next is entertainment news.
Popular media personality Robbie Ekpo and his ex-wife Mayowa Lambe has currently embroiled in public and legal disputes following revelation about their past relationship and her recent remarriage in the United States. The controversy began after Ekpo's emotional appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast, where he reacted to reports that Lambe had married another man abroad without formally dissolving their marriage. He expressed shock over the development, maintaining that they were still legally married. Ekpo also recounted how he supported Lambe's relocation overseas and claimed he continued to assist her financially, including allegedly purchasing a flight ticket for her during a recent visit to Nigeria. He further alleged that throughout their 11-year marriage, Lambe secretly used contraceptives while he sought medical help over fertility concerns. Ekpo also claimed to have evidence that he was sending her money without knowing she was living with another man. He described the situation as painful, stating that he discovered her remarriage through videos and photos circulating on social media. The interview sparked widespread reactions online, with some Nigerians criticizing Lambe while others called for her side of the story. In response, Lambe, through her lawyer Chinedu Nwaneli, issued a cease and desist notice to Ekpo. She demanded that he take down all related posts, retract his statements, and issue a public apology within 48 hours. The notice also included a demand for 100 million naira in damages for alleged defamation, warning of legal action if the conditions were not met. Lambe maintained that their marital relationship had been mutually terminated in May 2025. Challenging the notice, Ekpo, through his legal representatives at TAP Legal Services, described the 100 million naira demand as excessive, unfounded, and premature. He insisted that his statements were based on personal experiences and not made with malicious intent, adding that he was prepared to defend himself in court with evidence. Ekpo also revealed plans to petition the United States authorities over alleged marriage fraud, stating that he would submit all relevant evidence as part of his case. R&B singer David is facing serious criminal charges in the United States over the death of teenage girl whose decomposed body was discovered in his vehicle. Prosecutors allege that the 21-year-old artist born David Burke murdered 14-year-old Celeste Rivers Hernandez and dismembered her body, leaving the remains in bags inside his Tesla. Authorities claim the incident occurred in April last year, and her body was later found at a tow yard in September. While the preliminary hearing in Los Angeles, prosecutors revealed that a search of Burke's phone allegedly uncovered a significant amount of illegal explicit material involving minors. They did not clarify whether it was connected to the victim. Investigators believe this teenager had been in a relationship with Burke and allege he killed her to prevent exposure. An autopsy later confirmed she died from multiple injuries, with drugs and alcohol also found in her system. Burke has denied all charges, including murder, sexual abuse of a minor, and mutilation of human remains. He remains in custody as the case proceeds. American rapper Kanye West is set to perform in Prague this summer. According to event organizers, Zuzana Rambova, director of the Churchill Arena race course, confirmed that the concert will take place in July 25th, although further details about the show has not been disclosed. Czech media reports indicate that the event is being organized by ENUGU Production, a company reportedly owned by Slovak entrepreneur Hugo Varga. The announcement comes after a previously planned performance by the rapper in Bratislava, Slovakia, was cancelled last year. The cancellation followed controversy surrounding a song he released on May 8, 2025, coinciding with the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, which sparked public backlash. Thousands of people had signed a petition opposing his scheduled appearance at the Slovak festival, leading organizers to call off the event. That's the entertainment news. Queen Ethmokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Abuja Summit, which will run for 2 days, aims to push for fundamental amendments in the 1999 Constitution to make it inclusive and equitable. Political leaders, patriots, intellectuals, and interests from across the country are taking part in the Abuja Summit.
What's going on this week is just like a climax. This thing has been going on from various zones. All the 6 zones have had cause to come together to evaluate, to make comments, to make suggestions. And what we're just trying to do, like I've said earlier on, is to collate all of this, distill them, and then turn them away from a cacophony of voices to a solid document.
This constitutional conference, we are seeking that powers to be devolved. Too much power at the center. Unitary system has not favored us. We never favor us. We are a federation, and so the federating units must have enough power.
Where are the granite pyramids? You don't see them again. Where is the huge? We're number 1 in producing cocoa in the world. Why don't you produce again? Because everybody is today depending on the oil from Niger Delta. We'll come and sit down and share the oil. But our fathers didn't do that. Our fathers had granite pyramids and they had all these other things to produce. We're a productive country. We're not only consuming.
The former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Victor Atta, faulted the 1999 Constitution as a document forced on the people. He said that the Constitution needed to be amended for inclusivity and to promote constructive collaboration among all sectors of Nigeria.
The legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution, the viability of our current political system, the path towards restoring true sovereignty to the Nigerian people. This agenda, therefore, is not only the right one, but it is in fact the only one that matters now. We endorse it in its entirety because the truth is this: the 1999 Constitution was not the people's constitution. It was a military decree imposed without the consent of the people. The military suspended the 1963 Constitution, which remains the last legal expression of our people's collective will and agreed terms of conditions for staying together. That Constitution, I'd like to emphasize, was suspended.
While officially declaring the event open, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, spoke on the significance of the summit.
Our present 1999 Constitution, as amended, is not such a constitution. It was not democratically formulated. It was instead imposed on the country through a decree by the military administration. And the governance system derived from it is not only non-inclusive, but also induces over-expenditure of the nation's resources on administration rather than on capital development. Hence, the need for a new constitution made by the peoples of our country.
Other delegates spoke to journalists on the expectations from the summit.
103 million Nigerians are living under multidimensional poverty. 18.5 million Nigerian children are out of school. More than 70% of these numbers that I just shown out are children with disabilities and people with disabilities. And there's a correlationship between poverty and disabilities.
Whether it is the present constitution as imperfect as it is, or a new constitution, if it stems out of platforms like this, it doesn't really matter if the operators of the constitution are not ready to live by the rule of law. So it is very, very important, value reorientation and, coming up with handlers who will see the constitution as not just an ordinary document, but the very document that creates our existence, creates all the organs and the institutions within the federation called Nigeria.
I believe women already are 50% of the population anyway. And to find that in the National Assembly and in many other positions, we find women in very, very almost skeletal positions. This needs to be done and things need to be done to improve this. Also in terms of children, education, I believe education also needs to be placed in a more pivotal position than it is now, especially for childhood education.
The objective of the National Summit is to create from the present constitution a new document that speaks to the aspirations of Nigerians across all regions and institute a governance structure that frees the potentials of the black man's most populous nation. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman reporting for Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Charles Fukuma of APGA called 422664.
The result, which was announced by INEC in the early hours of Sunday, saw Soludo winning by a landslide in the 21 local government areas of the state. The state returning officer and vice chancellor of the University of Benin, Omaregi Edoba, declared him the winner of the exercise with 422,664 votes after the collation of results from the local government areas of the state.
The 2025 Anambra State governorship election held on the 8th day of November 2025.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Thursday sitting was the closing session for the 4 days public hearing by the investigative panel. The panel focused on the implications of imprisonment with options of fines and failure of convicts to pay such fines, creating congestion in the correctional centers. Correctional Officer L.C. Cyrus told the panel that the Nigerian Correctional Service has no authority to detain anyone without proper legal documentation, particularly in cases involving court-ordered fines.
Where the individual is unable to pay compensation before the end of the jail term, that compensation is converted into a jail term on the warrant. And then where that particular order is not given on the warrant, the officers report this matter before the court that has actually convicted this individual and talk to them on the issue of the compensation. And then it's the judge or the magistrate that will either convert the compensation to a jail term or order the release of this particular individual.
Cyrus also revealed that an amendment to the 2015 Act is underway. This amendment proposes the creation of a Victim Compensation Trust Fund, funded from federal allocations to settle victims' fine payments when they cannot afford them.
So what this means is that if an individual at the end of his jail term who has a compensation to pay is unable to pay, the individual may be asked to go on some service, that will yield proceeds, money or something. But then it does not really matter if the individual is asked to go to farm and then he will be paid and then the proceeds from that farming is paid into the government. What matters is that the compensation to the victim will be paid from this trust fund without having anything to do with the inmate now who is unable to pay.
Deputy Controller General of Corrections Ibrahim Idris disclosed that 28,149 inmates have been released after payment of fines, a move that has reduced congestion in the centers. He said more detailed statistics will be presented later, but stressed the importance of the initiative for decongesting correctional facilities.
The less number of inmates we have under incarceration, the less burden and the less opportunity for us to do proper rehabilitation. Because even before the 2019 Act, the philosophy of Nigerian Correctional Service has always been imprisonment as a punishment and not for punishment. Once it is pronounced, it is already punishment. Whether the person comes to the correctional center or not, it's already taking care of.
Idris praised the collaboration of stakeholders in facilitating the payment of fines and compensation of inmates who work in correctional service firms and workshops while awaiting the payment of their fines, noting that some inmates were even provided repatriation money upon release. He urged the public to continue supporting the service in its rehabilitation mission.
That payment of fines and the compensation is a very charitable thing to do. It helps the federal government a lot. But when an individual wants to do it, he should follow the example of the Honorable Minister, whereas inmates were choosing, and the compensation, the fine were paid, and the inmates were even given repatriation money.
As the panel continued its hearing, proposed reforms, particularly the Victim Compensation Trust Fund, signal a shift toward balancing justice for victims with the rehabilitation of offenders. For the correctional service, the challenge remains how to manage overcrowding while ensuring that punishment, fines and compensation serve their intended purpose without leaving inmates or victims stranded in the process. In Abuja, I am Chimizi Zedima for Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Waste management in Enugu appears to be facing some challenges, as can be seen from several dumps overflowing with refuse. It is now a common sight to behold waste accumulating in various parts of the state capital. The situation is now worsened by a disturbing trend of scrap collectors who now cart away dumpsters situated in some strategic locations in Enugu, including Thinkers Corner, Abapa, Achara Layout, and New Haven. This has forced residents to engage in indiscriminate dumping at various sites in and around the metropolis, which constitute eyesores and environmental hazards for residents and road users. As case in point is the dumpster in front of Signature TV on Allaw Street, Thinkers Corner, which was carted away some months ago, forcing residents and passers-by to dump their refuse on the ground. Apart from environmental and health hazards posed by roadside dump sites through the spread of diseases, they also obstruct pedestrian and vehicular movements and degrade the aesthetics of the area. Sunday Ume, a driver, and George Okodele, a pastor, both expressed dissatisfaction with the refuse disposal authorities and the interval of evacuation.
The thing is no good because I pass here several times. And they see everywhere those bills, even though mail road, the whole world. And that's why they help tell us to make it come help us. The thing no good. If they come go self, the thing they smell everywhere. The thing even though Tinker's corner, I think that's corner here why. Yeah, the thing no good. So I tell government make it help us. Make it carry them even very quickly with every time. Come they pick this the thing no good. I observe that people that are used to carry the refuse, they are not used to come in time. So I want government to look into it and make sure that they carry this thing in time. And that is my concern, sir. At least in every three days, I think you understand me. In 3 days, they should be coming and check all this place, even along the other side of it. That one will full. They drop for us, just like this place. It's unfair. It's unfair.
A student of Godfrey Okoye University, Chisom Ndulwe, lamented that the dump sites are unsightly and that the stench, when it rains, is unbearable.
Oh God, it smells and stinks. And then due to how everywhere comes science, they just litter around because they take time for the come to markets and litter around, even here looking so dirty, and then the odor, which is very hazardous to women's health. My advice is that maybe weekly, come and pack it. Weekly, you come and empty it. Even if it's not, there's no way to inspect it to the green. Like, just come and pack it. So, for the sake of clothing again, there are shops here. This year shop is here too. People sell food around there, and maybe the human being have to buy this food to eat.
The acting managing director of the ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, said that the authority is working out a suitable time schedule for refuse disposal in ENUGU. Onaga said that the authority is also looking for a suitable location to mount a 25 cubic meters waste bin at Tinker's Corner to check indiscriminate dumping of refuse in the area.
Currently, we are going for full-scale door-to-door waste collection. We do what is called trash pickup from your residence, from your premises. You don't need to go to the waste bin again. Reasons is that first, our aim is to eliminate scavenger activities, because if I'm picking from your home, scavenger will not come to your house to litter the waste bin and the trash on the street. So we are working on that. Before the 20th of this month, we have been looking for an area in Tinker's Corner where we can place our big waste bin. We are constructing what's called 25 cubic meter waste bin. We're trying to build a transfer station in Tinker's Corner. Also have that place where we can have our waste bin place, secured area, where we can have our tricycles parked. We start what is called full-scale door-to-door. We started that fully in Trasekulu.
The issue of environmental sanitation no doubt requires effective waste management strategies, public education, and community involvement to promote a cleaner environment and healthier living conditions. Raymond Ken Mbata reporting for Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Hello, my people. It's of course another beautiful weekend. I'm your baby girl, Queen Efokunta. I'm so hyper today because today is Friday. Yeah, right? Thank God it's Friday, the last day of the week. Weekend is that time where we tend to unwind, do some laundry, meet up with friends, hang out, go for parties, go to church, and of course prepare for the next week that comes in 2 seconds. So here we tend to give you interesting stories, top chatting drama in the entertainment industry. Today I have just a short story, and it's not far from something you've been saying on social media. Today is Friday. As usual, I'm going to be recommending movies to you, and we'll be having a conversation with a comedian who will be joining us pretty soon. So, but first of all, let's talk about what exactly is trending in the entertainment industry. Now, popular media personality Robbie Ekpo and his ex-wife Mayowa Lambi has currently embroiled in a public and legal dispute following revelations about their past relationship and her recent remarriage in the United States. Now, the controversy began after Ekpo's emotional appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast, where he reacted to reports that Lambe had married another man abroad without formally dissolving their marriage. He expressed shock over the developments, maintaining that they were still legally married. Ekpo also recounted how he supported Lambe's relocation overseas and claimed he continued to assist her financially, including allegedly purchasing a flight ticket for her returning to Nigeria. That was during her recent visit to Nigeria. So he further alleged that throughout their 11 years of marriage, Lambe secretly used contraceptives while he sought medical help over fertility concerns. Ekpo also claimed he have evidence that he was sending her money without knowing she was living with another man. He described the situation as painful, stating that he discovered the remarriage through videos and photos circulating on social media. The interview sparked widespread reactions online, with some Nigerians criticizing Lambe, while others called for her side of the story. In response, Lambe, through her lawyer Chinedu Waneli, issued a cease and desist notice to Ekpo. She demanded that he take down all related posts, retract his statement, and issue a public apology within 48 hours. The notice also included a demand for 100 million naira in damages for alleged defamation, warning of legal action if the conditions were not met. So Lambe maintained that their marital relationship had been mutually terminated in May 2025. Now, challenging the notice, Ekpo, through his legal representatives at TAP Legal Services, described the 100 million naira demand as excessive, unfounded, and premature. He insisted that his statements were based on personal experiences and not made with malicious intent, adding that he was prepared to defend himself in court with evidence. Ekpo also revealed plans to petition the United States authorities over alleged marriage fraud, stating that he would submit all relevant evidence as part of his case. So before we say before I say what I have to say, let's take a look at these videos.
10 years of my life, he paid me, Baba. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified that, oh, my wife can do whatever she wants to do. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified. What did I do but just love? My wife traveled 6 years, and I was, for the small money I was earning, I was sending money to my wife every time. I have receipts here. You were saying that I was sending money abroad. I was sending flowers. I had friends in the US, and I would beg them to buy flowers and deliver in her house. True. Now look at your mom. My wife didn't bother to come back since 2021. I did not see my wife again until last year that I sent her money to buy ticket to come to Nigeria. I went with 2 cars to the airport. With my friends, I gave my friends phone so that they welcome her. I couldn't get a clip of me hugging my wife. You haven't seen your husband in 4 years. And I went to pick you up at the airport and you did not hug me. We got home and she did not kiss me, she did not hug me. I slept in the living room for 2 days. I never get car since I came to Lagos. Last year was the first time I got a car. I bought a Lexus RX 350. I bought it with my hard-earned money when I stopped sending money abroad. So you were sending money abroad? I was sending money. I would send when my wife would call me and tell me the money is too small. How much did they pay me? I would do a gig of 500k. I would send 200k. The receipts are here. How can you call your wife for 3-4 days and she will not call? She will not call back. She will not pick. Anytime I call her, now when she did inside motor, she got a house and got a male flatmate. What? She got a house and got a male flatmate and said, you know how you can sublet your room. But why a male? I was not comfortable with it. Nobody will be. But I let it slide. Only for me to find out 2 days ago that the person that she was staying, that she claimed was a flatmate, was sleeping with her. Is it the same guy she married? No. I've been in love, but I stupid. I saw a picture of her sitting in a restaurant on a man's leg. Right? It seems like a normal picture. Let me see. Look at the iPad on the table. What do you see? Let me see. Zoom in. You can zoom in. Let me help you. Look at the iPad on the table. What do you see?
That's hard.
On a man's leg.
So, this is so disheartening. This is very, very disheartening. And you know, when this video was circulating online, people were like, let's hear her own side of the story. Me too, I'm part of that. Let's hear her own side of the story. So I think after a few days, she posted a video where she was dancing to a gospel song. People had to post that and it went viral. And then a few days later, we got to find out that she she petitioned against him over 100 million naira for defamation, right? And he should take down everything that she said about him from social media. Now, the development is that he too has petitioned against her, right? But she said their marriage was what's the word now? Dissolved since last year, May 2025. So if the marriage was dissolved last year, May 2025, maybe that's why she didn't hug you at the airport. But of course, you can't dissolve a marriage when you guys are distant. Both of you have to sign the divorce papers while the both of you are there and there. So the both of them are actually fighting legally. It's more like let's meet in court. It's more like let me see where this will lead to. I would actually want to see where this will lead to. Do you get? Because as we speak, she's already married to somebody else. She is already married to somebody else, and that's what hurts him the most. Because you're married to somebody else and we are still legally married. We are not dissolved. We are still together. But she, in her subconscious, this marriage is over since last year May. It's getting to a year now. It's actually a very long month. It's very disheartening. Let's be very practical. A whole lot of people were like, oh, women, sisterhood is proud of you, brotherhood is proud. I don't think this is about gender now. I don't think it's about gender. This is personality, right? Because I know a whole lot of men who say, this is why I don't want my wife to go abroad. This is why I don't want to take my wife with me abroad. This whole thing has brought a whole lot of comments, even with guys and men in UK, Nigerian men per se, saying that women are actually in relationships for survival. They are also in marriages for survival. A whole lot of statements has been made. A whole lot of content has been made for this particular interview with the Honest Bunch. But let's see how far this is going to go between them, because right now they are fighting legally. Now, R&B singer David is facing serious criminal charges in the United States over the death of a teenage girl whose decomposed body was discovered in his vehicle. Prosecutors allege that the 21-year-old artist born David Burke murdered 14-year-old Celeste Rivers Henderson and dismembered her body, leaving the remains in bags inside his Tesla. Authorities claim the incident occurred in April last year, and her body was later found at a tow yard in September. During the preliminary hearing in Los Angeles, prosecutors revealed that a search of Burke's phone allegedly uncovered a significant amount of illegal explicit material involving minors. They did not clarify whether it was connected to the victim. So investigators believe the teenager had been in a relationship with Burke and allege he killed her to prevent exposure. An autopsy later confirmed she died from multiple injuries, with drugs and alcohol also found in her system. Burke has denied all charges, including murder, sexual abuse of a minor, and mutilation of human remains. He remains in custody as the case proceeds. I don't understand. Why can you deny? Well, it's possible, but I don't know how this is gonna work, right? They found her remaining body in your Tesla. They checked your phone and they found illegal content, illegal things on your phone. Now, you're actually involved with drugs and alcohol for minors, and this young lady, it is alleged that she was your girlfriend, right? So you killed her so to prevent exposure, and that wasn't enough. You had to cut her. You have to butcher her body. Even if you did, why didn't you throw everything away? Why did you keep the remain in your car? Now this happened a year ago because it happened around April, but they got to find out on September, right? But it is now that they are filing against him. So I don't know how he's actually saying, oh, he's not guilty of all charges. It takes a very strong lawyer to help you win this case, because I don't think her family will take this, right? If it's one thing to prevent her from saying that you're into this with minors, because how come you're dating a 14-year-old girl? How old are you? You're 21 and you're dating a 14-year. Are you even up to the age of being in a relationship to start with? And then you're dating a minor of 14-year-old and you're giving her drugs and alcohol for what? Anyways, moving forward, American rapper Kanye West is set to perform in Prague this summer. According to event organizers, Zuzana Rambova, director of the Churchill Arena Racecourse, confirmed that the concert will take place on July 25th, although further details about the show have not been disclosed. Czech media reports indicate that the event is being organized by ENUGU Production, a company reportedly owned by Slovak entrepreneur Hugo Varga. The announcement comes after a previously planned performance by the rapper in Bratislava, Slovakia was cancelled last year. The cancellation followed controversy surrounding a song he released on May 8, 2025, coinciding with the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, which sparked public backlash. Now, thousands of people had signed a petition opposing his scheduled appearance at the Slovak festival, leading organizers to call off the event. This is sad. This is going to be the second time that Kanye is shut out from an event. This is actually the second time this month. Anyways, that's all I have for you in the news segment. Coming up next is Movie Train, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is Movie Train segment where I tend to recommend some interesting movies to you. So first on the list is From. So a town with a hidden secret experiences strange occurrences that intensify at night. Mysterious forces disrupt everyday routines as residents try to preserve stability and community while attempting to comprehend their surroundings. Now, From is set in a seemingly ordinary town with an extraordinary secret. The series follows the residents as they encounter unexplained phenomena that intensify with the onset of night. As everyday life is disrupted by mysterious forces, the inhabitants must navigate unforeseen challenges while trying to understand the hidden nature of their environment. The narrative weaves together multiple personal stories exploring the struggle to maintain order and connection amid an ever-present sense of uncertainty. Now, newsflash, I've not seen this movie, but I actually find it interesting. This is season 4. If you've not watched season 1, 2, 3, I think you need to start afresh, because if you fast forward to season 4, you won't be able to understand it. I like this movie. It's very mysterious. It's not scary, it's not action, it's not romance, but it's quite mysterious. Alright, moving forward is The Boys Season 5. Now, in The Boys Season 5, Homelander consolidates power as president, forcing the team into hiding while Annie January sparks a residence. Billy Butcher, working with Dr. Samir Shah, hunts for a super killing virus to eradicate votes, while Soldier Boy returns, facing a brutal showdown against Homelander and new threats at Fort Harmony. This one is very, very serious. It's giving Marvel vibe and energy, right? I've not seen this one also. Unfortunately, most of the movies I'm recommending today, I've not seen anyone. So up next is Michael. Now, the film Michael follows the extraordinary life and rise of global music icon Michael Jackson, from his early days as a child star to the Jackson 5, to his transformation into one of the most influential entertainers in history. It traces his journey through fame, beginning in Gray, Indiana, highlighting his breakthrough success, iconic performances, and the creative force behind legendary albums like Off the Wall, Thriller, and Bad. So, the story also explores his struggles with fame, family, pressure, and the challenges that came with global superstardom. Starring his lifestyle nephew, Jaffa Jackson, the film focuses heavily on Michael's artistry, performances, and impact on global pop culture, celebrating his legacy as the king of pop, while offering a dramatic look at the man behind the music. So, newsflash, this movie is streaming in the cinema, not in Nigeria, but in the diaspora. So let's keep our fingers crossed. It's supposed to come down here like this weekend, but let's keep our fingers crossed. I'm sure people are really, really anticipating this, especially Netflix lovers like me and you. So we have lots of movies to see this weekend, and that's all I have for you in the movie train this hour. We're going a short break, very short break, and coming up next is the conversation segment, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
That's
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the conversation segment, and today on the show we've got one of the fast rising voices in Nigerian comedy, Ikebudu Emmanuel, popularly known as Slim Saint, a performer who has been building his name both online and on stage, and is now gearing up for a major comedy show. He's here to talk about the craft, the grind, and why live comedy still delivers a different kind of energy in today's digital world. So join me in welcoming our guest, Slim Saint.
You choke.
Don't be like, what's up? How you doing? How is the preparation for your show going?
Thank God, it's going well. So far, so good. We've been doing our best, and we hope they come on time and have a great show.
So no pressure. I hope 7 is 7. No?
Yeah, that's how my show. This is my 5th show as a stand-up comedian. So over the years, we've adjusted to timing and all.
So no African time.
No African time. It's meant to even be 6, but it's like red carpet 6. But the major show starts 7.
All right, no wahala till then. So let's start with this, right? What is it about live comedy that makes it feel so different from watching skits or clips online?
There's this feeling it gives. To be very honest, there's this feeling live. There's nothing beats it, you know. There's no sound effect. There's no laugh at the end. You're not fixing anything.
Yeah.
What you give, I think that's the fastest communication. You know? Once you give, you get a feedback immediately. Once you say your jokes, you get the laughter. If it's funny, if it's not, you get it instantly at the spot. So unlike digital comedy online, if you post, you have to edit. You take it, you do this. Then if it's not even funny, you feel they add sound to make it, and then you do it. Then people will start laughing and start commenting. But no, stand-up comedy, live comedy is actually one of the hardest crafts. Yeah, because they get your results immediately. You don't have to wait. In 5 minutes, you don't already know. So that's how it works.
So at what point did you realize that, okay, yeah, I want to go into comedy? Because you know most of the comedians we know, AY, the rest of Funny Bone, Clint the Drunk, you know, name them. Physically they look funny, facially they look funny, but you're looking like a fine boy. You don't look like somebody that.
I'm not looking like a fine boy. I am.
Oh shit!
Yes, so please.
Okay, you're a fine boy.
Yes, thank you.
Your face do not attribute a comedian in any form. So at what point did you realize, okay, I want to go into comedy?
First of all, it's not my fault that I look this good, you know. It's a +1 to my brand, because I don't want to look like the joke.
Okay.
You know, that's it. And I think comedy for me started when I was in primary school. I think I was in primary 5. I just realized that I love to make noise. I love to be in noise maker.
Your name is always the names of noise maker.
So I make noise a lot. I go to the other class, primary 5B. We'll go find trouble. They go laugh. They go write my name for another class.
Can you imagine?
So I never knew it was called comedy until you know, I was joining drama club, joining all till my SS1. You know, started watching stand-up comedy. I love Sheilo, Ajebo, Elenu, Acapella, you know, Basket Mouth. Those were my go-to then, and I was like, I love this stuff. But I think I wanted to start it then, but one of my friends discouraged me. He said, bro, you look too good, you know if you do this thing, they don't go laugh. So I waited for like a year.
Yeah.
I was lessons 2. I just told myself, I'm going to do this thing. And I started doing it from there and get admission to UNN. And it has been all good, all the way.
So your mouth and your voice speaks louder than your facial expression.
Exactly. So the comedy don't pass when person go climb stage, you don't begin
they laugh.
You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not about the face. Some people even book me because of how I look, you know. Yes, now I look worth it, I look branded. Like,
why is pride written all over you, this guy?
Because it's not pride. It's just me telling you how valuable I am, you know.
Yeah.
So people, when I come on stage, they underrate me and I like it. You know, before I go on stage, people are like, okay, for me actually that kind of thing. But when I begin to talk, so it's my mouth that is my office. My mouth is my strength. So once I begin my performance and all, you have to like me and pay attention to me.
True. So do you think digital platforms have made audience easier to access than having them live on a show?
Yeah, because the world is global. The world is digital, if I would say. It's everyone is now using their phones, everyone is now online, everyone is browsing, people are always on their phone, like almost all the time. So obviously people promote their posts, so you get reach, you get people to view your stuff, you get audience online. So I guess, yeah.
But have you ever made a joke that actually glared people up online, and when you came on stage, people didn't find it funny?
I have to think.
You won't claim that say no get anyone.
Any joke when I talk online?
Yes.
Is it stand-up comedy?
Yes, stand-up comedy, the one you made online, and then you came on stage and people did not find it funny?
No. None of them. All my jokes, I did critic, like, you know the way I write my jokes, they hard before I no go funny.
Yes.
I have like team. I have people that I contact, you know. Before I will say this joke, I go guess, I have underground study, I make my research, I do a lot of background check, then publish the joke online. For online people to accept the joke, it will sell offline. But most times it has to sell on offline first. If people laugh like now, if I post it online, definitely people will obviously like it. So I think it's the other way around. Yeah.
Okay, so would you say that social media helped build hype for live shows or reduce it?
Yeah, it helps. Social media is like I said, it's where we do our PR, our ads. So social media is actually helping. Like this is my show now that I'm planning, this Sunday at Amadu Event Center. I was in Lagos putting the whole PR, pushing the whole show, and I was making the location ENUGU.
So how does that work?
It's as social media now, because you place ad on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and you make the location to be ENUGU. So people that are in ENUGU, you can be in Lagos and be promoting a post in this ENUGU, and people will be viewing it in ENUGU. So when I'm here, people are like, I saw your flyer on my feed, you're having a show in ENUGU. But people in Lagos too might not really get the reach. But because you set the location to be in ENUGU.
Yeah.
So yes, it has helped. It has helped a lot, especially for publicity and ads. Yeah.
So this one is quite personal, right? How do you deal with silence and unresponsive crowd during a live performance? When like you crack a joke and people are not laughing. There was a time we heard that they used to spray tear gas then.
Yes.
When you're not there live, when you're watching it, they're always laughing even when the thing is not funny. So tell us your whole experience, if you have experienced such thing, like you made a joke and people did not respond, they didn't feel like, oh, this is funny.
To be honest, every comedian watching this knows that there's always a bad day at the office as a comedian or as creative or as a worker. There are times where you crack joke, it might not really sit well with the audience. Yes, and you have to just either your hands strong enough to talk something again to find way, maneuver your way to make the joke funny, or you just have a bad day totally. But for me, I just have a way. God just used to help me. I just have a way. Once you are distracting me, I know what to say because I was on a show last week Sunday at the same Amadu, and people were coming in, people were walking in, table, these dignitaries and all, they were walking in, and so distracting my performance. But there were other people that were paying attention. So I just said something that caught their own attention, and people that were listening to me got the message that this guy, they tried make these people understand, say, I did stage, that kind of thing. So I was saying a lot of things and people were laughing, and those people now settled and started paying attention to me. So the baseline, the point there is, you just need to know how it works. Like your hand, you guys stay confident on stage, you have to be quick on your feet, because some people might just get thrown off once they see people walking, they distract their performance. But once you are confident, once you are good, you know what you want to do and what you want to say. So
would you say that reading the room is maybe one of the attributes to give you inspiration on the next joke to crack?
Definitely. Definitely. That's like a cheat code that I do tell people. You don't just come and perform. You come before the show, observe, see what they are laughing to, okay, understand the environment, okay, this is what this person said that make them laugh. Do I have a joke relating to this? You know, it makes your work easy. You know, you cannot go to a church setting and start saying vulgar joke, you know. So all those things, then a lot of underground study that works. You know, you don't just come and just want to go and perform. So you get to a level when you're big, like very big, you just go and they know that this person is always funny, so you just go. But you know, when you're still up and coming, you have to understand the whole thing behind it.
You know, I used to have a problem with some comedians that come off stage and they're literally yapping somebody, right? Yapping people, both dignitaries and non-dignitaries, right? No, I want to understand, you know, that whole reading the room kind of thingy. How on earth do you tend to just pick, because you might be yapping somebody that is going through a lot and the ones you slap on stage, right? So I want to know how you people, because I know there's no script for this. It's not like you're coming up to do a red carpet show or something. This is a talent that flows within. I want to know how you people tend to read the mind of somebody that, okay, I can yap this person and nothing will happen.
It just takes grace of God.
So there's no fear within you that somebody, and I was asked, do they come to you people at the end of the day, like maybe after your performance, and they're like, I don't like that thing you said about me?
That's right. Yeah, sometimes some of them used to come. Sometimes you be smart enough to go and meet them first. Babana joke, that kind of thing. You know, like this my show now is start funny and reckless.
Yeah.
So we are gonna be saying funny jokes and we're gonna be talking recklessly too. Do you understand? So like my last show in Lagos was my jokes in your head.
Okay.
So I actually put my jokes in their head and people were laughing, you know. And after the show, they still had my jokes.
Yeah.
But this one is just funny and reckless. I did the first one, and this is the second one in ENUGU. So it's me, like you said, yeah. You talk about things that people might not really find good. You get to pick on them. It just depends on your mindset. It depends on how your charisma is on stage. Yes, so because there are some times where I'll just pick on somebody and the person will some audience that's why it depends. Some audience they are fun. They like when you some when they will throw shades, they will even tackle you before you even tackle them. When you're on stage, they might say, Korean Abu Saif.
Yeah.
So it destabilizes you mentally, you know. So if you're good, if your hand is strong in this thing, you go guys talk back and make the person the joke, because you are in power, you have the mic, you know. So sometimes it's like that, and sometimes you just have to do crowd work. They call it crowd work. You have to do crowd work, do some spontaneous things that will make people laugh too.
Okay, now do you think live comedy is still the ultimate test for a comedian?
Yes, now.
So you have to host a show, or you must be invited for a live comedy show, so that people
will know that you are funny.
Yeah.
Yes, now.
But I mean, we're in the digital world, like you are great.
The thing is, it's easy. It's understand. Everybody knows this thing. If you are online making a joke,
yes,
it doesn't. It's not 100% that is going to be funny off stage.
Okay.
Yes, it's one thing people need to understand. But when you are funny offline, like on stage, legit live audience, like you put up a show and people are laughing, you are funny. It's obvious that you are funny, you know, and people will be laughing. Yeah, that's my.
I know you're going to blush.
That's my performance right there.
Yeah. So do you I don't know, is there any most unforgettable moments of you on stage, like maybe the way an audience reacted to your comedy?
Is it a good way or a bad way?
But good and bad.
Yes, good way.
So tell us the story. How did you react to that? How did that make you feel?
A whole lot of times. That happened a whole lot of times. A whole lot of times. There are a whole lot of good performances that I have when I even went for a competition, the Nigeria Spirit Talent Hunt,
yes,
as at 2021, and I won the competition as the second runner-up. You know, when I won the competition, the feeling during the performance, like I performed to like 1,000 people, and you know, the feeling I got, the response, because I have a slang then, he choke, I mean, no choke, they say he choke, they say so like, it was, the feeling was different, you know, and when I won the competition, it was mind-blowing. Performances, when I performed at a hotel in Lagos, I think the Stalkers show and at the bus show too, the feeling, the audience reaction, then Kenny Black show too in a hotel when I performed last year. It was amazing because people were like laughing, and then comedy clubs in Lagos, you know, they laugh, the laughter, the feeling it gives, it makes you know that okay, yes, this I'm working, I'm putting in work, and the result is good.
Yeah.
But for the bad parts, I'm trying to think of maybe if I've said something that did not really sit well. I'm not sure.
All right. Now, when you step on stage, when you walk on stage, what changes your mind mentally, especially when you see the crowd?
It's showtime.
You don't fret, you don't feel some kind of maybe an action. And I also want to know, right? Do you people have like strategic steps to your
jokes?
Yeah, jokes. Like, okay, when I go on stage, I'm going to see this joke first. And
why you won't make I expose like my work? But like first question you asked was
yes,
the fear stuff, yeah. When I started comedy, to be very honest, I used to be very scared. I used to have stage fright, 100%. I'm not even going to deny that. I used to be very scared. I used to, I would wonder what I want to talk now. We go make these people laugh, and then it was students now. So I was just trying to get to understand the whole algorithm of how stand-up comedy works. But when I left school, and I think my 300 level, 400 level, I started, you know, posting my own shows, appearing at people's shows, performing and making myself, you know, big. Then when I went to Lagos, it was like the best thing I did for myself. I started, you know, going to bigger shows, understanding the whole thing, and my hand was, you know, I was rehearsing, writing new sets and all. So when I'm going on stage now, I don't have any fear in me. Like if this was me 4 years ago planning a show, I'll not even be here, because I'll be very scared first off, because I never fixed this one, and I want to do interview. How? But then like mediator, and I'm relaxed. God is in control.
Yeah.
But then for the jokes, scripted, if you're doing a show, like this my show now, definitely I have jokes that I've written for ENUGU. Like I said, I just did my show in Lagos, November 23rd. So I wrote a different set, like I performed for 1 hour. It's on YouTube, Slim Effect TV, streaming globally too, and it's a nice set. So I did like 1 hour, 20 minutes set, but during editing we have to cut some parts. So it was 1 hour, different sets from this ENUGU. Now this ENUGU is funny and reckless, so there's a different joke, so I have how I want to, what I want to tackle, what I want to talk about, and how I'm going to do it, and how I'm going to sign out. So that's how it works. But if you're going for a comedy show, you're a comedian, I just know that this is a Muslim. You guys talk about this very dark man. You guys talk about
very dark man should don't come for you.
No, like he's somebody that if you talk about, people won't laugh. And I have jokes about him. Yeah? Funny jokes, but not insultive. No, very dark man. Then you know, the trending topics. You should have things to talk about them. So then you should have your own jokes too, and your sign out jokes. So, but I don't advise comedians to have it crammed. Like I must say this first joke once I must say it after this one. No, it doesn't work like that sometimes. So you might say the first one. Sorry, you might say the first one, and maybe someone might distract you. You lose your line of thought, and you can't remember the second, and get a messed up performance. So it's not always good to cram lapo in comedy. No, you just freestyle, do your thing.
So what does comedy really mean to you? You know, this Nigeria, there's nothing funny. As I'm speaking to you now,
Yes,
nothing is funny in this country, and we tend to have people hosting comedy shows, and I tend to wonder what is funny that you want to come and say on stage. I'll make people laugh, right? So, what does comedy really mean to you?
Comedy is life.
How is it life?
Like, I'm happy doing this work. I'm not even going to lie. I'm happy because I keep seeing reasons why I am doing this work. Like, how do I explain it now? When I started, I was seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. But at least now it's clearer, you know, and it's just like I'm a go-getter. So I'm seeing it. I'm like, oh, this is the life I prayed for 2 years ago, and this I'm still praying for more. I've not gotten to where I want to be. I mean, you know, but I'm on the right path. So it's a good thing. It's a thing of joy. I'm happy doing it, and not like I don't have other things that I'm doing aside from comedy. But like, this is what I tag as, you know, a great job. I know there's nothing funny. I know. That's why I say comedy no really hard. Now you want funny. For a crack joke, you know, laugh.
You go crack joke now. You need crack joke now. You need to make both me, producer, director, to laugh. So I mean, your life now, you know, right? This one is life stage.
No, this is not.
But the difference now is that you're sitting down.
That's sit down comedy.
Yes, sit down comedy, not stand up comedy. So we would like you to crack a joke, and then maybe we'll ask you the last question before we let you go. I want to see I will take crack.
No, you're putting that spell at the moment now.
But when you talk to me, we don't need cram jokes. Now you don't need cram jokes.
My jokes are not for this audience here.
I don't understand.
These people that are looking at me.
Bro, crack joke.
Anyway, there's nothing funny in the country, and you and I know there's nothing funny. The person while they follow in footsteps don't go match poison. That's the beginning of the. Who promised to stand by me, don't go sit down, you know.
Yes.
And motivational speakers in ENUGU, they are doing a very bad work. I was on my way to Abrapa which day. Now one guy tell me one motivational quote. And the way it stands now is like this, the other way around, because this morning, 2 birds nearly use 1 stone kill me. One they target my eye, the other one they shout, kill! Yeah, it's a crazy thing, but I'll say that in ENUGU, people are trying. In Lagos, all of them want to say the heart of Lekki. Lekki is heartless now, as I speak to you. It's heartless. And the houses, they don't have lights. I pay for 2 years, lights no in my house. As I speak to you, my room is very dark, man.
I see what you did
there. Let me say you know the graduate.
You know, one thing is, even without you cracking a joke, I actually find you funny. I think it's your charisma and all, right? You embody this life of the party kind of energy and vibe.
The Gen Z
comedy. Okay, so now what makes live comedy irresistible? Is it the fact that you come to meet other people or just watch that particular comedian?
All of them.
Everything I just said.
Yeah, all of them approve. It works that way, sharp. Like most people just come out to, you know, have a great time. Not like you have anything special. Sometimes comedy is to be honest, I tell people comedy has gone beyond this. You get one guy. That guy now the open pay, they carry on yesterday. So you don't get any guy
the open pay.
So yeah, please tell them about my show, or should I do it?
You will actually talk about your show like several times. I did that in the intro. We forgot to.
Yeah.
I will be talking about your show that is always in Amadio and all that. This Sunday. Yes. Anyways, the director said I should ask you one question, but I'm not going to ask you.
Why?
He said I should ask you if it was an option for you to go into comedy, or did you feel jump?
That's a very good question. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. The work we are doing behind camera, is it the work you studied in school? Because according to that voice right here, you'll be like IMT.
What do you mean? I don't know.
First choice university. Graduated with first class and you're doing directing. No problem. Well,
you had a great time, right?
I studied mass communication.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, UNN, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. So this is the life I chose. Yeah.
Interesting. We had a great time with you, Slim.
Welcome.
Slim Saint. We had a great time with you. I love your charisma, and I would like to see you perform on Sunday. I really want to see more of this whole vibe and pride that is moving. Sorry,
just aura.
You know yourself.
Aura.
You just know yourself.
We call it aura. Say aura.
Aura.
Good. Please, you guys should come early. 7 p.m. at Amadi Event Center.
All right.
See you all.
Okay, thank you so much.
I really appreciate
we had a great time doing this with you. The show has come to an end. I'm sure you were laughing your mouth out. I don't want to say the other word. So join us same time tomorrow for more interesting stories and conversations like this. Enjoy your weekend. It's gonna be a beautiful week ahead, right? Believe it will happen for you. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen Wokonta.
Bye bye.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished the
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
welcome to Inside Health, a show where we break down complex health topics into fun and easy to understand discussions meant to help you take charge of your health and your well-being. Well, I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom, and today we'll be discussing the rights of the patients. Who are patients? Do they actually have rights? And if they do, what are those rights and how can they make sure that their rights are not infringed upon? Well, I have two guests in the studio that will help us bring life to this topic. Well, on my right, I have Barrister Ngozi Abafo. She is a principal partner in Chidan Solicitors. Ngozi, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chiji. Thank you, Dr. Chiji. Thank you for having me.
Good. And to my left is a gentleman. He is Ambassador Michael ENUGU. He is a life coach, an entrepreneur, and a pastor. He's also the convener of Kind World Transformation Initiative. Ambassador Michael, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
So you're welcome. I'm quite curious when you say ambassador, right?
Yeah.
Can you just explain to us how you got that designation, ambassador?
Okay, ambassador is a representative of a kingdom or a system in another place, in another country, or on a special assignment.
Okay.
And the Bible says that we are Christ's ambassadors.
Ambassadors.
So we are here to effectively represent the kingdom of heaven that is on the earth.
Brilliant, brilliant. So while we were at the lounge discussing, you related a very heart-wrenching experience that you had. Could you just take us through, because today we're talking about patients' rights. Because patients are people who, get healthcare services, access healthcare services, so do want to find out if they have rights. But while we're talking, you related a very heart-wrenching, story, personal story of what you went through, in the healthcare system. Could you just take us through it a little bit so we can have an idea of what it is that you have gone through as a healthcare patient?
Okay, thank you very much for that opportunity. Every day is full of experience, one experience, the other. And talking about patients' rights, I believe every human being have a right and every patient have a right. So my own experience in line with that is concerning my wife and I, we have a challenge and will I call it a challenge? Yeah, an experience that is very, very heartbreaking. An issue of the giving birth process, and in the process of that, we have the first experience we have, the first child, the issue we have, she lost it at the time of birth, nearly during the birth period.
Your first baby?
Yes, my first baby, and it was not as funny at all. The experience is heartbreaking, and I believe from the research and observation, it was as a result of infringing of patients' rights and carelessness of some medical practices. So, and if care is not taken and if nothing is done on that, it will keep happening. I'm not just only the person the thing have happened to. I believe there are some other persons that have experienced such things.
But let me understand something. At what point do you feel that the service provided, that there was an issue with the service provided? Was it right through her entire trimester, or there was a particular event that happened that made you say, okay, this is negligence, or someone didn't do what he was supposed to do?
The first trimester was okay. I think it started from the second trimester to the last one. I think the antenatal process, the medical practitioner didn't do what they're supposed to do, because if there is a system whereby if she visited the doctor today and next time to visit another doctor, the doctor should go through the file and find out the formal reports and build on it. I think the issue wouldn't have happened, but I believe it was not done that way, because it's at the end that we begin to find out that the last person was like, what have you people been doing all this time, and was quarreling, have you not been coming to antenatal, the check folder, That means is in the process of that mistakes, negligence, and to the thing that's supposed to be done properly the way it's supposed to be done. Okay. And at that time, it was late. Okay. And something led to something, and then something happened.
I think we'll still get back to that story, though, but I want to get to the lawyer in the house,
okay.
Barrister. You heard his story.
Yes.
Now, from what you've heard, and I'm sure you must have heard a few other stories like that, you know, people who believe that they didn't get the requisite service, healthcare service they deserve in the hospital. Now, just the way we are told that every consumer has a right, you know, consumers of commodities. Do consumers of healthcare have rights? And if they do have rights, what are those rights?
Okay, you see, first of all, it's very important that you define what medical negligence is.
Okay.
When you understand this area of that negligence, then we can go into, people can able to decipher if this is my right or not. Now, medical negligence was propounded in the case of ENUGU versus Stevenson in 1932, where it was where it was decided that everybody has where you have a duty of care. The person who renders that service ought to do what they have to do, which is in the mind of in any reasonable form. Now, coming down to Nigeria now, every patient has a right.
Yes.
We have to be able to establish that duty of care you have to your patients. That duty of, once you are able to establish that there is a duty of care, once you are able to establish that there is a relationship between a patient and a medical practitioner, there is a right. That medical practitioner has a duty of care. Now, where he omits to do what a reasonable man ought to do, then you can classify that as medical negligence.
Okay.
So that is where in the case of Odinaka versus Mohalo also define what medical negligence is.
Okay.
When you omit what a reasonable person ought to have done, reasonably ought to do, that amounts to medical negligence, and every patient has a right to institute an action against that medical practitioner. Okay,
so you just explained from a legal point of view.
Yes.
Right? At what point can a patient or a patient relative say, this is medical negligence, given the fact that, okay, I'll give you the statistics.
Yeah.
And about 80%, Nigeria as a nation has only about 80% cardiologists practicing in Nigeria. Now, with most of our doctors and healthcare practitioners, you know, going outside of the country for greener pastures, I mean, would you attribute some of, you know, the gaps because of their mass exit to negligence? What will happen, and then you say, okay, this one is gross negligence. This one is because maybe they don't have much hands. You know, because a well-read person can actually understand what you're saying, what you just explained, but maybe a Mama Nkechi, that's a trader or, you know, an artisan, may not really understand. So what needs to happen, you know, for that kind of person from that kind of background to say, no, I can't take this anymore. This is negligence and I need to address it.
Okay, what needs to happen is where the acts of that medical practitioner leads to an injury or cause of death of such a patient, that is when you can say, yes, there is a negligence on this part.
Okay.
So first of all, the act has to lead to that. Now, for the National Health Act provides that healthcare should be provided within the resources. Now, when you now talk about medical practitioners leaving Nigeria, you know, we all know what the situation is. Like, are those resources there? Are those resources there? So those are the things that should be checked. If the resources are not there, how is the medical practitioner supposed to work? I mean, at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of that medical practitioner or the caregiver. If the resources are not there, you said the resources are not there, you can't do this. It's as simple as that, than to go ahead and put the lives of your patients at risk. So it has to be foreseeable. That action will be foreseeable that, oh, it's just, for example, a particular instrument is not there for you to perform an operation. You're not going to use your bare hands.
Liable.
Yes. You're not going to use your bare hands as a medical. And if it's not there, you say it's not there. You don't have this equipment. You don't go ahead with it. So why put the patient's life at risk? So where your action results to the injury or death of that patient, that is where you say this is where you've crossed the line. And it has to be foreseeable. In most cases, it is foreseeable. Yes.
Okay, so when the action or inaction leads to someone's death or
Yes,
injury.
or injury.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to just hold that thought. I'm going to get back to you.
All right.
Ambassador.
Yes.
It's not in doubt that your family experienced some kind of negligence that led to the death of your baby, which,
Okay.
by the way, please accept our condolences, right? So, what exactly did you do afterwards? You know, did you leave it to God? You're a man of God, maybe that's the will of God, or did you try to pursue some kind of justice to probably nothing to bring back to your child, you know, but maybe against some kind of, you know, that kind of eventuality happening again to some other person? Did you try to make any complaint? What was it exactly that you did after, you know, that event?
The system is not designed that, I didn't see, there's no, like, from the institution where it happened, there's no place where you can just send feedback to complain. Imagine, there's no system where, like, if it is in a place where there is a system that is designed that you have someone to report to or to complain to. I mean, within the organization or the institution, maybe the hospital, there's no place of complaint where maybe you can go lay complain. Even the people you will complain will not even care to some points, and they will even look at a weight in order to make it look as if the whole thing is from your hand.
It's your fault.
It's your fault, yes. So, owing to that event, and from all the things we just observed, we just leave everything in the hand of God, because that's the only thing we can do. Because there's no one to go and complain to, or should I go and start maybe going to law, make a law case about that, file. Barrister, I don't know if it's what I saw.
No, I'm the one asking the questions.
So I understand. So that is not, we don't know, like, if there is within the system whereby maybe where you send feedback. And also there is a system in place to make sure that justice is done to the feedback, not just giving feedback. And maybe you send the feedback and the person in authority that you send this feedback to either query or do the necessary thing that are supposed to be doing or that are supposed to be done in order to make sure that such eventuality does not happen again. So that's the kind of system we have, or we'll find ourselves in.
So let me get back to you, Barrister.
Yep.
You've heard his story.
Yes.
There's obviously a gap somewhere.
Yeah.
So if eventually the Mama Nkechi that we have been talking about, the hypothetical Mama Nkechi, you know, senses some kind of negligence, she doesn't even know how, you know, or where, you know, to get respite or to get her issue addressed.
Yes.
What's your take on this?
I think like you said, there is a big gap. There's a very big gap. People are not aware of their rights under the law. There are lots of legal frameworks that protect.
No, before we get to the legal aspect, right?
Yeah.
I believe that there are other tools, other things that they can do within the hospital. I remember if there was a time I had issues in the bank, and I was like, "Where's your manager?" You know, something like that. I like who is your supervisor, something like that.
Yes.
Can such, you know, happen in a hospital setting?
Such should be able to happen in a...
Should be able to happen.
Should be. It should be. But just like he said, if he had demanded for a supervisor, what would it... Sometimes you find out that supervisor protects
those
they protect themselves.
They protect themselves, yes.
They protect themselves. And they don't bring out that person who has committed that negligence. So, but however, it is very imperative that you just consult a lawyer.
Okay.
Because there are ways which you can actually carry out such complaint. First of all, they have this Medical and Dental Council Act, which empowers them to enact a disciplinary panel, a panel of investigation, you know. So once the complaint comes in, the panel takes up a plenary investigation and see if there's a substantial complaint.
You know, before we go down that lane.
Okay.
Before we go down that lane, he's already smiling. I'm sure they'll ask you.
Yeah.
Consulting a lawyer is not cheap. If someone, okay, once we are done with this and someone just meets you outside and says, Madam Lawyer, see, okay, come for consultation is so and so amount.
Yeah, I understand.
People have not even fed. Do you understand?
Yes.
And not to talk of, taking, court cases and things like that. So I'm thinking, given your experience as a lawyer, can a patient approach management even though the supervisor, these guys are public servants, for crying out loud?
Yes, that's the first thing. That's the first thing a reasonable and aggrieved person should do. Consult the head of department. Consult the supervisor. And in any case, if the supervisor does not, you look for someone.
You escalate, right?
Yes, you look for someone on a higher, who has a higher hierarchy to such a person.
Okay.
You understand? Until you get to the medical director. Yes, it is where the medical director does not do anything about it. Then consult a lawyer. You go outside that that environment and look for solution or look for redress to your case.
Okay.
All right. Do you have anything to add to this?
Yes. Okay, let me just say something.
Okay.
In line with what she said, like all those hierarchy of, most of the time the systems are there, but even if you complain, the implementation is lacking. You still come back next year, you still see the same person there, still committing the same events. The same reputation keep occurring in the same institution year after year. I had another person that had another experience this year of recent, but I'll not go into details. It keep occurring. So even if you you complain and they complain, there is no disciplinary measure, there is no penalty, there is no
measure
to cut off. The purpose of the complaint should be to stop the reoccurrence of the event or improve the practice. But you find out.
Do you think, sorry to cut you short, before I forget this, do you think this is a Nigerian factor or is peculiar to the healthcare sector?
I think generally it's the Nigerian factor.
It's a Nigerian factor.
It's a Nigerian factor. Like you said, you left it to God. Should you leave such a thing to God and watch the person do the same thing? You should have
something.
You should have as in made some noise at that time. Move to the right departments, make that complaint, and
no, but you would expect that someone who is grieving, needs time to just breathe.
That's the problem now. That time you're grieving, you're forgetting. And for you to be able to bring an action against or against any medical caregiver who omitted what they ought to have done and caused you harm, you might be forgetting the facts along the line. You have to be able to prove that he is supposed to do what he's supposed to do and he didn't do it. So when you're not able to prove it, why will you come? So you do it for the purpose of others that are coming behind you. Not only for yourself, but for the purpose of others, so they don't fall into the wrong hands. That is now where the issue of transparency, him not being able to complain or approach anyone. I think that is where health sector have to provide a form of transparency. They have to be transparent and be accountable. And that is the problem we are having in our country.
Okay, now tell us about the legal framework that you were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Walk us through it. What does it entail? Assuming you have tried to access all the levels in management in a hospital and nothing is done, and you feel, look, I need to seek redress in a court. What's the process? What's the protocol?
Okay, generally the process for someone who has experienced any form of medical negligence, there is a Medical and Dental Practitioners Act that sets up a medical and dental tribunal. So once the complaint goes first to that Medical and Dental Council.
Okay, let me get you right.
Okay.
Someone is aggrieved.
You write a complaint. That's the first thing.
Like a petition.
Yes, you write like a petition. Just when you write a petition to the police, you write a petition to the council.
Okay.
Medical and Dental Practitioners Council.
And it's functional in ENUGU. They have a liaison office of some sort in ENUGU.
Definitely, yes, they do.
Okay.
They do. So you have to write a complaint first, just the way you write when you want to complain about somebody at a police station. You write. The Medical and Dental Council takes it, then sets up an investigation panel who conducts a preliminary investigation to your complaint. Okay. Now, when they look at it and find out that there is a substantive issue that should be dealt with, they forward it to the tribunal, the Medical and Dental Tribunal. That Medical and Dental Tribunal has the same jurisdiction as the High Court of Nigeria.
Are they in the same pedigree with the National Industrial Court?
Yes, because the National Industrial Court also has the same level as that of the High Court as well. So you take it there, they move it to that place where your lawyers, everybody have their own representative. But one of our arguments is that this council, the tribunal itself is not headed by any legal practitioner amongst all of them. Is headed by mostly
colleagues.
Yes.
That's Nigerian
so
factor.
We've been arguing
like
it's important that put a legal practitioner there.
There should be a legal practitioner there. However, they shouldn't all be legal
practitioners. The law does not say legal practitioner should be there. So we are just following the law. What the law says.
Is there a lacuna there somewhere?
Well, I know in some case it's not a lacuna because it is where the law does not provide for it and another one in another country.
There's this case, I'm sorry to digress a little bit, the Bobrisky case where EFCC was accused of embezzlement, and then there was this news piece that said EFCC investigates EFCC, and it's laughable. I mean, if I accuse you of something, it's laughable. If you are told to investigate yourself.
So you can't be a judge in your own cause.
You can't be a judge in your own cause.
Yes, you can't be a judge in your own cause. So when we look at it, and we've had issues like that, and we were like, we do think that the law should be reviewed and be amended to include a medical practitioner in that body of counsel, that tribunal, so that we can be objective. It's very imperative that we are objective.
Yes.
Although when a patient goes to a medical practitioner, they develop a kind of relationship amongst themselves. So a relationship that says, I submit myself to your treatment. However, the medical practitioner has a duty of care.
All right. So, have there been cases of negligence that have passed through your table at any point in time?
Definitely, there have been a number of cases.
Can you tell us a little bit about them?
Okay, we've had issues of the gunshot, taking a patient to a hospital.
A gunshot.
Someone who had a gunshot victim. Taking them to the hospital, and the hospital reject the person. However, under the compulsory treatment of patients with gunshot wounds, every hospital is supposed to treat any person with gunshot wound, then report it to the police. But you
know that we've had that policy, we've heard about it, but how has hospitals complied? I mean, what's the level of compliance? And when are we actually talking about? Is this recent, or is this some 10 years ago?
This is as recent as last year. This is as recent as last year.
Please tell us about
2023. I mean, somebody got shot. there was a crossfire between between police and armed robbers, and the person was hit by a stray bullet. They rushed the person to the hospital, and they rejected the person. They said they have to go and get police report. I would say that the nurse on ground or whosoever gave that instruction was not aware of this law that was enacted in 2017.
Oh, as far back as 2017?
Exactly.
Wow.
But you can see that before then, 2017 is like six or seven years ago.
Yes.
So before then, a lot of Nigerians have gotten used to the fact that they have to go and get police report before any victim of gunshot wound is treated. But now, they ought to treat the person first. The hospital holds a duty to now report to this. The hospital that was supposed to report to the police.
So what was the outcome of the case with this gunshot patient?
That's another thing. The factor, the victim didn't want to. He got treated in another hospital, luckily, and he survived it. But it was like, you know, this Igbo language, like, nah, thank God, Namu didn't do well. I came back alive. You know, he was just thanking God that he was alive, or if I was dead, what will I be saying? Because Rapunia, you know, just leave it like that.
Just leave it like that.
Just leave it. So that's the thing. So we have this culture, these social, cultural factors that people want to just leave it to God. They don't want to pursue all these things. Because if you ask me, that hospital ought to be prosecuted for that.
Has there been a hospital that has been prosecuted under your watch or something like that?
I have not seen one.
They usually settle outside of court.
They usually settle out of court, and you know the rigorous process.
Court process.
No, yes, the rigorous court process. The rigorous court process of one having to, like I said, investigation will be taken by a panel of investigation will be set up. Do you know how long the panel of investigation comes out with the results? Then do you know how long the tribunal comes up with a verdict? The investigation alone, you'll be hearing come tomorrow. We are still looking at it. Come tomorrow. I mean, and all that. So
we are working on it.
But I thought
and they keep frustrating the patient.
I thought the judiciary had undergone some kind of reform, you know, to ensure that, you know, these processes are cut short and some bottlenecks are removed from the, you know, the process, the judiciary process.
Maybe it's under election petition you're talking about, because I don't know.
And
maybe
that's it's not just that people don't want to litigate.
Yeah.
It's not just that they don't know their rights. It's just that when they think about the court process, you know, it takes the wind out of their lungs and they're like, I mean, what's the need? But Ambassador, let me get to you.
Okay.
What would you attribute, aside from the things that we have mentioned here and now, what would you attribute reasons why people do not want to get redress, you know, for medical negligence and, you know, to get their rights, you know, as a healthcare consumer?
Please come again.
What would you attribute the reasons why people usually leave negligence, you know, to God to take care of, rather than seek for redress? Aside the fact that, okay, there are long court processes, you know, the financial burden. What other reasons? It could be spiritual, whatever you think. What other reasons you think people would rather, let me just let it go, rather than seek redress?
Okay, I think one of the reasons is ignorance. Many people, like, as of that time, there are some things I don't know about that. Maybe it's was like first experience. Ignorance is one of the major causes why people just don't seek for redress about every of those kind of issues. Then secondly is the system.
What do you mean by that?
The system, like if it is a medical practitioner, practicing environment like hospital, the system, if there is no proper codes of conduct, because what makes right of a patient is built on ethics, medical ethics, and healthcare. So if there is no proper system that have codes of conduct, and not just having codes of conduct, it will have codes of conduct and have system of implementation of those codes of conduct. not just like making rules. Like if you, for example, if you look at some of the private hospitals and government hospitals, most of those nurses or workers or doctors, when they go to their private sectors, they behave themselves. Majority of them, they behave themselves because they know if either they are working under somebody or it's their own. They now come to a point, they take some measure, there is care, they practice some of those codes of conduct because they know that they are under supervision. If it is a doctor, a lawyer, or a nurse, sorry, that is working under someone, she knows that her work is at stake, she can be queried, her salary can be deducted, or she can be sacked. Are you getting me? So you find out, like, for example, like I told you the event that happened to me and my wife the first time, and second time, by God's grace, God have replaced the child while have a baby girl. And we went to private sector this time around, private hospital. One of the experience is top notch. Everybody is working because there is a code of conduct, there is a working system. One is for you to have a working system, and then you have a system that implements those codes of conduct. People know that if they don't come in the hospital before, once you come for work to work, whether you're a cleaner or a gate man, you go and put your biometrics at the registration portal, and you have to be there before time. So most of those people that will even go to those kind of other sector and then just come and do anyhow, just do anyhow. And you find that some of them find that they're under supervision. They have serious and strict supervisors. They behave. So one of the reasons that, one of the things that I think that people just, because even if you complain, there will be no redress to it. There will be nothing will be done about it. The events keep reoccurring because of lack of a system, a proper system that works, work effectively. There is codes of conduct. There is consequences to every of your work. There is penalty to every of your default. And there is also judgment to every other thing you face. So people sit up where there is law.
All right, so let's go over to social media to find out what people are saying concerning this very topic. But we'll go on a short break. And when we come back, Inside Health continues. Don't go anywhere. And if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health on Signature Television. And we're going to go over to what people are saying concerning the subject matter, the right of the patient, all right? Understanding the right of the patient. All right, so we're starting with the Nigerian doctor on X says, but let's first go over to Mr. Ubong. Mr. Ubong on X says, dear Nigerian patients, question everything. It is your right to know. If they are giving you drip, ask for the name. Ask what it's for. If they request a lab test, ask the name. And then in response, Nigerian doctor says, Nigerian patients ask questions. Nigerian doctors have nothing to hide. We will even tell you without asking. Why? The more you understand, the easier your job. Your recovery journey turns out better. It's called patient education. It is central to our management plan. Enitioluwa says, My dad's surgery was successful and we all rejoiced. A few hours later, his airways were blocked and he was poorly suctioned. In Nigeria, if wrong diagnosis doesn't kill one, poor handling or lack of experience or equipment will. Nigeria is a death trap and we aren't talking enough. He continues to say, he was looking forward to singing, that's talking about the dad, he was looking forward to singing the national anthem at daybreak on October 1st, but he didn't make it because the country he loved so much couldn't provide a suction machine in a teaching hospital. The doctors took every precaution, but the Nigerian factor still showed up. Shame. Continuing, he says, the pain of losing someone who should be alive is excruciating. We spend money and time to keep him alive, but a simple machine was absent to revive him. A whole teaching hospital. And finally, he says, I long to see a day when medical personnel will go on strike because they lack the necessary equipment to work. It's okay to agitate for salary increase and allowances, but tweak the narration a bit. Don't you feel any emotions when patients die due to lack of equipment? Agitate. Our condolences to you, Eniti Oluwa, on the loss of your father. All right, guys, you've heard. So on one hand, someone is saying there are lack of equipment in a teaching hospital, and then on the other hand, someone is saying, question everything, ask the right questions, personally, I've had that, once I went to the hospital, a particular hospital, and Ambassador, it will interest you to know that it was a private hospital, actually, that I went to, growing up. And I asked the question, being a medical, an allied medical student myself, and the doctor looked me in the eyes and said, do you want to teach me my job? Are you teaching me? Just sit down and hear what I have to say. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that has had that experience. So on the one hand, someone is saying, ask questions. On the other hand, somebody is saying it's lack of equipment, the doctors are not well equipped, agitate, to get these people to put equipment, in the hospitals. Barrister, what's your take on this, what we just read out, people's reaction on X?
Like I said earlier, when you establish every doctor or every healthcare giver establishes...
Because we're not just talking about doctors.
Yes, that's why I said healthcare giver. Yes. Establish the fiduciary relationship.
What does that mean, please, in English?
In layman English.
Okay. When you submit yourself to treatment, you establish a relationship between yourself and your patients.
But they tell you they don't have time. It's like one doctor to like 20 patients.
No, that's where the duty of care. That's where the duty of care comes in. You have a duty to care. Now, where you know that there's an equipment that's supposed to be there and is not there, that means every reasonable man foresees an injury in case anything goes wrong. So, in other words, if you go ahead and carry out, whether it's an operation or carry out a treatment, and knowing fully well that without that equipment, this treatment will not be successful, that means you've omitted what you ought to have done.
There's a whole lot of processes, a whole lot of activities involved in trying to get probably hospital management really in the public sector to, acquire or procure. It's not as easy, as that. So in an event where, because this ex-user is saying, is taking the blame totally away from the healthcare providers, from the doctors, and saying it's the government that's not been able to provide these things. Now, what you think is something one man can do, or you think is something like an association can do, or you think there's an underlying corruption, somewhere within the system. So it's like a multi-headed hydra. What are your thoughts on it?
We already know there's corruption in Nigeria. And just like the ex-user said, agitate for proper equipment. It's not only for increments in your salaries. She just said my mind. Like, I look forward to a day when health caregivers will agitate for proper equipment. I pray that day comes as well. Because if there are proper equipments, the healthcare system will improve in Nigeria. As at 2021, as at 2021, WHO said we increased we went from 187 or thereabouts to, you know, and we are still
ranking.
Yes, in the ranking out of 197 countries in the world. That means we are still below average. We've not gotten there yet. We've not even started.
All right, I'll get back to you, Ambassador. Something just came to mind now.
Okay.
She mentioned, yes, there's corruption and things like that. But do you think because the people who access this service, healthcare service, are the regular Nigerians, you know, those in the political class, they don't access healthcare in Nigeria, you know, let's be
especially at that teaching hospital.
Yeah, especially at the teaching hospital.
That teaching hospital.
Yes.
That teaching hospital.
All right. So, do you think there's something that can be done to make them begin to access, you know, healthcare in our space? I mean, when they know that their kids, their wards, their wives, relatives, whatever, will access, you know, healthcare in Nigeria, maybe they will begin to do the needful. What do you think about that?
Is it the
political class?
Political
I'm talking about the
class.
political class now.
I think just like we are talking about negligence in the side of the medical practitioners, there is also negligence in the side of the political class. Because basically most of them don't access these things here, or they access the best in town. Like some of them, if anything happens to them, they fly to Abuja or Lagos. If they can't get in these two places, they just fly India or go abroad. So the challenge also, there is also a challenge of negligence in the side of the political class. So all we are saying, you know, every man and every woman knows what is good. And every man and every woman knows what is right. And every man and every woman knows what is just. The problem is man's decision, either to do what is right or to do what is wrong. So what can be done, even God cannot come down and do it for man, is man's decision to do what is right. That is what they call, I think, is self-policing. When you have to go with accountability, integrity, and all of that. Good moral background. This thing is a moral demand we are placing. You can't force any man. Even God can't force us. This is a moral demand, both on the side of the politician and on the side of the medical practitioner, and on our own sides also. It's a moral demand for us to do our possible best within ourselves to know what is good and also what is right, or the ability to decide between what is wrong and what is right, or what is good and what is evil, and then do the right thing we're supposed to do, knowing fully well that each of these your decisions affects someone next to you or around you, either someone close to you or someone that is far from you, either someone directly or indirectly is affecting someone. Your life is not only for yourself. The life you are living, the decisions you are making daily have impact on people, either to one person or a group of persons. The decisions you make, it's my life, after all, you make your decisions. No. The decisions you make affect people directly or indirectly. So what can only be done to man is this appeal of moral demand, the ability to work on ourselves, to do exactly what is right in the place of wrong thing. Because apart from that, if you start talking about they are supposed to do this, they are supposed to do that, we know there are so many things they are supposed to do. They are not doing. Yes. So it's a moral call, a moral demand we are placing on ourselves. Anyone that knows we all have a background, either whatever the religion you come from, and the moral call and the moral demand that is from each of those backgrounds that impose on us, that we all owe one another. So that is what I believe. If we can begin to look inside, inward, individually, I think there is something inside of us that is good that we can bring out for each other, and that is one of our moral and ethical values. Yeah. Because both health.
Talking as a coach now.
Yeah.
As a life coach.
Both at medical. The understanding this topic has to do with about ethics. mainly when I was preparing for it, it's about, they say that the bedrock or the cornerstone, that ethics, medical ethics is the bedrock or the cornerstone of behind this topic. So is ethics what both at system level and at individual level is what will make it work. Ethics at system level and ethics at personal level, where there is code of conduct that guides the operation of everything, and there is system to make sure that those codes of conduct works. Then we'll have a very good environment that will be good for all of us.
Brilliant. All right, before we let you guys go, barrister, because I'm sure someone is looking at you and saying, barristers, lawyers, they want people that will bring cases so that they will make money and things like that. I want you to speak to those people, tell them, okay, this and this and this are the things that you can do, even though you don't plan, on litigation or, placing a suit or something like that. What are the things a healthcare consumer can do to protect himself or herself?
Yeah, Dr. Chidi, everything is not actually about money.
Yes.
Everything is not about money. There are lawyers who do matters pro bono. Let's not take it out of it. There are lawyers who do matters.
Can you tell us about these lawyers and how they can be reached?
How they can be reached.
First of all, thank you for that.
The word
people in our
local language.
Free,
what is pro bono?
Which language is that one?
Okay, that is a Latin language.
Okay, Latin.
It's a Latin language.
So
okay.
It's at a very reduced, at no fee or a very reduced fee.
I have learned that one too.
So there are lawyers who render such services.
Okay.
And like I said earlier, everything is about money. You as a person, just the way you walk to a police station and write a petition, you can write a petition to the Medical and Dental Council.
Okay.
So against any healthcare giver.
Okay.
So you can write that petition and follow it up. If you feel like going through the legal means or consulting a legal practitioner is going to be very expensive, you can actually consult a legal, you can actually write that petition and follow it up. And if where you're not getting results, it is advisable to consult a legal practitioner. And people should not be scared. People should exercise their rights. The laws are there. But we are not exploring them because we are not enlightened, because we are not well informed. Yes. Every patient has a right to be treated on time, not to be delayed. They have the right
on time.
Yes, on time. They have the right not to be wrongly diagnosed. They have the right. They have their rights are there under the National Health Act, and they should explore it and utilize it.
So you said people don't know their rights. So you mentioned National
Health Act.
National Health Act.
Yes.
So we need to go out there. The information is out there, online. Read it. Know what your rights are. Rights not to be misdiagnosed and things like that. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Barrister. I wish we had more time to explore because I have like bundles of other questions and scenarios to play out, but time is against us. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And again, our condolences on the loss of your baby and congratulations on the birth of your baby. All right, but before we wrap up this segment, we have an IQ challenge. And we will advise you to go on over to our social media platforms at Signature Television Official on Facebook, on YouTube, to participate. Follow at Signature Television Official and at Dr. Chidi on Facebook and Instagram, of course, on YouTube. You submit your answers. Of course, I'm going to read out the challenge to you in a bit. Submit your answers by commenting on our Inside Health post. You got that? Our Inside Health post. Winners will be selected randomly and given the chance to be a guest on our Inside Health program where they can participate in our live discussions. Now, listen carefully. Today's Inside Health IQ trivia is: which medical condition was first described in ancient Egyptian text as a falling sickness and is still a major focus on health research today? I'll take that again. Which medical condition was first described in ancient Egypt, ancient Egyptian texts as a falling sickness and is still a major focus on health research today? This week's Inside Health IQ Challenge, of course, is sponsored by Seizure Support Foundation. Seizure Support Foundation is a health and education-based non-governmental organization committed to bridging education and health gaps caused by the exclusion of children with special needs in Nigeria. Once again, thank you, Barrister. Thank you, Ambassador, for joining us.
Thank you.
I am still your host, Chigi Chiagorom. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure you learned a thing or two. See you some other time. Bye.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tensions rose as lawmakers debated the nomination of Michael Odey, a non-indigene, for Rivers State as chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RSEC. These appointments sparked strong opposition from several minority party members. Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro and two other senators voiced their disappointment over the appointment. They noted that the early appointment of the sole administrator, who is also a non-indigene of Rivers State, had already generated controversy.
And you know that there were some eyebrows raised when he was appointed administrator. Now he has gone to pick a cross-river person again to become chairman of the electoral commission.
Order, please. I do not see any logical reason why a river man will not chair
this electoral commission.
If the argument you are giving me now is that you want to get somebody out of Rivers so that the person that will be in charge of this will be unbiased in any way, that is a different thing. But the people should be carried along.
However, the Senate leader Okoyemi Bamidele and Chief Whip Senator Tahi Mongunu defended the nomination, insisting that the appointment did not violate any section of the Nigerian Constitution.
There is no any inhibition by way of the constitutional provision, which is the ground norm of the land. As a Nigerian, any Nigerian is free to take up appointment anywhere in Nigeria.
All the six members are from Rivers. But the chairman we are bringing because we need all the neutrality that we can get.
Despite the disagreement, the report was adopted by voice notes confirming the appointment of the RSEC chairman and members.
1. Michael Ekpali Odi, PhD, chairman. Tobira Lezasi Lenne, member. Chidi Ebenezer Holiday, member. As chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you, Senator Nengi, for affirming that this is what took place in the Committee of the Whole.
Also at plenary, the Red Chamber unanimously condemned the recent brutal killing of over 200 civilians in Yelewata community in Guma local government area of Benue State, as well as a massacre of 12 people in Mangun local government area of Plateau State. It officially classified the attack carried on the June 18 and June 21 as acts of terrorism and part of broader systematic campaign of violence. The senators demanded immediate and comprehensive federal intervention to halt the bloodshed that continues to threaten peace and security across the country. Titus Zam from Benue State moved the motion under the matters of urgent national importance.
Tragic genocidal massacre at Yelewata was executed in a systematic manner never known before in the history of these attacks. Further notes, the accounts by survivors and rights organizations, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, described the attacks as well coordinated and executed with impunity.
Other senators echoed calls for decisive action and the need to modernize intelligence gathering and security operations through technology-driven approaches.
That the President and Commander-in-Chief is the one that will deal with the matter decisively. He went to the local Sinquo and saw for himself and ordered security agencies. Let's get them out. Let's get them out and deal with them. In less than 1 week, the IG of police had made his address. 26 people were arrested. At this morning, it has gotten to 53.
If the dimension of security policing and monitoring must change, it must fundamentally engaging, and we must deploy fundamental sophisticated equipment that the technology devices into management and monitoring.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who led the chamber in a 1-minute silence to honor the victims, said the attack can be linked to state failure.
That with the instruction of Mr. President, the directives, that the killers will be fished out. We will continue to work hard in collaboration with the President to make sure that Nigeria is safer than what it is today. The resurgence of insecurity in the country, I hope is not politically linked.
The Senate called for the development of more military personnel to Benue State, particularly to Yelewata and other known flashpoints to prevent further attacks and restore security.
Thursday's sitting was the closing session for the 4 days public hearing by the investigative panel. The panel focused on the implications of imprisonment with options of fines and failure of convict to pay such fines, creating congestion in the correctional centers. Correctional Officer Elsie Cyrus told the panel that the Nigerian Correctional Service has no authority to detain anyone without proper legal documentation, particularly in cases involving court-ordered fines.
Where the individual is unable to pay compensation before the end of the jail term, that compensation is converted into a jail term on the warrant. And then where that particular order is not given on the warrant, the officers report this matter before the court that has actually convicted this individual and talk to them on the issue of the compensation. And then it's the judge or the magistrate that will either convert the compensation to a jail term or order the release of this particular individual.
Cyrus also revealed that an amendment to the 2015 Act is underway. This amendment proposes the creation of a Victim Compensation Trust Fund, funded from federal allocations to settle victims' fine payments when they cannot afford them.
So what this means is that if an individual at the end of his jail term who has a compensation to pay is unable to pay, the individual may be asked to go on some service, that will yield proceeds, money or something. But then it does not really matter if the individual is asked to go to farm and then he'll be paid and then the proceeds from that farming is paid into the government. What matters is that the compensation to the victim will be paid from this trust fund without having anything to do with the inmate now who is unable to pay.
Deputy Controller General of Corrections Ibrahim Idris disclosed that 28,149 inmates have been released after payment of fines, a move that has reduced congestion in the centers. He said more detailed statistics will be presented later, but stressed the importance of the initiative for decongesting correctional facilities.
The less number of inmates we have under incarceration, the less burden and the less opportunity for us to do proper rehabilitation. Because even before the 2019 Act, the philosophy of Nigerian Correctional Service has always been imprisonment as a punishment and not for punishment. Once it is pronounced, it is already punishment. Whether the person comes to the correctional center or not, it's already taken care of.
Idris praised the collaboration of stakeholders in facilitating the payment of fines and compensation of
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm, focused on contributing to solving Africa's most complex development challenges. And one of such challenges is poverty. Africa won't catch up with the rest of the world or even close the gap until it transforms the fortunes of rural Africa. Nearly 60% of our brothers and sisters reside in rural communities. 80% of Africa's poor can be found in these communities. Despite the vast natural and also human resources in these communities, they remain poor. Productivity is very low, weak infrastructure, poor connectivity to markets, life there feels disconnected from the modern world. Too often, policy debates or discussions like this one stop at how to revitalize agriculture, as if agriculture is the only route out for these rural dwellers. Or the conversation could be around how to help smallholder farmers, do better. But rural Africa is much bigger than agriculture. It's time for us to begin to think at scale and also to build at scale. My guest today has dedicated most of his career thinking about these issues. Wandile Silobo is the chief economist at the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa, AGBIS. He serves as a senior lecturer extraordinary at Stellenbosch University's Department of Agricultural Economics and a visiting research fellow at the Wits School of Governance. Since 2018, Wandile has been a commissioner at the International Trade Administration Commission of South Africa. He's a prolific writer. He's a columnist for Business Day and Farmers Weekly, and author of multiple books on agricultural economics and land reforms. His thought leadership has made him an influential voice in shaping Africa's agrarian policy and rural economic development. Wandile, welcome.
That's very kind, Patrick, and thank you so very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to sit in one of these conversations at next year. And grateful to all of the people also that are joining us online for this conversation. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. And maybe I'll start by providing a little bit of a caveat to my first question. You may not know this, but my bachelor's degree was in agriculture as well. So my question is really, beyond food security, right? Why should we continue to discuss agriculture as a means of revitalizing rural Africa's economy, especially in the face of the emerging fourth industrial revolution, where it appears that we need different types of skill sets, assets to play in that world?
I think, Pat, this one is of course an important question, and I mean, today in South Africa, in our business daily, the Business Day, there's a column by a writer, in fact, the editor of the Conversation, the academic a newspaper that's available online. The Africa editor is a gentleman called Jabu Skakane. He has a piece in the paper today where he says, look, we need to move beyond agriculture and thinking about rural development in South Africa and begin thinking about it. And then he makes his case for South Africa. And he prompted me to respond, which I hope the newspaper put the letter out sometime this afternoon or tomorrow. But the point I'll make is this to what you're saying, Pat. I think agriculture must remain part and parcel of the conversation of how to transform the rural economies in Africa. But we do need, though, to reframe how we are thinking about agriculture. For many years, we have thought of it in this idea of a social aspect of saying just produce so that you can be food secure. And we obsess a lot about smallholder farmers and having a little thinking instead of saying, okay, this is an economic sector that is important. And in many countries in the African continent, it usually accounts for double digit as a share of their economies. If then we can come up with the fundamental way of increasing the agricultural productivity in the African continent, prioritize commercialization, and we begin to see this sector changing structurally, then I think we can see much more bigger gains than what we've been trapped on for many decades. And I think the value addition to where then the technologies you are referring to in the world of 4IR and all of these efficiencies that we can get from various technological applications, they then begin to be very powerful in that transformative way. So my answer, Pat, would be that we need to reframe on how we're thinking about agriculture, but still keep it there. But it won't be, of course, the end of it all, because agritourism is one of the aspects that you begin to thinking about it, agriculture and tourism, merging them. In South Africa, we have an area in the southwestern regions of South Africa, which we called the wine route, where then you visit and you taste all of these wines, but also the hospitality industry benefits on that. So we could have this in Nigeria, we could have this in Malawi, we could have this in Ghana. So depending on the cuisines of an area by area and what we do on that. And of course, there are other sectors then, Pat, that you could link, mining and the others. But I would still say this is an easy entry one, framed differently than what we've been doing.
So what is it that we as policymakers, tend to miss or misunderstand in terms of the potential that agriculture holds for rural development? What is it that we need to think differently about to help elevate, agriculture as that key engine that could drive rural development whilst every other thing comes along?
Patrick, about 2 or 3 years ago, David Pilling, the Africa editor at the Financial Times, had a thought-provoking column that he put out where he was saying small is not always beautiful in terms of development. That was the title of his column. And the key point that he was raising was that, and it goes at the heart of the point that you are raising, what is it that we need to do? We've gotten used to the position whereby many leaders in communities, leaders in local government and in the national government in the continent, and even NGOs have gotten used to this point of saying, we are here to help. Africa has 80% of the farmers are smallholder farmers. Therefore, we're there to help them and make sure that they can produce for their communities. And I think now we have to say there is an asset base that is there. We are here to think about how do we optimize it? And I would start to say perhaps a concept that was introduced much more strongly in South Africa by our former president, Thabo Mbeki, who said in a different context, better few, but better. Well, then we can say, how do we go region by region in many countries, selecting the better farmers that can actually be large scale anchors, then the medium and the small scale farmers can plug into those. It can't be that we can be a continent that is focused just on subsistence farming while we say there are all of these resources and we can produce so much for the world. And we know that the demand is there in the world. And if we can produce efficiently and of higher quality products, and we have the value chain infrastructure to link and deliver things to the markets in a most optimal time, then the game could pretty much change. Then that means then from a government perspective, and unfortunately this is a long-term thing, it's always a problem because people suffer from the challenge of horizon, of looking only from 3 years from where they are sitting. But it will take a long-term view of saying, all right, I am going to spend the next 4 or 5 years investing in building these roads so that farmers can move their things efficiently. I am going to spend the next 5 years thinking about how to improve land governance. The technology that is out there, I will use it now to map and allocate land and understand the land dynamics and capability in my country, then begin allocating it to farmers and bringing in agribusinesses. That also comes with a challenge whereby if you're a government or a community leader, it means easing up and letting power go, so that people can have power for themselves, to empower themselves and their households. And I think that's that mindset dynamic whereby a government must not be a big daddy for village of always bringing in inputs, but we should think that entrepreneurial stuff. And I think young Africans, we are that mindset is pretty much there. I just hope that when they are getting into positions of leadership, they don't start thinking, oh, power is very nice now, let me keep things in order and remain in charge, but they liberate the continent.
Wandile, you opened too many vistas here, and I'm trying to see if we can, just chase them down, more specific details. And let me go back to the Thabo Mbeki idea, which is choose a few, and if I understand you correctly, choose a few winners, run your winners, and those winners are going to pull everyone behind them, right? This has been a big policy debate amongst, economic policy folks When we think about places like South Korea, that and the Shabos that picked some winners and helped them become big players, and by so doing, grow the economy, grow all the other players in the space. In Nigeria, for instance, we have some of that, issues in, say, the oil and gas sector, where prior governments picked some winners, and the hope is that they can solve problems that the government could not solve. If we look at agriculture specifically, if I'm hearing you correctly, it is to say that there are some players who may need some level of government support to become more successful. And by so doing, they would support the smaller holders and other medium-sized players. Some scholars might argue that, that is kind of picking winners, and it's not an efficient way of doing it, that we should allow market efficiency to drive who wins and who loses. Have you spent time thinking about this, and what is your view on these points?
I mean, I think that both viewpoints, they stand on this quite solidly, because I wouldn't dismiss and say they are wrong on that. And let's be fair, all of this also differs sectorially, regionally, and market conditions also differ. And when we are saying picking winners, we are not necessarily saying decide who and what sector. Let's take this context and we say what to do with Africa's agriculture.
Yes.
And if you coming as an example to a country like South Africa, it has about 9 provinces. You decide that in South Africa's 9 provinces, I will support about 10 large-scale black farmers in each province, because the challenge I'm having in South Africa is not the challenge of growth in agriculture. I'm having racial disparities in agriculture. Therefore, to close the racial disparities, I'll take 10 black farmers and try to support them to be commercial in all provinces of this country. How you select that, you will go for the farmers that the market has already sifted and put them upwards. And I understand that that is an unfair system, because now you will be taking public funds and then selecting a few. But that's a policy choice that you have to make. But I do think that there is an appetite for a significant pool of African farmers that are operating at a world level with a scale, both for aspiration for the future, but also on building these infrastructure that others over time they may plug in. It's not going to be a system of fairness, but I do think that in terms of boosting the output and in terms of over time creating the pathways for others to climb up, we may actually be able to do that. In agriculture, it may work, but if you were to take that and go to mining and go to oil industry, because of the tougher barriers to entry there, you may not actually see that. While in farming, one can argue that it's something that perhaps maybe can work, because there's also that power of aggregation that makes agriculture quite distinct with the other industries where such things may not always be applicable.
Interesting. Let me push one more question around the policy issue. Is the problem we're facing with rural development centered more around how we have over time defined these rural communities? And what I mean here is, if you go back to from our independence, most policymakers, leaders have always looked upon rural Africa as a place that needs to be helped, and not as a wealth engine, not as a center of economic activity. And in fact, if you look at the policies that we've used in rural development, it's always been around, rural development strategy or community-based development strategy or integrated rural development. There hasn't been this link up with the commercial urban centers where we see the rural communities as economic engines. If you agree with my premise, why do you think this is so? Why do you think that policymakers are not able to see the assets, that exist in these rural communities?
I mean, I would venture here and say it is all, Patrick, really the policy choice that people have to make. And if you can bear with me, I'll make a point, and I know that many fellow Africans don't have time for this, because there's always this idea that some people in South Africa push the idea of thinking that they have their own South African way of doing things. But bear with me on making this particular point, this one. So the African continent in its totality, net importer in food. We are bringing in as a continent about 80 billion US dollars of food products. You take away the Maghreb region, you leave all of us in sub-Saharan Africa region. We bring in we spend each year about 45 billion USD on imports into the sub-Saharan Africa region. One looking at the continent in that way can say this is a continent plunged in hunger and in need and all of those things. Therefore, go away and learn how to farm from America, Europe, Australia, and all of these places. But that picture is not uniform, because if you can look into it, there are glimpses of light here in South Africa, for example. We sit at a position where we export about half of what we produce. We export about 14 billion US dollars of food products each year. And what makes the South African agricultural sector different from much of the African continent is probably about 5 broad things that I think, even if not adjusted to all countries in equal proportion, but they are worth debating as to should we explore those. One of those things, the first thing, Pat, is that in South Africa, there's been a deep embrace of structured and prioritization of property rights, whereby land is nicely governed. Each farmer has their own allotted piece of land. They can trade it. They can do whatever they want to do. And you contrast that with much of the African continent, where you realize that over 90% of the rural land is actually informal. The land rights are not clear. Then what you do then there, you are minimizing and squeezing off the investments that could have flowed in from agribusinesses and many others. The second aspect, which is a policy choice also, there's been a disconnect or distrust of embracing technology in terms of the seed cultivars, better seed cultivars and all of those things, either because they are brought by multinational or whatever belief that many people would have. The difference, which is a case then in South Africa or in the continent, is the fact that there's been an embrace of that scientific aspect. Again, or large-scale farming has been embraced instead of the smallholder farming is a third aspect that has actually differentiated. And of course, there are inherent privileges that have been there, the infrastructure, the connectivity that has already been in. But the point I'm getting at is that these are some of the fundamental learnings where we can say, okay, should we be following this path? Should we be exploring all of these? Which is what I think for much of the African continent, those are things that we must do. And of course, other stuff that I didn't mention, like limiting the intervention into the markets by the governments, like what Zimbabwean government is doing at the moment, at any point deciding that you will stop the imports or you will stop the exports of particular products while disrupting the business activity of many of these businesses for the short-term benefit of either you wanting to control food inflation or any other aspect on that. So these are all choices that I think as the continent we have to actually play around with rather than romanticizing the idea of smallholder farmers. And this is not to say don't pay attention to smallholder farmers. They play an important role for regional food security. But I think there has to be a change in how we are thinking about development in rural areas, especially in the area of agriculture.
Your last 2 books kind of focused a lot on property rights and its role in developing agriculture on the continent. Can you deepen that conversation a little bit and use it to explain how it drives productivity, which is a big issue for agriculture and rural development, and also maybe even access to market? How does solving the property rights issue kind of unlock all the other tangles that we have holding us back?
I mean, Pat, while I make the story of South Africa, I mean, it is not uniform. South Africa remains a country of 2 agricultures. You have the large-scale, mainly white farmers that are in the commercial space, and you have a vast number of black farmers that are sitting in the smallholder farmers. And the distinct thing, amongst other things that have to do with the historical context, is around this land aspect, because where majority of the black farmers are sitting in South Africa is in the areas that were reserved. We call them former homelands before the dawn of democracy. Those are the areas that they were in. And what has been a failure of the South African government on that is that it has been very reluctant of saying, how does it improve the land governance in the former homelands? While the very same test case is here in the same country, where you have this aside of agriculture, which has a property rights, and he has a lot of capital that is flowing in and doing all of these big things. I mean, the commercial banks in South Africa, which are all over, take Standard Bank, for example, which is all over the African continent. These banks have put in the South African farming sector about 220 billion rands as a farm debt that they've said, this is the money, you are utilizing it to do all kinds of things. This is how then the commercial farmers are able to deliver and produce all kinds of these things. But that part of agriculture, which is sitting with informal land, if you look at the flow of capital to that, they are pretty much starved of that capital because of the inherent risk that is both on the weak land governance as well as then the inability to obtain the technology and all of these productivity issues that ends up piling in that area, which is why you sit with this disconnect. So as much as I'm saying South Africa is a case we can explore as a continent, but South Africa is a case that the South African politicians can look at within here and say, how do we correct the other parts? And I think it shows then the lack as well as a possibility of what we could achieve.
Interesting. And maybe just one more question on this. You mentioned in your last submission, our hesitance to adopting technology or even scientific basis to agricultural development. One question that comes to mind is the ongoing debate across the continent on the place of GMOs, GMO foods, crops, in our agricultural practice. Where are you on that argument? Is it something that we should be focusing on? Is it something that would kill off our agriculture and probably eat our people, which is a narrative that is being pushed out there? What are your views?
I mean, Bet, about 2 months ago, I went out in a conversation with the Financial Times, focusing particularly on that aspect to say we should stop playing a small game here and be open to that technology. And I was drawing that case again, looking at South Africa, which opened its doors to genetically modified crops in 1999-2000 production season. If you take, for example, a staple grain in Southern Africa is maize, corn, and the yields in South Africa on dry land, non-irrigated maize, they are about 6 tons per hectare on average. When it's irrigated, it's double digit. You cross the border of South Africa and you look all the way up north. The yield is about 0.5 tons per hectare. I mean, we shouldn't be having that. And let's remember, South Africa is a fairly semi-dry, arid country. Only about 15% of South Africa you can actually farm productively in terms of food crops. The majority of it is dry and it's utilized for livestock and all kinds of things, while the country is as big as 122 million hectares. That means then there are yield benefits that we can get from the technological aspect. But I do sympathize with part of the point that many Africans make, which is that I hear our friends in Zimbabwe, for example, and many other countries, we say, look, we cannot bring in all of these technology because we have a vast number of smallholder farmers that in the next season won't have enough money to go and buy these seeds. And that's the real issue. And then I think for me, we should as Africans look then into this and say, we are not going to look into this as a challenge, but rather we will say, how do we engage with the seed developers so that we are not putting the farmers at risk when they can't procure this? But also as governments, what program can we put in place to ensure that they are cushioned rather than being resistant on this? And this is, by the way, one of the things, Patrick, that almost happened in Kenya. Because when William Ruto, the president of Kenya, came into power, this is one of the things that he ran and he talked about. And I was hoping that he would actually get it over the line, but he ended up failing. And I must say here, and many people may not like the point I would say, but I do think that the NGOs also, some funded by EU and the others, they've really pushed some of the counterproductive narratives about the genetically modified crops. Because the painful point for me is that if you take Zambia and you take South Africa out of the equation and you look at the sub-Saharan Africa region, There's work done by Tom James at Michigan State University and his colleagues, where they show that the yield gain in much of these of the countries in the continent has actually been because of the expansion in area planting of grain rather than the improvements in the yield, which means then now we are cutting more trees to plant instead of getting more on a little land. So if you're an NGO concerned about climate change and environmental aspect, you should be saying what technology can be used to get more out of limited area so that we conserve the biodiversity, and not to abuse technology, but to optimize it to improve yields for soil correction and also utilize any of the. So that's where I sit on this. And I think as Africans all across, we should be saying, how do we utilize the technological capabilities that are there within the bounds and thinking of our domestic policies rather than blocking the doors.
And I know that you mentioned a few other points like the large-scale farming and linking to international markets, etc. But I wanted to, come down to something a bit more practical. So when we often talk about challenges in Africa, we talk about the last mile problem, getting goods and services to local communities, but increasingly I'm thinking that maybe what the challenge we have in Africa is actually a first mile problem, where it is, how do we get goods from the farms to the markets? It may not be a particular challenge in South Africa, but it's a bigger challenge in the broader sub-Saharan African continent because we don't have the infrastructure to get our goods to market. And sometimes in countries like Nigeria, post-harvest losses could be even as much as 50%. In your thinking about these issues and in travels around the continent, have you found any effective ways, pragmatic ways that farmers are beginning to address this first mile challenge?
I mean, Pat, I would still, I agree fully with you. And by the way, starting again on a bigger point here before I get to the practicalities, this is one of the things that worries me a lot, even when I think about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And my worry is that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will end up having few people sitting in the table eating, while others are struggling, which means then those countries that have the infrastructure capability and the yield gains will be able to move their product and actually dominate the trade, while others that have been sitting on the periphery of this progress will remain there and be drowned out by the others. And I think it has to come to what investments can we make on easing up the infrastructure. And unfortunately, the infrastructure investments aspect are the choices that African governments must decide on doing that, because while farmers may utilize some form of technologies on conserving their products and ultimately to link up and to think about regional value chains that all of us write and talk about, that requires the practical things of saying, is there a road that links there? Is there a railway line that links there? And these are the choices that I think we need to talk about. And also then the developmental finance institutions that are there. I do think that they have to nudge the governments and the treasuries as they interact with them to say perhaps we will avail much more funding pool for infrastructure that could be ABC and build all of these corridors that could be vital for trade. Otherwise, you will end up with the countries in the north and then some in the east and some in the west, Nigeria, and the others in the south, South Africa, dominating all of these things that we are talking about, and other countries in the continent just sitting on the side. And then you will actually have a political economy risk, because now you have taken away even the tariff revenues that these governments used to take before we had all of this African Continental Free Trade Agreement, while they are unable to produce and move their goods. So I think these, yes, they are not as granular for the farmers to do anything, but I do think that some of the colleagues that follow the work of next year, they do need to take this into their respective government level, regardless of which country that you are in, and say perhaps the continental infrastructure conversation needs to be elevated. Otherwise, we will be choked in the coming years if we don't resolve that.
Exactly. And, again, Wandile, in my intro, I said these discussions about fixing rural Africa somehow tends to move deeply into agriculture, as if it's the only route for these regions. It's not the only, it's important, but not the only. So I'd like us to kind of broaden our conversation beyond agriculture to say, what are some of these other economic activities in these regions, in these communities that we should be thinking about? What are they? And how do we begin to explore how to, how to build up on them to make them credible economic sources for revitalizing or re-energizing rural Africa?
I think, though, Pat, all of this hinges on your last point, the infrastructure aspect. Because if we are going to talk about tourism, that means the network of connecting efficiently and easily or stress-free from one city to another, from one region to another, and for the villages to showcase the culture, the food, and all of these things that can actually be presented to tourists. That is the one aspect that needs to be improved, alongside the aspect of security across the continent, which also needs elevated on this, because those are the supportive mechanism for tourism and other exploration that can happen. And there are businesses then that can spring out from the second layer, even if then the community is focused on mining, on agriculture, doing something on tourism. They spring up as an addition on that. But I think fundamentally infrastructure has to be there. And I would say the network industries are the primary aspects. So roads, water, and the energy will still be one of the key things that I would say they are the fundamentals for any then of the industries that we can think about. And I think it's always tempting to say, no, there's technology now, we can create all of these things, but we forget that much of what we say we can create online, it's either providing services and all of those things, but the good old work that requires to be done for infrastructure is still needed. Otherwise, those gains will always be obscured to the countries in the West or in the East that already are far ahead of us in Africa in that infrastructure aspect than where we are sitting, which is why for me, I sympathize and I think that infrastructure conversation is something that needs to be lifted up, because they need to unlock all of these other industries that are in addition to agriculture on how we developing particularly from a rural and also broadening beyond food and agriculture. And I do think that, Pat, even in agriculture, we have to change the conversation. Perhaps it needs to be added where we can say agriculture as well as food, fiber, and the beverages industry. So that, because I mean, fashion is agriculture, clothing, all of this stuff comes from agriculture. There's a whole host of things that can happen. But also then the value addition that happens beyond that in beverages and the others. These are all things. And in fact, those are also the areas where high quality jobs or high paying jobs would come from, instead of only on the farm level side, because everyone has aspirations of getting a better pay so that they improve the standards of living of where they are.
And so this infrastructure, I mean, any way you cut it, it comes down to it's a responsibility of the government. It's the government that's got to put in many of these massive infrastructure. And that begins to veer towards a political conversation here as to how do we get the government to focus on rural communities when these politicians are faced with this very short time frame of you've got elections coming every 4 years, and they're focused on getting the people in the big cities to like them and vote for them. How do we show, and I struggle with this, but how do we get government to really focus on the rural communities, knowing that that's where the growth engine, as I see it, resides, and that we need to work that engine for the productivity we need to even drive economic activities in the urban centers. I don't know if that makes sense, and if you've given some thought to it.
I mean, you're making sense there, Pat, because then what it ends up on, it's on the choices that people have to make, the horizons at which they look at things. But I would also still say organizations like Next Year and many others that are either think tank or forums of discussion that are able to have a convening power of leaders to actually sit and listen to what discussion. And some of the things that needs to be elevated, even on your research and the consultancy aspect, is of showing the medium and long-term gains. Because I think some of the governments, perhaps maybe they may not be paying attention to that, because it's not mapped in a coherent way of saying this is what we could achieve, and thereafter build a narrative on that. Because I think people can still vote for the politicians if the narrative is clear, as well as the pathway at which people are going towards is pretty much clear, and they can see what this development that they are promised. Although the election cycle and the horizon is always short term, I think that assisting people in crystallizing that vision is something that has to be pretty much refined and done. Because in my mind, from where I'm sitting at, there is no escape on this. If a bridge is needed, a bridge is needed. I don't think it's responsible to say, I don't need a bridge, I will have a drone to take something here and drop it there. Therefore, you are moving with drones and you are not having any connected network system. I think some of these can be a short-term mechanism of closing issues, but the infrastructure that you go to London and enjoy, you go to Cape Town and enjoy, you go to Abuja and enjoy, you need that infrastructure everywhere. It ultimately has to be done.
So, okay, let me try this again. And I know that we've kind of touched on this particular question throughout the conversations, but let's see if you can help me crystallize the answers to it. Number one is, why are we still stuck in subsistence agriculture, despite the many decades that we've talked about the need to commercialize, the need to improve productivity, etc.? If you can just help listeners, some of them government folks, some of them think tanks and so on, see why this continues. And then the flip side to that conversation is, are there some thoughts, some ideas that you've seen in your toing and fro in Africa on how to mobilize massive resources, capital, to invest in rural Africa, to get us to become more commercial, more productive, and just to, expand the economic activities in these regions?
I mean, I think the reason we are still stuck at a level that we are in, I mean, it's a political choice, and I won't blame only the politician here. The tribal council, the chiefs, the traditional leaders, they are amongst those that are in here because they get to be custodians of some of this land that ultimately is owned still by the governments on this. And I think for me, that's the political choice at which we are not managing to move beyond and empower these communities. Had we been able to do that, I think we could be far. Over and over, literature does show that whereby you improve land governance, capital follows through. The practicalities of saying, is there anywhere where we can get this money? I mean, I'll give you an example. A number of countries, such as Saudi Arabia, they've gone out to say they want particular crops. They are interested in avocados or they are interested in grain. And they've gone into certain regions where they've actually assisted in putting the necessary infrastructure, the necessary grain elevators in, so that as long as they have a certain amount of time, years or lease, whereby that produce can actually be produced, and they would have a portion at which they are exporting to their regions. And such arrangements have been made in a number of communities where we have seen as a case studies, and that has brought about the change on what to do. So the appetite to buy products of scale and of quality is available out there. The appetite to invest is available out there. But as long as we quickly begin to clarify the rule of the games domestically, and then be able to make those choices that this is what we will do. Because very few African countries have actually gone out and say, right now, we are selecting this state, and in it, we are improving land governance. We are calling in investors from any other country to come in and assist us on doing that. None of them have actually gone out and done that and see what happens beyond that. And there are some of these case studies where there's money that flow in the sector. I made an example of the billions of South African rands that are being put into this sector as a result of some of those things. And I think for me, amongst other things, that's something that we may need to try and let go of power of controlling some of these regions and let people to take charge of the communities that they are in.
Interesting. And just to say to our listeners, as always, We're going to open it up to your Q&A, but just type your questions in the Q&A tab, not the chat room, the Q&A tab, so it's easy for me to pick it up from there and then have Wandile, speak to them. Well, Wandile, let's talk again about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and its promise to integrate markets. Yet there are so many of these African countries that maintain restrictions on export. Some of those restrictions could be driven by internal political considerations on food security or to regulate food price inflation, etc. In your conversations in ITAC and your engagements at these, continental levels, how are you guys thinking about these issues? How are you thinking about streamlining just the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and ensuring, freer trade flows and ensuring closer regional trade integration?
I mean, Pat, nothing I wish more than the continent finally living up to its potential. Because, I mean, it's painful to always hearing this discussion that one day Africa will do 1, 2, 3. One day Africa will do 1, 2, 3. There's a Malabo declaration. There's Johannesburg declaration. Challenge in here is a lack of coordination on what we are doing. Of course, one of the things that we need to do is harmonize the rules, especially in the agricultural products, so that things continue to move freely across the borders. But that is not going to happen if we are, again, not agreeing that science is what will take the African continent forward in food production. You either block genetically modified or you block new genetical improvements that are being made on being planted in your country, and then you use that as a non-tariff barrier, which is what we are seeing. And those are engagements that we are having with many others. But again, to your point, these tends to be a domestic consideration ultimately. We can discuss it at a continental level. I mean, I'm sitting in a country here in South Africa. I'm talking to you from Pretoria at the moment. And Namibia, which is neighboring South Africa, has actually blocked the vegetable imports from South Africa to going to Namibia. And there is no necessarily clear justification on that, except of saying, okay, we don't need them now. We want to boost our own domestical production. And mind you, these are countries that are in the customs union in SACU. And we know that people are breaching the rules by doing that. But then again, when you put yourself into a Namibian policymaker, everywhere you move, there are products from Durban, from Pretoria. It may feel suffocating. You want to see some of your products coming up, which then comes back to the idea of saying the regions in the continent, those in the west, those in the south, those in the east, can we begin to think about the regional value chains in a way whereby we harmonize the rules, but also harmonize the inputs at which the farmers can have capabilities on, so that there is, because what we ultimately want, Pat, is shared prosperity across, not to be suffocated by one another. But then that shared prosperity requires that coordination at a political level, which is where then I think that difference is in aspiration.
And from Deirdre Lapine, who I believe is probably joining from Washington, D.C., but's done a lot of work across the continent and in Nigeria. I've worked with her in the past. And her question, a lot of work across the continent and in Nigeria. I've worked with her in the past. And her question is, there's, different countries have had these different attempts at a green revolution since our independence. What, in your view, are some of the reasons why this big push, green revolution, the mantra, the policies, the programs around them never quite yielded the result?
Big conferences. Either we are sitting in Nairobi talking about it or somewhere, but very seldomly some of these things end up at the ground level. I mean, I won't even lie to say even the South Africa case that we were making was largely on a government side. On a government side, it was an improvement in the sense that there was limited intervention and they were not having a strong appetite to put restriction to technology, but everything else was largely done by the private sector on bringing some of those very limited forward attempt put by the government. And even if you can think, Deandra probably knows those Malabo declaration where each African country said they would spend X amount of their budget on improving research and all of the work done towards agriculture to achieve the gains that we're all talking about. But it never really yielded on that. In a way, I would still say from my perspective, it leans back again of saying, are we embracing science or not? Are we having a common understanding of what could improve the yields and then move forward from there? But I think all of this is still hinges on the political consideration.
He was the Director General of Nigeria's think tank, the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, and also has been a guest on this show. And his question is, will you, Wandile, elaborate a bit more on the tension between ownership of the food chain and GMO seeds? And he says, it is clear that when the chips are down, and here he wants us to think about the COVID-19 vaccines, you had better be self-sufficient in essentials. The West cannot be trusted to supply critical needs, and this is a matter that can easily be weaponized. What is your view, especially with your...
All observing on Truth Social from the White House, that it tends to have a bit of complications because certain things can be stopped. And I think the former DG can think of this in the same way as at which the chips are now managed, where certain countries suddenly stop exporting to other countries the chips for their development in their technological direction, because it can get weaponized. So my thinking on this is this. One, when you decide that you are going to open up for genetically modified crops, you as the government have to make sure that you have enough capital resources to put into your agricultural research council, and then insist on the technology supplier that is bringing these yields to your country, that they share some technology with your agricultural research council. But make it clear that your agricultural research council is only going to be doing seed improvement and the research part. And this is what in South Africa we have ours, which we call the Agricultural Research Council of South Africa, almost equal or even far surpasses what you have to release at a commercial use. Because if you don't do that, the DG's risk that he raises, is ultimately true. But the other thing that hedges against that risk is also that the ownership now of these companies is no longer concentrated to one country. You have others that are owned by China Chem, you have others that are owned by the US, you have others that are owned by the European aspects. But I think it's always just making sure that you have a breeding program in your domestic country that can actually match those capabilities when you decide to go down that route. But if you don't have any breeding program and you are depending everything on what is being supplied, there is some level of risk. There is that unknown possibilities. But still, with all of that being said, I would still say it far outweighs this benefit that we can get. And you just have to have that coordination in a clear way. Thanks.
Interesting. And another question from Olusegun Debiyi, and he said, you talked about seeing rural areas as economic engines and not places in need of help. One feasible way that he proposes is through the power of aggregation, so have the local farmers aggregate and then maybe an off-taker, picks it up from there. He said, has such a process been implemented in South Africa? If yes, how can we replicate this in other nations? So here, I think he's thinking like lessons learned, etc.
No, he's right there, Pat, because there's a technology in South Africa. It's young guys called Khula, KHULA, exclamation mark. They have an app, KHIULA, Khula. The KHIULA, Khula. What they do is they have, of course, the trading platform that is there, where they showcase at whatever region what's available. Each farmer can quickly log in and list their product. And then they have a logistics capability where they can go and collect. And all of this is linked to a certain payment system. I think they partner with Absa Bank. and all of this is linked to a certain payment system. I think they partner with Absa Bank, which assists them onto that. So that aggregation model does work, which assists them onto that. So that aggregation model does work because